Luke nodded with a smile and put a big bag of food in her car. Got it. If you're really worried, why don't you arrange a simpler case for me? Elsa seemed to seriously consider it. That does make sense. I'll see if there are any suitable cases to keep you away from this one. Luke was lost for words. A moment later, he finally said, there's no need to rush. I have to investigate this case for a few days since this is an order from the top, otherwise the director won't be happy. Elsa realized that was true. She nodded and got into her car. Okay. Tomorrow, don't come in too early. Luke waved goodbye and saw her off. He shook his head and entered the house after Elsa's car disappeared around a corner. It had to be a really big deal this time, since Elsa wasn't the sort of person to flinch at just anything. Until he figured out the situation, he wouldn't take any further action. After seeing Elsa off and reminding Selena to finish her training, he left in his car as well. He had to discuss the company's new business venture tonight with Jenny. Elsa's unexpected visit had delayed him, but his appointment with Jenny was set for after dinner, so it wasn't too late. When he met up with Jenny, he told her about Chris and told her to finalize the details of the cooperation regarding the mine. After that, all Luke would need to do was find a lawyer to go through the contract or run it through his mini-program before he signed it. Jenny also brought up the navigational map and how she had reached out to several companies, but had made little progress. That was fine with Luke. If he couldn't sell it, he would just build it into his phone software. He had already created a web version. To get his foot in the door before Keyhole Incorporated, Luke had invented a simple and practical map technology, and applied for a patent. In any case, with Tony's skills, it was only the work of a few more hours each day, and as it so happened, Luke had a lot more hours than other people did at night. At the same time, since Luke had brought up making his own phones, Jenny had asked around. A lot of companies were interested, but their offers were very unreasonable as they wanted to buy out Luke's patent for just several $100,000. Luke chuckled. Did you acquire that company like I asked you to? Jenny said, yes, but its technology is several years out of date, and anything of value has already been sold off. It's mostly a shell now. Luke shrugged. But it was very cheap, and we have the patent for its cell phone technology. Jenny said, we couldn't have acquired it so easily if the company's chairman of the board hadn't died from illness and his children weren't desperate to get rid of the mismanaged company. Luke said, what we need is just a shell. When I have more time later, I'll be able to create the phones, and you can be the CEO of the company to sell phones. Jenny said, can you stop talking about selling phones like it's selling off-season clothes at a huge discount in front of a mall? Luke said, okay, we'll be ushering in a new age of phones and leading everybody into a new world. How does that sound? Jenny said, much better. Luke, hee hee. Once they were done with these minor matters, Luke finally got down to real business with Secretary Jenny. It was of paramount importance that a CEO and his secretary had good and frequent communication with each other so that they were on the same page about the future development of the company. At 10:30 the next day, Luke drove home and called Selena to come out. Unsurprised, Selena munched on the cake that Luke had bought from some dessert shop and asked, what are we doing today? She had also heard what Elsa said yesterday. It seemed a little early for them to go to work. Luke turned the car in the direction of the west coast. Let's pay Mr. Dylan Ellsworth a visit first, he said. Selena paused in eating her cake and looked at him in surprise. But didn't Elsa say? Luke nodded with a smile. We have to pretend to investigate the case. If we don't publicly visit this guy, how will the big shots know that we're doing the work? Selena asked, then where can we find this gentleman? Luke said, at his party palace. After getting onto the Santa Monica Highway, they drove all the way west. Selena said suspiciously, he doesn't live in Malibu Beach, does he? Luke burst out laughing. As if. He's not his grandparents, he's not at an age where he enjoys nature. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a seaside villa. Luke parked the car along the road before they reached the villa. He checked their surroundings for a moment via the car's cameras, then flipped through some information. He rolled his eyes before he got out of the car and said, "Let's go. Our target is on the beach." Selena clicked her tongue in wonder at the blue sky, the white clouds, and the bikinis and shorts. Is this the life of the rich? It's still the morning. Luke chuckled. So what? We can have lunch on the beach later as well. Selena nodded in satisfaction. That's a brilliant idea, darling. You should come up with more creative suggestions like this in the future. As you wish, said Luke with a smile. Approaching the beach, he didn't find a sign to indicate that it was private property. This beach probably doesn't belong to our target. You can choose a place for lunch first. On the beach, more than 30 men and women were horsing around. Women made up the majority, and only 1/4 were men. Furthermore, each man was accompanied by at least 2 women. Selena said in a low voice, "Is this what I think it is? Money is the root of all evil." Luke nodded slightly. After working so many cases, they had realized that money could make anything happen. Girls who dreamed of becoming famous overnight flooded into Los Angeles every day. The successful ones would become the examples that later girls aspired to, while the failures were like rain from the sky. Some would flow into the sewers and become dirty and filthy. Some would return to the rivers and seas to find their real selves. And some would be processed and packaged into goods to be sold. The girls on the beach were clearly between the sewers and the packaged goods. Unfortunately for the girls who hung around this metropolis, they were much more likely to end up in a sewer than to succeed as a star. Selena had an odd expression on her face as her voice dropped even lower. He's holding a party at this time. Is he really in Ellsworth? Luke's expression didn't change, but he was a little puzzled as well. It didn't make sense at all for a man to hold a party at his seaside villa the day after his father was confirmed missing. Looking at the joyous party, Luke said, "What do I feel like? This is a celebration." "I think so too." Selena immediately agreed with him. They had reached the partygoers on the beach by then, and 2 security guards noticed them. The security guards blocked them and said, "This is a private party. No entry unless you have an invitation." Luke craned his head and looked behind the security guards, before he flashed his badge with a smile. "LAPD. We need to talk to Mr. Dylan Ellsworth about a case." The security guards turned wary. "He isn't available. You can go now." Luke nodded and said, "Then I'll bring Mr. Dylan Ellsworth in for drug abuse in a public place and talk to him at the police department. How about that?" One of the security guards frowned and asked grimly, "Do you know where you are?" Luke grinned brilliantly. "Of course I do. I'm in my jurisdiction. I don't usually pay attention to illegal drugs, but with your attitude, sticking my nose in it once in a while isn't so bad. Just nice. I also know Bill, the DEA's deputy director." The security guard's face turned dark. Finally, he said, "Fine, please wait a moment while I let him know." If Mr. Dillon really was taken to the police department, the security guard didn't know what would happen to this young officer, but he knew that it wouldn't end well for him. Fake smile still in place, Luke said, "Thanks very much." They watched the security guard say a few words to Dillon, who simply waved his hand impatiently. The security guard returned with a resigned look on his face. "Mr. Dillon has invited you in. You better not try anything." He had realized that Luke wasn't as harmless as he appeared. Smiling, Luke put his badge on, and Selena did the same. She knew that it was time to put on a show. When they reached Mr. Dillon, Luke greeted him politely. "Hello, Mr. Dillon Ellsworth." He sounded polite, but he didn't stretch out his hand nor bow, and was clearly just going through the formalities. Dillon didn't really care. He didn't look at Luke and continued to flirt with the young girls next to him. Ignoring that, Luke continued, you own a red Ferrari F355, don't you? Dylan cocked his head, as if trying to recall, but then smiled unconcernedly. I don't know, maybe. I have too many cars. Luke was almost amused by this pretentious show of wealth. He simply nodded and said, this particular car appeared on the road 2 kilometers away from this villa. A young girl in pajamas, similar to the girls next to you, was hit by the car and killed when it crashed into a tree on the roadside. Are you aware of this incident? The 2 girls looked shocked and doubtful when they heard this. Dylan didn't seem bothered at all. He asked, Hey, Toby, do you remember where that race car of mine is? The security guard replied solemnly, Sir, the F355 that this officer mentioned was stolen a week ago. We made a police report back then. Luke raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Someone stole your car and drove it back to your villa 2 days later to hit the girl. Dylan laughed in amusement. You're a cop. What are you being paid for if I have to tell you everything? To eat sh*t. Haha. He then looked at the security guard. Where are the newcomers today? Aren't they here yet? The security guard said, They're over there. Unperturbed, Luke took a casual glance in the direction they were looking at, and was stunned. Selena was dumbfounded. What the heck? Another security guard led a group of girls over. They were all gorgeous and dressed beautifully. One of the girls exclaimed in delight. Huh? Why are you here? Luke narrowed his eyes. I'm here for work. And you? The girl said with a smile, a senior told me about a party here and brought me with her. Luke sighed and pulled her away, before he asked in a low voice, Jimena, do you really not know what sort of place this is? Jimena was confused at first, but then seemed to realize something. Are you jealous? Don't worry, I won't let them take advantage of me. Perimera is a senior from my school, and we have a pretty good relationship. She said I would be able to meet a lot of financial experts here. Luke was convinced by Jimena's genuine delight. She didn't look flustered at all. She was now a part-time clerk at Nakatomi Corporation. For Luke's sake, Takagi had arranged a position for her with much better pay than for regular employees. Luke often gave her little pragmatic gifts, like phones, perfume, makeup, purses, and so on. These gifts were mid-range products that were suitable for her job, so Jimena was able to save quite a bit on necessary expenses. They had been meeting several times a month, and she wasn't a Secret Service agent. It was impossible for her to hide any changes from Luke. His sharp nose would have easily detected any abnormalities in her. So, that Perimera senior had tricked her into coming here. This was how treacherous a person could be. Jimena wasn't short of money. Anybody with a brain would be able to tell that from her clothes and her daily expenses. Then why would Perimera bring her here? Luke didn't believe in a pure and kind-hearted senior. This was more a person who wanted to drag down someone who was living a better life than she was into the abyss with her so that they could be ruined and filthy together. There were always people who felt happy when they saw other people doing poorly in life. Blacklist that *tch. She's trying to set you up, said Luke. Jimena gave an "oh" of surprise, but already had a faint inkling of what was going on. Actually, as soon as she had arrived at the beach, she had noticed that something wasn't right. Jimena would have left immediately if she hadn't come with her friends. Dylan got up and walked over to them. Hey, this is the playmate I called over. Get lost and don't disturb us, got it? As he spoke, he reached for Jimena's arm. Jimena subconsciously hid behind Luke. Luke slapped away the man's hand, and this young master cried out in pain. F***ck. What are you doing? Luke turned to Jimena and blinked at her. Are you here to party? Jimena was stumped for a moment before she caught on, and she quickly shook her head. No. My senior told me that this is an upper-class party for business elites to discuss recent financial trends in Los Angeles. I'm only here to learn. Luke turned back to Dylan. playmate? Dylan smirked. Prude. He then returned to his original seat and took a deep whiff of a small pile of white crystals with a rolled-up $100 note. Lifting his head with a contented look, he seemed even more deranged. You're just a third-rate B*TCH who's here to sell yourself. Who are you pretending to be? Just because you know a small police officer, you won't admit it now. Everybody whom that SL*T perimeter brings is also a SL*T. Ha! Looking at Dylan who was high and crazy, Luke suddenly laughed. He stepped forward and knocked away the two security guards next to Dylan, before he pressed Dylan's face into the crystals on the table. You are now suspected of illegal drug possession and use, Mr. Dylan. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you do say can be used against you in a court of law. Luke unhurriedly recited the necessary lines for an arrest. He then handcuffed Dylan and pressed down on the guy's neck with his left hand. Dylan, who had been cocky a moment ago, couldn't say a single word now. He could barely breathe under Luke's hand. Everybody who noticed the scene was shocked. A young officer had actually arrested Dylan Ellsworth in his home. Was this some kind of show? Grimly, the two security guards tried to pull Luke off of Dylan. Pressing down on Dylan's neck and forcing him to stoop before Jimena, Luke raised his badge with the other hand. Guys, don't tell me you aren't armed. The security guards immediately stopped and pulled back their hands. Luke and Selena had been wearing their badges since they came to the beach. Anybody who wasn't blind would have seen them. Luke was within his right as a police officer to kill the security guards if they tried to stop him when they were armed, since he could argue that they had intended to assault him. The beach was a public venue, after all, and Luke had law enforcement power here. Watched by dozens of people, the magnificent Dylan was hauled off the beach and stuffed into the back seat of a car like a dog, and Luke sat next to him. Jimena followed Luke out, and sat in the passenger seat. The two security guards were making phone calls with unsightly expressions, but neither of them dared to stop Luke. Luke certainly didn't seem easy to deal with. Nobody knew what the Ellsworth family would do to the young officer, but for now, the security guards didn't dare try anything. In the car, Selena looked at Dylan in the back seat and sighed helplessly. My beach picnic was ruined by this sort of person. Jimena lowered her head. I'm sorry, Selena, it was my bad. Selena glanced at her. Enough, you better be smarter in the future. You're lucky you met us today, otherwise. She remembered the girl in pajamas who had been knocked down on the side of the road. Jimena was also from Texas, after all. She wasn't a bad person, and she and Luke were close. Of course Selena didn't want to see anything happen to her. Luke said from the back seat, it's fine. We were here to work a case, after all. Jimena hummed a response and fell silent. She was curious about Selena and Luke's relationship, but decided in the end to drop it. She wasn't Luke's girlfriend, and had even less intention of getting married anytime soon, so it wasn't her concern. Half an hour later, when they passed a bus stop, Jimena asked Selena to stop the car, and said that she would take the bus back herself. Luke didn't stop her. He let her go, and gestured to indicate that he would call her. They then returned to the police department, and transferred Dylan to an interrogation room and handcuffed him to a table. Dylan's mind was a lot clearer now that the effect of the drug had faded. He asked suspiciously, "Don't you know who I am?" Luke and Selena smiled at each other. One of them took out a phone, and the other began reading the case file. After 2 minutes, Dylan couldn't tolerate the strange silence. Hey, there's something you want to ask since you've arrested me, isn't there? Luke looked up from the phone. Sorry, but there isn't. You just need to stay quiet here, and don't disturb us while we're doing research, okay? Dylan exclaimed, F***CK. What do you want? Luke rose and said to Selena, let's go. We'll just leave him to scream here. Dylan was lost for words. Are you messing with me? But Luke and Selena didn't return after they left. Elsa had arrived at the observation room next door. The moment Luke closed the door, she asked, "Why did you arrest Dylan?" Luke chuckled and sat down in a chair. "He took illegal drugs right in front of our faces, which was an obvious violation. As an upright detective, I couldn't ignore it." Elsa was stumped for a moment. She sat down as well and tapped the table softly. A moment later, she looked at Luke and asked, "Did you do this on purpose?" Luke shrugged. "I believe this is clear and high-profile enough, right?" Elsa looked at Dylan again. Not only wasn't he in his right mind, there were also a lot of white crystals on his face. Anybody from the forensics department would be able to present a report in a few hours to confirm his drug abuse. It wasn't that serious a crime, but since Luke had caught Dylan red-handed with the evidence all over Dylan's face, it was possible to sentence him to a few months in prison. Considering how spoiled the guy was, he would probably collapse after a few days in prison, let alone a few months. Looking at Luke and Selena as they sat down again leisurely, Elsa realized what Luke was up to. All this was just an act. Somebody wanted the police to use the case of the girl in pajamas to go after the Ellsworth family, and Luke immediately arrested Dylan, a grandson of the family. However, Luke didn't interrogate the guy after he arrested him. Clearly, he was waiting for someone from the Ellsworth family to rescue the fool. He had never planned to send Dylan to prison in the first place. As for why he arrested Dylan at that particular moment, Luke definitely wouldn't admit that it was because of the man's bad attitude. Nope, Luke wasn't such a petty person. Looking at his phone, Luke said casually, "Boss, we'll just wait here. You can go back to your business." After a brief hesitation, Elsa rose and said, "Remember not to cross the line. You've done enough." Luke said, "Got it." After Elsa returned to her office, she pondered for a moment, then summoned Elizabeth. "Didn't the department receive invitations to some school activities recently?" Elizabeth nodded. "Yes, we received a lot." Elsa said, "Do any of the activities run for 5 to 10 days and hours drive out of the city? List them for me." Elizabeth nodded and checked the files. Elsa's eyes flashed as she finally made up her mind. "I have to keep this guy away from muddy waters. The Ellsworths aren't the most reasonable people." She knew that Luke always exercised restraint during his operations, but Dylan and his Uncle Wolf from the Ellsworth family had never been low-key. On the other side, Dylan was beginning to feel regret after he was left in the interrogation room on his own for half an hour. He almost missed the two officers. He couldn't do anything here, and the dull and shabby room was absolutely bare. His hands were still handcuffed to the table, and he couldn't even switch to a more comfortable position. Thankfully, the Ellsworth family was as powerful as it was said to be, and Luke soon received Sonia's call. "Luke, Wolf Ellsworth is here. Be careful. His lawyer is pretty tough." Luke gestured at Selena and asked, "Oh. Which lawyer is it?" Sonia said, "Ellen Shaw. He isn't some big shot lawyer, but he always achieves his objectives by hook or by crook. He's quite tricky." Luke hummed a response and said, "Got it." After a brief hesitation, Sonia added, "He's a lawyer from Young Frit Barati." Luke asked, "Is that a problem?" Sonia said, "That law firm has always worked for the Ellsworth family." Luke got it. "Thank you, Sonia." Since the law firm had always worked for the Ellsworth family, it couldn't be very clean. So, Luke had to be very careful and not allow the lawyer to grab hold of any weakness. Outside the observation room, Luke and Selena saw 4 men at the end of the hallway. In the lead was a middle-aged man who looked a little like Tony Stark. They didn't have similar features, but they both had the obvious air of a playboy. Also, this guy obviously wasn't as talented as Tony, or he would be just as famous all over the country. Thus, this guy wasn't some secret savior of the world, but a genuine playboy, Wolf Ellsworth. Half a step behind him was a slightly plump young lawyer who was no more than 30 years old. He was followed by 2 bodyguards. Luke merely gave them a glance, before he opened the door to the interrogation room. Dylan, who had been so bored he was about to knock his head against the wall, finally raised his head. "What do you want?" "I'm going to file a complaint." Luke didn't even bother to look at him. This guy was just a stage prop, and was no longer useful. He might be the descendant of a powerful family, but he lacked the necessary qualities to make something of himself. Dylan was still ranting, when the door of the interrogation room opened and Wolf's team walked in. "The interrogation is over, detective," said the young lawyer Ellen as he looked at Luke and Selina. Luke shrugged and waved at Dylan. Dylan's mind seemed to have cleared up. "Get me out of here. These two people left me alone in this small sh*thole as soon as we got here." Ellen was lost for words. After a brief silence, he tried a different tack. "As I understand it, you barged into Dylan's home without a warrant." Luke stopped him again and looked at Dylan. Dylan lowered his head in embarrassment. "We were having a party on the beach." Ellen was confused, but Wolf seemed to realize something, and awkwardly whispered into the lawyer's ear. Ellen's expression was conflicted, and he looked like he wanted to hit someone. "If you Ellsworths are rich enough to build a seaside villa, why didn't you *king by the beach as well?" Luke was secretly amused. It was clear that the lawyer had been summoned in a hurry and hadn't checked the details of the matter yet, thus resulting in this embarrassing slip-up. Wolf Ellsworth said, "My apologies, detective, my lawyer was a little hasty. From what I can see, Dylan behaved inappropriately, and there's no need to assign blame in this matter. Considering the exact state of affairs, however, this is our family matter." At that moment, the door to the interrogation room opened again, and Dustin walked in. He stretched out his hand to the visitors with a smile. "Mr. Ellsworth, I'm sorry that you had to come in person." Luke watched them exchange formalities and didn't say anything. Once the formalities were over and they exchanged a few more words, Wolf shook hands with Dustin again and said, "Thank you for your cooperation, Captain." Dustin's face changed slightly, but he kept smiling. "All right, Mr. Dylan is free to go after the paperwork is sorted out." It was only a rumor that he would be promoted to captain, and Wolf was obviously implying something when he addressed Dustin that way. Perhaps Wolf was insinuating that if Dustin wasn't discreet, the position would never be his. Dylan was overjoyed. He laughed when Luke undid his handcuffs. "See? You still have to let me go, right?" Luke hummed a response. "Which is why I especially turned on my body camera when I arrested you this morning." "Happy?" Everybody was stunned. For a moment, Dylan didn't understand. "So what?" Luke chuckled. "Nothing much. The forensics department collected evidence from you when you first came in, right? I sent a copy to the forensics center in Las Vegas and tagged it as urgent." Everybody was lost for words. Wolf signaled to his bodyguards, and they covered Dylan's mouth and dragged him out. After Dylan disappeared from the room, Wolf fixed his gaze on Luke. "You are?" Luke smiled. "I'm just a minor detective, you don't have to bother with me, Mr. Ellsworth." Wolf narrowed his eyes and nodded. "Very well, let's get to know each other if an opportunity arises." He then stepped out. After he was some distance away, he said to Ellen, "Reach out to that detective later and see what he wants to do with the evidence." Ellen nodded. It was impossible for a lawyer to earn the big bucks without doing the dirty work. On the other side, Luke watched Wolf slap Dylan in the face while they waited for the paperwork to be sorted out, before he hugged his nephew and left the police department. Staring at the backs of the uncle and nephew, Luke suddenly asked Selina, "Don't you think they're very similar?" Selina subconsciously nodded. "Yep, their temperaments, their looks, their way of doing things." "Wait, are you saying?" Luke raised his hand to stop her from saying it out loud. He returned to his desk and whistled a tune from his previous life. What a unique green hat. Dustin instantly summoned Luke the moment Wolf and Dylan left the police department. Luke and Selina went to his office, closed the door, and stood in front of him obediently. Dustin's expression was inscrutable. He simply said, "This is enough, stop looking at this case. Don't you have other cases to work on?" Luke nodded. "Got it, boss." Pondering for a moment, Dustin said, "Look out for that Ellen Shaw. He has some annoying little tricks." Luke looked puzzled. Dustin didn't really care for the young lawyer, and said bluntly, "He often uses tricks that aren't entirely legal to achieve his goals, like framing someone or sensationalizing groundless accusations, but once a compromise is reached, he'll stop and wipe the slate clean, which is why nobody is willing to pick a bone with him." Luke understood and nodded. "Got it. Then we'll work on other cases first." Dustin nodded and went back to his own work. Luke and Selina dropped in on Elsa before they left in their car. It was already noon. Luke and Selina had lunch, then headed for the outskirts. This was the case that Elsa had given to them earlier. Now that they were done with their song and dance opposite the Ellsworth family, they could resume working on regular cases. Flipping through the case file, Selina said, "It happened the day before yesterday. A driver reported that someone attempted to carjack the fuel truck he was driving." Luke nodded. Selina added, "However, this fuel truck wasn't registered, and his cargo clearly wasn't clean either." Luke remarked, "Robbing a fuel truck? Are they crazy? How much fuel can it hold?" Selina checked the file and said, "The driver didn't say, but according to the field report, this particular fuel truck was a big guy with a 50-ton capacity. Truly a huge sum of money." Luke snorted. Fuel and a fuel truck were much easier to track than cash. Also, there had only been slightly more than 10,000 gallons in this truck, and at $2 a gallon, the fuel would only have been worth $30,000 at most. Furthermore, if the price had to be lowered given that it was stolen fuel, then the gains would be even less. As they spoke, they arrived at their destination, which was a high slope. They stopped the car to look at the long road that ran downward as well as the fuel truck that had flipped and burned on the side of the road. "Looks like it was a violent robbery," Selina remarked. Luke nodded, and both of them walked down the slope. They found scattered parts of the fuel truck on the way, and there were clear traces of burning here and there as well. Fortunately, this was a remote hill with basically nothing but dirt and rock. If there had been any trees around, the burning might have caused a mountain fire. Luke and Selina circled the fuel truck and examined it. Luke finally said, "The fuel truck blew up completely, those robbers wasted their efforts." Selina answered casually, "Who knows, it might have been just for thrills, they would get more money from stealing a few luxury cars." Luke looked around and said, "This place actually has a nice view. How about we catch some rays on the peak later, since we didn't get to do so at the beach yesterday?" Selina was only dazed for a moment, before she smiled. She had her own guess as to whether Luke had been putting on a show yesterday or doing it for Jimena. But since he was willing to make up for it today, Selina decided to forgive him. She turned back to look at the mountain ridge behind her, which did have great sun. They weren't really concerned about the fuel truck robbery. Nobody died, and only a truck had been burned. In Los Angeles, this wasn't really a big deal. As they walked back, Selina started looking for a good sunbathing spot. Suddenly, two black SUVs drove up the road. Luke was stumped for a moment, before he smiled. "Yo, fancy running into a familiar face in this wilderness." The black SUV stopped next to them, and a tall, beautiful woman with braided hair got out from the passenger side. "Hey, Luke, Selina." Luke and Selina nodded and smiled. "Hi, Palmer." It was none other than the DEA agent. She gestured and the three of them walked over to some shade on the side. She then asked in a low voice, "Are you here about the fuel truck robbery?" Luke nodded. "It's a huge robbery case with explosions and fires, we just had to check it out." After a brief hesitation, Palmer said, "Do you have any leads?" Luke shook his head. "No, we just arrived." We haven't even examined the field yet. He was amused when he noticed Palmer's expression. If you have something to say, just spit it out. We're friends, after all. Palmer smiled awkwardly. This case is related to a lead that we've been working on. Noticing Luke and Selina's curiosity, she nodded helplessly. All right, it's actually about the maker. We suspect that the guy hired someone to smuggle in goods from Mexico. So? Luke asked, so, you're worried that us following the trail will alert the maker? Palmer smiled and said nothing, but it was clearly a yes. She murmured in her heart, at your level, if that group runs into the both of you, all our leads on the maker will disappear completely. After Luke saved Palmer last time, the DEA had cut a deal for the sniper to be transferred from Westside. It was from this sniper that Palmer and her colleagues had learned more about the maker. Although they still didn't know the maker's true identity, they had been able to suss out an important drug transportation route. At the same time, Palmer had gotten a deeper understanding of Luke's combat ability. That sniper was a special force veteran, but he didn't even see Luke before the latter knocked him out. Palmer didn't think it would take Luke long to crack this case. Luke chuckled and said, this case isn't important. We can drop it if you want, so, how has Martin been? Palmer was quiet for a moment, and seemed a little down. Martin isn't in the best shape. Rogers already helped him contact a quiet nursing home in the countryside where he'll get more complete therapy. Luke was stunned. Is Martin's condition that serious? He had been too busy in the last few days with the cases that Roger and Martin had transferred to them to notice. But thinking about it, he understood. The fewer people who knew about Martin's condition, the better. If word got out, Martin might not be able to go back to work even if he recovered. Palmer was only telling Luke because the latter had been nice to Martin and she trusted him. Luke nodded. You know him better than I do. Consider this a favor. We haven't started working on this case yet. You can have it. Palmer looked at him and said, thank you. Luke waved his hand. All right, don't let us take up your time. Selina and I are going to have a picnic on the ridge. Feel free to have some food with us if you have the time. Palmer, huh? A moment later, 4 DEA agents, including Palmer, started their investigation. A 30-year-old male agent turned back to look at the ridge and remarked, young, beautiful, and free to do what they want, I'm jealous. Palmer glanced at the two of them and quickly looked away. He's called Luke. The male agent was her new partner and didn't really react to her words. Skywalker? Palmer chuckled. Luke Coulson, from the Major Crimes Division. The male agent was stunned for a moment. Wait, that name, he's that Luke. Palmer continued examining the field as she said, yes. If you've heard about the Nakatomi Plaza case, that's him. Thinking for a moment, the male agent immediately shut up. The Nakatomi Plaza case was a big deal. More than $640 million in bonds, more than 50 hostages, explosions, and heavily armed robbers pretending to be terrorists, it had all the elements of a headliner. To protect the officers involved in the case, Luke and McLean's personal information wasn't made public, but as another policing agency, the DEA knew a bit of the inside story. For example, they knew that one of the detectives was from Los Angeles and had contributed significantly to the battle. The rumors were never officially confirmed, but the police officers in Los Angeles had all heard some things, such as how there was an officer in LAPD who was crazy good at fighting. The male agent had a lot of complicated feelings when he saw such a legendary person catching some rays on the ridge. He didn't dare comment on Luke anymore, or he might appear jealous and leave a bad impression on Palmer. On the ridge, Selina enjoyed her drink and looked at the detectives who were searching for leads. Is it really alright that we're taking it so easy? Holding a piece of opera cake in his hand, Luke said, I don't think Agent Palmer would be happy if we're more proactive. Selina asked, hey, are you always this unrestrained in front of a beautiful woman? Luke chuckled. This one has Director Bill behind her. Selina nodded and said, what are you thinking? Luke shrugged. This isn't a big favor, and Palmer can't refuse when I ask her to do something for me later. Selina thought for a moment, and realized that it did make sense. The DEA wasn't simple. It was more like a combat unit compared with regular police departments. At the same time, they had dense intelligence networks in the Americas and parts of Asia. It was definitely worth doing this favor for Palmer, who had powerful supporters in the DEA. Luke and Selina spent a leisurely afternoon, and Palmer waved at them before she left. She was too busy climbing the mountain to say goodbye to them in person. Luke had planned to take it easy until 5 o'clock before they returned home for dinner, but his phone rang slightly past 4. He said something over the phone, and then said to Selina, "Let's go to the hospital." Selina asked, "What for?" She began to pack up. Luke said, "Do you remember the woman who was shot when that baby was taken? She called me and said that her husband wants to thank us in person." Selina found that odd. Why thank us? After the gunfight in the park, they could have easily sued Luke for causing her to be shot, and it wouldn't be a surprise. Luke shrugged. For saving her. Her husband insists on meeting us. They got to the hospital and met the woman in a regular ward. Luke hugged her with a smile and asked, "How's it going, May? Is your leg better?" The woman called May grinned, showing off her gleaming white teeth. "Much better. The doctor says that my leg will be fine with enough rest and recuperation." Luke nodded. "That's good to know. Do you have any other problems? Like medical costs or whatnot?" May quickly shook her head. "Everything's fine. I have insurance." Luke said, "Do tell me if you're in any trouble. I can raise some funds for you." May nodded. "I'll go to you for help if I need it." At that moment, a middle-aged man walked into the ward with a boy who was about 3 years old. The boy was playing and pretending to shoot a toy gun. May raised her hand. "Ben, come here." She then turned her head and said to Luke and Selina, "This is Benjamin, my husband." Luke and Selina smiled and shook hands with Benjamin. Benjamin was a nice guy, who sincerely expressed his gratitude after the formalities. Luke said with a smile, "Actually, I quite admire May. She wasn't scared at all when she was faced with 4 robbers." Benjamin smiled bitterly. "Thank you, but I wish I was the one who had encountered them instead." Looking at his expression, Luke smiled and said, "No, it's best if this doesn't happen again. You're not a police officer, and it's not your duty to crack down on robbers." While they were chatting, the boy suddenly asked Luke, "Are you a police officer?" Luke nodded with a smile. "Yes." "Did you save May?" the boy asked again. Luke pondered for a moment before he shook his head. "No, May saved a baby, and I only helped her deal with the bad guys." The boy frowned. "So, May beat up the bad guys too?" He was obviously doubtful. Luke was amused. "To me, she did." The boy nodded. "I'm going to be a police officer, and I'll help May beat up the bad guys too when I grow up." Everybody looked at each other in amusement. Luke rubbed the boy's head and said, "Is he your son?" "He's cute." May chuckled. "He's our child, and lives with us now." Looking at May's and Benjamin's faces, Luke had a faint inkling. He immediately changed the topic and asked, "What's his name?" Benjamin replied, "Peter." Luke said, "Huh. He's a smart boy." After a short chat, Luke and Selina got up and said goodbye. Little Peter followed Benjamin to the door and waved at them as they left. At hospital reception, Luke flashed his badge and asked for May's bill. Looking at the figure on the bill, he asked, "Has the bill been paid?" The receptionist shook her head. "They only paid the deposit." Luke thought for a moment, and then called Jenny to give her a few instructions. Outside the hospital, Selina asked curiously, "Why are you covering her medical bill?" Luke thought for a moment and answered, "Because she's beautiful and kind-hearted." Selina snorted. She is indeed beautiful, but she's already 39, alright. She does look like she's only in her 20s, so many women would be jealous. Luke nodded in agreement. So, we should help the beautiful and kind-hearted people of this world. Selina stopped asking and simply rolled her eyes at him. Usually, when a man said that a woman was beautiful and kind-hearted, he was implying that she was gullible. Luke had called Jenny to find an excuse and pay off the rest of May's medical fees in the name of his company. From what Luke could see, he knew that May's family wasn't exactly rich. They might be able to cover the medical fees, but it would severely affect their quality of life. In the meantime, medical insurance companies had a lot of tricks, such as demanding that patients use a doctor on the list they provided, or they might refuse to cover the costs. May's injury was an accident. It remained to be seen when and how much the insurance company would cover, or if they would at all. Luke didn't want to see May fall into an awkward and troublesome situation for doing a good thing. Actually, a large part of May's injury could be blamed on Mr. Smith. On the other hand, Mr. Smith did Luke a great favor by finishing off Henry, an important member of the Ellsworth family, and making a very special ability available to him. Now, Luke was returning the favor by lending a hand to May, who had unfortunately been caught up in it, for his peace of mind. If he just needed to spend some money to fix a problem, he wouldn't hesitate to do so. They drove home. Elizabeth then called to tell them that Chris was here. Luke asked and learned that the visitors had arrived in the afternoon, so he invited them to his place for dinner. Elizabeth hesitated for a moment. "Is that all right?" Luke chuckled. "It's fine, I'll be able to talk to Chris then." Recalling Luke's earlier proposal, Elizabeth agreed. "All right, we're on our way." 40 minutes later, 2 cars reached Luke's house. Luke and Selina opened the gate for them and let the cars in. The visitors got out of the cars, and Luke hugged the mature and charming sheriff and kissed her cheek. "Samantha, it's so great to see you. We can have a lot of fun in the next few days." Elizabeth smiled bitterly. "A lot of fun? It seems you don't know what Elsa has arranged for you yet." Luke hugged Ashley, and then picked up Mike to spin him around. "Haha. How have you been, my entomologist?" Mike struggled. "I'm doing fine. Don't treat me like a little kid." Luke put him down with a smile. "Okay. Then learn to take care of yourself and your mom." Then, it was Chris. Luke shook hands with him and patted his back. "You look sharp, Chris." Chris smiled at him. "You too." Luke lowered his head and picked up a black and white animal that was tugging at his pants. "Wow, our hellhound Mr. Bruce is getting tougher." He then pressed down until the little dog stopped squirming. Luke then reached out with one arm to hug Gladys, who was smiling on the side. "I'm glad to see you here, Gladys." Gladys took Bruce back with a smile. "Me too. Let me take this naughty guy." Selina greeted each of them, before they all went into the house. A moment later, they moved to the back of the house to have dinner, where everybody was more used to the bigger space. Very soon, the group was clearly divided into 2. Although Samantha was almost 40, she was still very charming. Of all the women that Luke had met, only May could compare with her. Ashley was a younger version of her mother and even more attractive because of her youth. If Luke approached them, it might cause a misunderstanding, so it was Selina who kept them entertained. Gladys was old and smart and could take care of herself. Elizabeth was the best bridge between the 2 parties, and could also look after her siblings. Luke, on the other hand, pulled Chris aside to talk to him in private. Nobody else joined them, although they glanced at the 2 men chatting over alcohol every now and then. Mike had wanted to go over, but was stopped by Elizabeth, the sister he idolized. Luke and Chris talked for about half an hour. In the end, Luke patted Chris's shoulder and said, "If you're willing to accept my offer, call my secretary, Jenny. I'm busy at work and might have no time for this, but you can come find me if you're in any trouble." Chris accepted the card which Luke gave him, and went back to dinner, but he was clearly absent-minded. An hour later, Luke and Selena saw them off at the gate, where Bobby was already waiting for them in his car. Luke said with a smile, "I told you that I would cover your stay here. Mr. Bobby Max will take you to the hotel. I've already booked the rooms." Elizabeth was about to say something, but seeing Luke's expression, she decided to keep quiet. Luke was gentle and firm. Eventually, with Elizabeth's persuasion, her family finally went to the hotel with Bobby. After the two cars left, Selena asked, "You're not exactly someone who likes to take risks. Why are you so enthusiastic about this?" Luke chuckled and walked back into the house. "Let's go in first. I'll tell you about it." In the house, he explained everything to Selena, and she was shocked. "Are you kidding?" Luke shrugged. "No. Actually, I brought back evidence and personally verified it." Selena was speechless. "I knew it. You wouldn't be so proactive if you weren't getting anything out of it." Luke chuckled and didn't say anything. He then called Jenny and told her about Chris. They then trained respectively, and after that, Selena went to bed, while Luke kept working. After the battle at Smith's apartment building, Luke had realized some problems. He needed to take the environment into consideration when he used his weapon, and using subsonic bullets was one example. Subsonic bullets were bullets that were slower than sound when shot. Since they weren't as fast as the speed of sound, the sound of the gunshot was substantially reduced. In order to achieve this effect, subsonic bullets usually had less gunpowder in them. But this would affect the gun's accuracy, and quickly tarnish the inside of the gun barrel. To overcome this problem, the shape and weight of the bullet had to be changed. Thus, Luke's gun and bullets would all be custom-made. Naturally, he wouldn't go out to buy them. It wasn't easy to find suppliers who sold this sort of unique bullet, plus they wouldn't be as effective as whatever he modified himself. With the subsonic bullets and the special silencer, his pistol would be as close to being soundless as it could get. That was right, this would be Luke's exclusive weapon for sneak attacks. Since it was for sneak attacks, the various shortcomings of the subsonic bullets weren't too important. Generally speaking, his target would be within a 50-meter range when he needed to use these bullets. In the battle at Smith's hideout, Luke had been no more than 20 meters from the shooters. Thus, he was fine with a gun that had less precision and power. He just needed to practice and get used to the special bullets. Also, the key to sneak attacks was to hide oneself. He couldn't attack too frequently if he didn't want to expose his position. Thus, he only needed several hundred of these special bullets. Luke couldn't think of any situation where he would need to use so many subsonic bullets. It didn't take much effort to make these bullets, and he had churned them out in the last few days. He tried the bullets with a modified P226 and felt they were fine. Pleased, he then went to bed. When Luke and Selena got to the police department the next morning, they had barely sat down when Elsa summoned Luke to her office. The moment he entered, Elsa slapped a piece of paper on his chest. Luke took the paper and asked, "What's this?" Elsa said, "Your new case." Luke unfolded the sheet of paper, only to see that it was a poster. He was suspicious. "Spring camp? What's this got to do with me?" Elsa explained, "Our Westside department interacts with LA number 37 public school every year. For example, we send elite detectives to give daily training and safety lessons as part of the school's camp activities, and at the same time to keep an eye on the overly exuberant kids. You know, it's not unusual for some to get lost or fall into pits every year." Luke was lost for words for a moment, before he said, "Seriously? Boss, you're actually kicking me out to Crystal Cove State Park? That's 80 kilometers from Los Angeles. After I get off work, I still have to drive 2 hours back home." Elsa's expression was serene. "The camp committee will give you a dorm free of charge. The department will also reimburse you for food expenses." Luke said, "You've got everything covered, don't you?" Elsa nodded at him. You've done a good job. The boss and I both feel that it's better for you to stay away for a couple of days. Luke said resignedly, when do I leave? Elsa said, today. The officer over there will wait to do the handover with you before leaving. It would be best if you get that done by 4 in the afternoon. There was nothing Luke could do but nod and prepare to leave the office, leave Selina behind. The camp only has a quota for 1 police officer, Elsa added. Luke turned his head. It's a waste that you don't work in HR, boss. Elsa said, that was my major in college. Do you have a problem? Luke was speechless. No. He told Selina about the arrangement, and her face filled with despair. What am I going to do when you're gone? Luke said, relax, I'm going to go home first and get ready. While I'm at it, I'll make you some snacks and food for the next few days. You won't starve. Selina was gloomy. But you'll be on vacation while I still have to work. Luke chuckled. I've already told you, if you have the opportunity to slack off, there's no need to be so proactive. Selina nodded listlessly and dropped her head on her desk with a thump after Luke left. When Elizabeth heard the noise, she came over and patted Selina on the shoulder. The boss asked me to look into it yesterday. The one I chose is only for 2 weeks, and the previous officer has already been there for almost that long, so it's just a few more days. Hang in there. What could Selina say? This was clearly to help keep Luke out of trouble, and she wasn't the one who had pissed off Dylan, so she certainly didn't have to go. After consoling her, Elizabeth put a stack of case files on her desk, her face full of sympathy. This is your assignment for now. The boss told me to tell you that you won't be on field duty for now. Selina was going to knock her head on the wall in despair. It turned out she was too naive, after all. Elsa was protecting her as well. It was just that Luke had been sent out, while she was stuck in the office. Wasn't it going to be boring as hell? Looking at her, Elizabeth couldn't help but say in a low voice, you can come in to work late and leave early, you're not on field duty anyway, so a couple of hours less don't really matter. What could Selina say? Even someone as diligent as Elizabeth was telling her to take it easy. She could only languish away in the office now. Thanks, Elizabeth. Elizabeth smiled. Let me know if you need any information on tough cases. Selina nodded. While Selina returned to the life of a desk job officer after so long, Luke went home to pack and prepare a huge amount of food for Selina. To make sure that she didn't finish all of it in one go, Luke made sure to divide the food into various lunch boxes that could be heated up separately. After everything was done, it was only noon. Not in a hurry to set off, he called Selina. Come back for lunch. Selina came home and wolfed everything down, then lay unmoving on the couch as she listened to Luke's reminders. Mainly, he had to tell her about the security measures at home. He was the one who usually took care of it since he slept late and woke up early. Luke had no enemies on the surface, but after being a police detective for a while, who knew if he would run into a psycho or a vindictive man one day, so safety was everything. After all the nagging, Selina finally asked, do you have your own protective measures? Luke was caught by surprise. What? Selina said, you're only 18 years and 9 months old. Those students are still your peers. Students now, hee, you know. Luke was lost for words. This is an official department activity. If I do something, nobody will keep me on. Selina snorted. Fine, my bad. I just hope that when you come back, you don't have a pocket full of slips of paper with phone numbers on them. Luke's expression was inscrutable. All right, I'll remember. Selina asked, wait, what will you remember? The slips of paper. Looking at Selina's face, Luke finally finished the sentence, I won't bring them home. Selina didn't know what to say. She went back to work at 1:30. Luke told her to take their police car, while he took a second-hand Ford. With his countless modifications, the police car was much safer and sturdier, and more suitable for Selena. Luke was going on a vacation, and didn't need that much protection. If anyone wanted to take action against him while he was out, they would be more than welcome. He also brought a huge pile of items that might be of use, like a sleeping bag, tent, a field lamp, and some tools. He would just need to go through the motions with the students' training, and the main school activity was camping. The previous officer would also have already gone through the safety training and things that the students needed to know. He couldn't waste all the free time he would have on his hands. Apart from doing handicraft work, he could also go through the information he had on the gangs in Los Angeles, and figure out his next target. He hadn't been very active at night in recent months. He always locked onto a target beforehand, then waited for the right moment to get rid of them. He didn't touch small fry who didn't deserve death. His targets were confirmed hardcore gangsters. These were people with verified criminal records in Los Angeles. As for lesser gangsters, there would definitely be some informants or even undercover police officers among them, and Luke would be in trouble if he accidentally killed them. Even if they just went missing, it would draw the FBI or DEA's attention. Both the FBI and DEA had planted a lot of undercover agents in various gangs, but few of these agents were part of the leadership, nor would they have local criminal histories. Generally speaking, undercover agents often assumed the identities of criminals from other states, and the local gangsters wouldn't be familiar with them. It would be too easy to be found out if they pretended to be local criminals. Thanks to Luke's caution, he hadn't killed the wrong person yet. Why was he certain of this? Because Daddy's system had never deducted credit points for him killing a wrong person yet. After more than 2 hours, Luke finally packed up all the stuff he needed. Looking at LA's clear sky, he sighed. It's still better here. His night operations once or twice a week could give him a tremendous amount of experience and credit points, along with whatever he earned from working on cases daily. It was absolutely better than some forest park. Unfortunately, Dustin and Elsa were clearly determined to keep him away from the Ellsworth family, so this vacation was unavoidable. Luke drove southeast down Route 405. It only took him an hour to cover the 80 kilometers since there wasn't any traffic. When he was 20 kilometers away from the campsite, he happened upon a young hitchhiker. She was a girl named Annie Lester. She was about 1.6 meters tall and had curly black hair. There were also cute freckles on her cheeks that were slightly red. After Luke picked her up, they chatted casually. Annie had graduated from high school half a year ago, and a relative had gotten her a recommendation to work at a campsite to make food for 20 children and 5 workers. Confused, Luke asked, "The campsite at Crystal Cove State Park? The one occupied by number 37 school?" Number 37 school had more people than that. Annie shook her head. "No, it seems it's a new campsite. It's kind of small and remote." As she spoke, Annie searched the super big bag she was carrying for a moment, then took out a map. After looking at it for a while, she finally nodded before she pointed to a location on the map and said, "It's around here." Luke glanced at the map and thought for a moment. That's about 20 kilometers to the northeast of number 37 school's campsite. There's a country road on the map that leads to the site. I'll ask around number 37 school's campsite first. If there aren't any cars around, I can take you there. Annie gave a brilliant smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons. That would be fantastic. As they chatted, the car reached the campsite. Luke was pleased to discover that the place had the necessary facilities. There was a small supermarket, a diner, an inn and a gas station. The officer who had been waiting for Luke at the hotel gave him the key and let the lady innkeeper know about the room transfer. He then hopped into his car and was about to drive off, itching to get home. It might be fun to live in the wild for a day or two, but if one stayed too long, it was boring as hell. Amused, Luke stopped the officer and asked him about the campsite that Annie was headed for. "It's kind of remote, and no cars go that way." The officer pointed in one direction and said, "There's a side road several hundred meters down that way. Take that smaller road, and after driving for about 40 minutes, you'll get there. However, the road conditions are really bad, so drive slowly. Luke thanked him with a smile and said to Annie, "Looks like I'll have to take you there." Annie nodded quickly. If Luke didn't drive her, she would have to either ask someone from the campsite to pick her up, or walk 30 or so kilometers on a country road with a backpack that weighed dozens of kilograms. Luke and Annie got back into the car and followed the officer's directions. Road conditions were indeed bad. There were a lot of cliffs and woody depressions around them, and if Luke wasn't careful, the car might not make it. Thanks to elementary driving, it wasn't too dangerous for Luke, but it still took him 20 minutes to get Annie to the campsite. At the camp entrance, a man who was bare to the waist was cutting down a tree. Noticing the car, he stopped and looked at the strangers. He smiled when he saw Annie. "Annie Lester?" Annie asked, "Stephen Christie?" The middle-aged bearded man smiled and said, "Yes. You can call me Uncle or Stephen." Annie said, "Okay, Stephen." "Oh, this is Luke. I don't know how long it would have taken me to get here, if it wasn't for him." Stephen patted the dust off his hands and shook Luke's hand. "Thanks, Luke. I was so busy that I forgot. Do you want anything to drink?" Since it was only slightly past 4, Luke wasn't in a hurry to go back. "Thank you, Stephen. The view here is nice," he said politely as he entered the campsite. This place was close to a lake, and next to a gentle slope. There was grass, trees, and a sandy shore. When the weather was good and the lake was clear, it was indeed a perfect place for a holiday. It was just that the road here was in bad condition, and might take a while to be fixed. A row of plain-looking log cabins had been set up on level ground not far from the lake, and would become the lodging for visitors. Stephen soon returned with a shirt on. He said with a smile, "Annie says that she'll make drinks. What would you like?" Luke replied, "Coffee is fine." Stephen hollered at a cabin on the end, which was the kitchen. Annie replied from inside. Luke spent half an hour at the camp. He didn't talk with Stephen for very long, since he was clearly busy as the camp manager. When Annie delivered the coffee, Stephen simply smiled and told them to have a chat, before he went back to business. Luke soon left the campsite with an additional number saved into his phone. Well, it wasn't on a slip of paper. When he left the campsite, he noticed its name on the way out. Camp Cries *****. Fine. Stephen hadn't replaced the old and ragged sign. Annie had told him earlier that it would be another 10 days before the camp was officially up and running. Obviously, a lot of things weren't finished yet. Actually, the 20 kids wouldn't arrive until the summer holiday at the end of May. Stephen had secured this big business himself. It was only the end of March right now, and there were still 2 more months to go. Luke shook his head with a smile. It would be a while before the camp started making money, who knew for how long that chirpy Annie could endure here. But that wasn't his concern. He sped up on his way back, and returned to the campsite just as the middle schoolers were let out for a break. The kids were all in the 9th grade. Most of them were 15 or 16. Selena's outrageous notion was really too much. Practically everybody here were minors, even if Luke was only 2 years older, it was a discernible gap. Fortunately, nobody saw Luke as a classmate. However, a lot of the young girls huddled together to stare at him and whisper to each other. Luke looked young, but he was clearly far more mature than a regular middle school student. It wasn't unusual that he would catch the attention of the girls who preferred that sort of thing. After questioning 2 of the girls who were sneaking peeks at him, Luke finally found the person in charge of number 37's camp activities. She was a middle-aged woman named Juliet Norton, and she was pretty fit. She was 1.75 meters tall and had dark brown hair and a square, plain face. She was wearing a tight t-shirt, which highlighted her muscles. Luke knew that she must work out a lot. They exchanged greetings, and Luke showed her his badge and explained that he would be replacing his colleague for the rest of the safety training. Juliet was a little surprised. After sizing him up, however, and even feeling his arm up and down, she said with a smile, "This physique. You've undergone special training, haven't you?" Luke smiled but didn't say anything. He didn't want to deal this lady a blow. Juliet recalled how his ID said that he was a level 2 detective in the Major Crimes Division, and her faint resentment disappeared. Generally speaking, those who worked out and kept fit the way Luke did couldn't touch drugs or anything, otherwise they wouldn't be able to maintain a proper body fat ratio. As a level 2 detective from the Major Crimes Division, he would be under a lot of internal supervision. That was enough to prove Luke's integrity and professionalism. It wasn't a big deal that Luke was younger. Actually, it was easier for a bigger boy of around the same age to restrain the other teenage boys. He could intimidate any of the boys here with sheer strength alone. For youngsters, strength and their fists were the simplest and most straightforward form of authority. Juliet summoned the rest of the teachers to explain the change in police officers. They were a mix of men and women, and between 20 and 40 years old. They were clearly both experienced and energetic, or they wouldn't be able to keep 100 kids under control. After they exchanged greetings, Luke asked what he should be doing the next day. Juliet said with a smile, "Actually, the officer's training is done. You just need to help keep an eye on the kids. Also, if there's an accident, we may need your help. You're a professional, after all." Luke nodded. "Okay, I'll have dinner first." Juliet said, "Let's go together. We usually eat at that small fast food place." Luke quickly shook his head. In such a beautiful environment, he wasn't keen on having fast food. "I can barbecue something. Would you like to join me?" he asked with a smile. Juliet hesitated. Luke looked at her expression and said, "The other teachers can all come if they want, but I don't have that many ingredients with me. Is there a place here where I can get fresh meat?" Looking at his friendly face, Juliet eventually accepted. "Thanks. I can buy some meat from the fast food place. There's firewood behind the building, I'll let them know, and you can take some first." So, she would be supplying the meat, and Luke just needed to cook it. After all, they weren't that familiar with each other yet for Luke to treat all of them to dinner for free. Luke nodded. "I'll get started first." He had seen a flat area near the lake that had no grass or trees. It was the perfect place for a barbecue or a bonfire party. Luke found firewood, and moved equipment from his car to the empty area near the lake. He then set up the grill. By the time he was done, Juliet had come over with 2 male teachers, and they were carrying a lot of meat. Juliet left after dropping the meat off. As the camp supervisor, she was quite busy, and the 2 male teachers were left behind to help Luke. It only took Luke 20 minutes to marinate the meat. Then, after telling the 2 teachers what they should pay attention to next, Luke was free. He took out a folding chair from his car and sat down by the lake with his laptop. He brought 2 bottles of beer over for the 2 male teachers in passing, while he sipped on hot tea that he had just made and read his files. The 2 teachers chatted over the cold beers in the evening breeze from the lake. Just like that, the sky turned dark after 6. Nothing except a faint red glow could be seen on the horizon. Luke put his laptop away, and after asking the teachers, learned that the kids were having dinner, which meant that it would soon be time for the faculty to take a break. He had the teachers skewer the marinated meat and start the fire. While the 2 teachers roasted the meat, Luke continued reading the files. The noisy campsite fell quiet around 7. Most of the kids had returned to their dorms. Juliet came over with 6 men and women and greeted Luke. "Thank you very much, Luke." Luke said with a smile, No, Joey and Duncan did most of the job. I was only responsible for marinating the meat." He greeted the people who came with her, and everybody sat down. All of them had brought their own utensils and plates, and Luke chopped the meat on the grill into chunks small enough to fit their plates. He was done in less than 5 minutes. There were no rules for an outdoor barbecue party. Everybody simply gathered round and talked to each other. Juliet sat next to Luke, and another 2 female teachers sat on the other side. They were clearly interested in him. They found Luke's age, looks, job, temperament and behavior very interesting. Nobody asked any personal questions, and Luke simply talked to them about unimportant issues. On the other hand, the teacher's conversation was an eye-opener for Luke. Maggie, one of the female teachers, said, "It's actually at night that we're more likely to have trouble. I caught 2 troublemakers last night who actually wanted to go for a midnight swim. The water might be shallow, but there won't be anybody around to save them if they have an accident in the middle of the night." Lily, another female teacher, also said, "At least you managed to stop them before they went in. When I was on duty the other night, 2 of them had already been skinny dipping for a while before I spotted their clothes on the bank during my patrol." Juliet nodded. "That's why this is the best campsite. After all, this moon lake is basically a pool. Even the deepest part is only 1.5 meters deep. There's less chance of an accident happening here than upriver, where the water is deep." It wasn't until then that Luke learned that the lake was called Moon Lake. Everybody left over an hour later after they were done eating and chatting, except for the 2 female teachers, who helped clean up. Luke talked to them while they were cleaning up, and learned that he wasn't assigned night duty or patrol. He was here mainly to deal with possible emergencies. For example, if dangerous wildlife appeared, he could use his gun to deal with it. The school had already informed the police about their program beforehand, and Luke was free to use a gun on campgrounds if necessary. The cleanup was soon done. Tactfully refusing Lily's offer of coffee, Luke took out a tent and a sleeping bag from his car and returned to the fire by the lake. He was going to make camp here. He had checked the room at the inn, and it wasn't anything spectacular. He also couldn't be bothered changing the previous officer's bedsheets, so he decided to camp out next to the lake. Since the teachers had mentioned that students might sneak out to swim at night, he could keep watch from here. After all, he only needed 2 hours of sleep. The night got darker. There was nothing but Luke and the bonfire next to the lake. The insects were blocked by the tent's mosquito netting, and Luke enjoyed hot tea and read files inside the tent. Except for the lack of a beautiful female companion, all was right with the world. At midnight, the fire outside the tent died out, and Luke pulled open the tent's outer layer. He crawled out of the tent and walked to the edge of the lake, looking at the ripples on the surface of the peaceful water. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps on the other side of the lake. Luke turned his head silently, and couldn't help being amused. 2 girls crept out to the lake in their slippers. After looking around, they quickly took off their shorts and t-shirts. They looked at each other and laughed quietly, but just as they were about to go into the water, Luke turned on his flashlight. He didn't shine it directly on them, but on the sand in front of them. "All right, this is your only warning. If I catch you again, I'll take you to Juliet." Both of the girls were startled. Luke's voice sounded unhurried and casual, and coupled with the flashlight which every teacher had when they went on patrol, the girls knew that they were busted. Hearing what Luke said, the girls quickly put on their shorts and t-shirts and quickly ran off. Luke chuckled inwardly after they disappeared. He had done that on purpose. In middle school, he had seen many tragic scenes of the dean catching mischievous troublemakers in the act. Luke had always wanted to try that, but since he had never wanted to be a teacher, he didn't think he would have the chance. Little did he expect that the police department would send him here to manage a bunch of students. As a keen bystander, Luke had concluded when was the best time to catch students in the act. It had to be when they were just about to make a mistake and before they fully succeeded. That halfway mark when students were trapped in their dilemma was the best. After that fully deserved bit of mischief, Luke didn't feel like sleeping. He simply locked his tent and started patrolling. He didn't need to check the campsite, as 2 teachers were on patrol duty every night. He focused on the lake, where mishaps were more likely to happen. Although the water was less than 2 meters deep, people could still drown, especially if they were short and were panicking. After walking for several hundred meters, Luke trained the flashlight on a tree. "I'll give you 10 seconds to put your clothes back on. If I catch you again, I'll take you to Juliet." With his keen ears, he could even hear 2 people putting their clothes on in a flurry behind the tree. Actually, Luke was only bluffing. He didn't think it was necessary to turn the kids in. He had graduated high school just a year ago, and knew that kids flushed with hormones wouldn't learn their lesson even after they were reprimanded, since they couldn't control themselves. Luke then turned off his flashlight. "What are you waiting for? You want me to see your naked butts?" There was rustling behind the tree, before a boy and a girl poked their heads out to look at him. "What are you looking at? Go back to camp, I'll be watching you until you enter your dorms." Luke continued to scare them. They lowered their heads and quickly ran back to camp. Luke followed them and watched them return to their respective dorms before he resumed his patrol. What energetic adolescence! Luke thought to himself. After making 2 rounds of the lake, Luke caught 5 kids who were up to no good. It wasn't until 4 o'clock in the morning that Luke finally returned to his tent and got some rest. On the second day, Luke finally saw what a typical day at camp was like. His biggest impression was that it was noisy. These 9th grade students were, to a large extent, still kids, and when they came together, it was bedlam. Some were fighting, some were shouting, some were laughing, some were cursing, and some were looking for the teachers or calling for their comrades. Luke decisively avoided them and kept his distance. He was grateful that Daddy's system hadn't told him to become a teacher, otherwise he would definitely beat these brats up one by one. Luke's morning was noisy yet peaceful. It was noisy in his ears, but peaceful in his heart. But someone arrived to disrupt that peace in the afternoon. Looking at the young man who got down from a Benz, Luke raised an eyebrow, impressed by how well-informed the guy was. The young man looked around and found Luke enjoying the sun next to the lake. He walked over to Luke and stretched out his hand with a smile. "Nice to see you, Detective Luke." Luke turned his head and nodded. "There's no need to be so polite. We don't exactly want to see each other, right, Mr. Lawyer Ellen?" The man was none other than Ellen Shaw, who had always worked for the Ellsworth family. Ellen casually drew his hand back and said, "All right. Detective Luke, you are indeed a straightforward man, so I'll be straightforward as well. There's a report which I hope you will be able to revoke. Ellen, I have some understanding about what Mr. Dillon's temperament is like. Half a year ago, an officer gave him a speeding ticket, and 2 months later, the officer's leg was broken when a car lost control." Luke chuckled. Looking at Ellen, Luke continued, "A year ago, another officer arrested a young female for DUI. 3 months later, a big drunkard struck him when he was on his way home, giving him a severe brain concussion. Before all that, the officer once stated that he saw a man in the driver's seat, and Mr. Dillon was the only man in that race car apart from 3 girls." Ellen said calmly, "Detective Luke, there are plenty such rumors about every celebrity in Los Angeles. So, why don't we just talk terms?" Luke was amused. "Ellen, I'm not like those 2 officers, you understand. You can't threaten me with a car malfunction or a drunkard. If you're so capable, why don't you try your luck in Las Vegas? Ellsworth is so good, I believe in your abilities." After a brief silence, Ellen threw an envelope to Luke. Luke raised his laptop to block it. The envelope fell on the ground, and a stack of $100 bills spilled out. Ellen stared blankly. Luke, however, stood up and stepped forward. "Mr. Lawyer, you don't have a good reputation. Now, take your attempt at a bribe and leave this camp. Right now." As he spoke, he waved his hand at Lily, who had been observing them at a distance. With an unsightly expression on his face, Ellsworth picked up the money on the ground and silently withdrew from the campsite. Watching him leave, Luke glanced at a hidden camera in a tree not far away. Ellen, who specialized in framing others, couldn't have known that his every word and action, particularly his attempt at a bribe, had been captured on camera. Luke had seen too many similar setups in movies and TV shows before. When he noticed Ellen, he had adjusted the surveillance range beforehand. The camera had an infrared function to monitor the lake 24/7 in case students snuck out for a swim and got into trouble. Of course, it was Luke who suggested setting up the camera, and who provided the device. He didn't charge the school a fee for it, and would just take back the surveillance equipment once this assignment was over and both he and the students returned to Los Angeles. It wouldn't be easy to convict Ellen with the camera footage, but if the Ellsworth family planned to set Luke up later, the footage would be great evidence to prove his innocence. After the unannounced guest was driven away, Luke's agenda was clear in the afternoon. On the third day, the teachers took the kids to a nearby mountain to teach them the basics of surviving in the wild. They also had to cook for themselves. Of course, they had to bring their own ingredients, since the teachers didn't dare let them eat the things in the wild. Luke followed them to the mountain as well. He had much more stamina than the kids and teachers did, so he simply wandered around and appreciated the scenery while he practiced the jungle fighting abilities that he barely used. He ran and jumped around easily on the mountain, even swinging from the trees every now and then. He wasn't worried about anyone seeing him as he was only using the strength of an ordinary person. At most, people would only think that he was having a bit of childish fun. When he leapt onto a road, he smiled. It was the road that led to Stephen's campsite. He heard Juliet's voice over the walkie-talkie. "All right, all the kids should be back at camp now. Please do a head count." A moment later, all the teachers reported numbers like they were shepherds counting sheep. The numbers were correct, which indicated that no kids were missing. Juliet said, "All right, dismissed. Let them get some rest." Luke reported, "Juliet, I won't be back at noon. I'm going to have a picnic on the mountain." Juliet simply replied to say that she got it, before she cut off communication. Luke was only reporting to her so that he wouldn't be considered missing. The kids would have a break at noon, and then do a roundup of their camp experience in the afternoon at the campsite, so they wouldn't be in any sort of danger. Thus, Luke could blatantly skive off work. He was quite bored after 2 days in the camp. He wondered if he should visit Annie. That girl was quite nice. She was chirpy and wasn't shy at all, and most importantly, she was pretty. Lily, for example, was also interested in Luke, but Luke had intentionally avoided her, as Lily was only a 5 on a scale of 1 to 10. Luke was relaxed as he jogged down the road. Though he called it a jog, he was actually faster than a car as he leapt through the woods at 40 kilometers an hour, as if he was flying. A car would have to slow down on the winding road, but when Luke felt like it, he could jump across pits and ravines easily. His extreme parkour and jungle fighting abilities was a match made in heaven which he couldn't be any more pleased about. In the city, he was always restrained by people and all kinds of surveillance, but in the remote wilderness, he could finally run without inhibition at all. Just like that, Luke ran for 20 minutes and reached Annie's campsite. He looked at the sign at the entrance and laughed, as Stephen had finally fixed it. The brand new sign sported a name in blue, Eden Lake Campsite. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of an engine behind him. Luke looked back and moved away from the road. A blue and black Cherokee stopped when it passed by him, and a handsome man in the driver's seat asked with a smile, "Is there a lake around here?" Luke stepped to one side and pointed at the campsite's new sign. The man was amused when he saw it. "Eden Lake. That's a beautiful name. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant afternoon." Luke nodded with a smile. "You too." In the passenger seat, a girl with long blonde hair smiled at him as well in a gentle and friendly manner. They drove on without entering the campsite. Luke shook his head with a smile. They were definitely a couple who were looking for a private spot. They had probably bypassed the campsite to look for a spot on the other side of the lake for themselves. Luke turned around and entered the campsite. He soon arrived at the log cabins. He shouted a greeting, and Annie immediately responded in delight, "Ah! Luke." She popped her head out of the kitchen window. "It's really you. Why are you here? Don't you need to teach those kids?" Luke waved his hand. "The kids are having their afternoon break. It's going to be noisy later, so I've decided to hide out here." Annie smiled. Her crescent eyes suggested that she was quite happy. "Just a minute, let me finish washing the dishes." "Right, do you want anything to drink?" Luke patted his backpack and said, "I brought beer and wine. Would you like to join me?" Annie giggled. "What about food? Or have you had lunch already?" Luke shrugged. "Not yet. I'm counting on the charity of the kind-hearted Chef Annie." Annie laughed. "Okay. Then give me 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Luke got up from where he was sitting on the porch and took a tray from Annie. They then walked to the lake together. He asked, "Where's Steven?" Bouncing ahead of him, Annie replied casually, "He's out checking the electric line. It seems it was messed up by some brats in the town down the mountain." Luke asked, "Which town?" "The one we passed through." Annie shook her head. "No, it's a town in the northeast. There aren't any direct roads from there to here. Those kids took the trails." Luke hummed a response and asked, "Do they often cause trouble?" Annie sighed. "Steven mentioned a thing or two. It doesn't happen very often, but they've destroyed a water pipe, a fence and the electric line." Luke frowned. "Did Steven not talk to their parents?" Annie shook her head. "I've never talked to them, but according to Steven, their parents aren't exactly friendly." Luke didn't continue asking. It wasn't unusual for remote towns which lacked access to the outside world to have unconventional mindsets. Some towns changed for the better, where their people were more kind-hearted and innocent. But some towns changed for the worse, with people losing their sense of morality. In Wolf Kyle, the residents of the nearby town had willingly worked for the killers in the game for money. Luke and Annie put the unpleasant topic aside and sat down on a couple of deck chairs by the side of the lake, and Luke ate the lunch which Annie made. Lunch for Americans was very simple, as generally, it was dinner when they had a proper meal. They usually only had an hour for lunch, so they basically had simple sandwiches, hot dogs, hamburgers or salad. Thanks to good quality ingredients, the sandwich which Annie made was above average. After Luke finished the sandwich, they opened a bottle of wine to enjoy. According to Annie, she had only had beer at most, and had never had the chance to enjoy wine. Luke knew that she was implying that no man had ever hit on her with wine. What could Luke do? Happily teach her the basics of drinking wine, of course. As they chatted, they put their deck chairs right up to each other. That was the advantage of chairs without arms. Luke told her what the kids at his campsite did, and how he kicked 5 young couples out of the woods in the middle of the night. Annie giggled and punched him when she heard about how awful he was to them. She had only graduated school half a year ago, and was basically Luke's age. She couldn't help but blush when she remembered the students who were caught naked by their dean during her time at school. It wasn't bashfulness, but pure embarrassment and a bit of excitement. She couldn't help imagining what if she were the one Luke caught, and she felt hot all over. It was another sunny day. She was wearing a long-sleeved shirt because it was slightly cold on the mountain before noon. But on the shore of the lake with the sun right above her, she suddenly felt hot. She took off her shirt to reveal a short-sleeved t-shirt underneath. She paused as she looked at the other side of the lake. "Ah, they're sunbathing." Luke looked at them and said, "They're a couple, they passed by the camp entrance earlier, and asked me for directions. They seem quite nice." He then turned and looked at Annie. "Do you want to sunbathe too?" Annie hesitated for a moment, but still nodded in the end. It would be a waste if she couldn't bask in the sun on such a beautiful afternoon and with such a perfect man. Luke asked with a smile, "Do you have a swimsuit?" Annie nodded quickly. "Yes, it's in my room. I brought suntan oil as well." She had known that there was a lake here, which was one of the reasons why she had chosen to come here to work. Luke got up with a smile, and so did Annie. He carried her on his back and said, "You're too slow. I'll take you there." He then carried her to the cabins. Annie exclaimed at first, before she burst into laughter. Luke dropped Annie off at her cabin so that she could put on the swimsuit, and they wound up dawdling for half an hour. When Annie finally came out, she blushed at the way Luke stared at her. "What's wrong? It doesn't look good." Luke chuckled. "It's very pretty and suits you. It would be nice if it was smaller though." "Annie, pooh." A while later, Annie was lying on the deck chair while Luke rubbed the oil on her back. Feeling comfortable, she turned her head and said, "This feels really nice." Luke chuckled but didn't say anything. He, too, felt it was quite nice. Annie's legs were smooth and fair, except for a few uneven dots on the back. Clearly, she had shaved during that half-hour delay in her room. Everywhere else was clean, but she had missed a few spots on the back. They didn't eclipse her beauty, however. What could Luke say, when she had tried so hard? He could only meticulously and conscientiously finish rubbing the oil over her. He couldn't be any more satisfied as the skin under his hands felt even smoother with the suntan oil. Suddenly, there was the vague sound of a dog barking. Luke turned his head and saw a group of teenagers horsing around close to the couple from the Cherokee. A big dog which the kids had with them ran over to the couple, who were sunbathing, and barked loudly at them. Luke frowned. The couple were quite friendly, but those had to be the brats from the town down the mountain whom Annie had mentioned earlier. And it was clear that those unruly kids were the problem now. It was extremely ill-bred to walk a dog without a leash, particularly when the dog was a Rottweiler instead of a small breed. It might be loyal to its owner and could keep the kids company, but it could be dangerous to strangers. It was poor behavior to bring such a big dog out to a place with strangers without putting a leash on it. Furthermore, the dog had been barking for quite a while, but the kids showed no signs of restraining it at all. Luke had hated people like this the most in his previous life. They rushed out to protect their darling dog at all costs, but only after the other party was driven to clash with the dog because they were frightened by it. If those people loved their dogs so much, why didn't they do something earlier? Annie raised her head. She sensed that Luke's hands had stopped, and she heard a dog barking. Turning her head and looking at the opposite side of the lake, she cursed. "It's those brats and that dog again." Luke hummed a response and picked up the suntan oil again. "What's wrong with the dog?" Annie lay down and complained, "I like dogs too. I have a Labrador and a Beagle back at home, but they're not as nasty as this one." Luke understood very well. Labradors were easier to train and pretty obedient, while Beagles liked human company and were fond of barking. Since Annie kept a Beagle, it couldn't be the barking that she was unhappy about. As Luke expected, Annie went on, "The dog isn't the problem. It's because its owner didn't train it when it was young, and let it act hostile toward strangers. That's a bad habit. The dog isn't bred for hunting. Do they have to train it to be so fierce?" Luke nodded in agreement. How obedient a dog was depended largely on innate talent, but still on training in part. A key factor which determined a dog's habits was proper training by its owner. The dog barked for quite a while, before one of the naughty kids finally called the dog back. Luke could only shake his head. Looking at the dog's movements, he knew that it had pooped not far away from the couple. That was really disgusting. The man was clearly angry. He stood up and said something to the kids. They confronted each other for a moment, before the man helplessly walked back. Judging from their body language, the kids had clearly gotten the upper hand. Luke could only feel sorry for the man. What else could the man do? fight the kids. If he beat up minors, he would certainly be put in prison. But when he quarreled with them, it was impossible for him to suppress 6 aggressive and forceful hoodlums. The couple then moved over 100 meters away from the kids, and the conflict finally came to an end. Luke didn't pay any more attention to them. After all, this was too common, and he had seen dozens of similar cases in less than a year as a police officer, all of which basically ended like this. Once the kids turned 18, however, the world would no longer indulge them. A lot of people with nastier characters wouldn't hesitate to curse them out even more viciously, or simply punch them at the slightest provocation. This, too, was all too common. At that time, they would have to become obedient and honest citizens, or they would end up becoming the dregs of society. While he was mulling over this, Annie leaned in close and asked, "What's on your mind?" She was petite next to Luke at just 1.6 meters tall, but she wasn't skinny. Luke relaxed and chatted with her. At 6 in the evening, Luke said goodbye to Annie. He had to return to the campsite. He could skip the afternoon since the students were all together, but he couldn't skip the night patrol. Annie was reluctant to let him go, but Luke just smiled. "Don't you have my number? We'll talk when we're free. I'll be spending a few more days at the campsite." Eden Lake campsite was in the mountains and wasn't covered by a base station, but Luke's campsite was a popular one and had a phone signal. Annie could use the landline to call him. Luke waved goodbye at Annie and returned along the lake. He could have taken Annie back to her cabin that afternoon. But Luke wasn't in a rush. It wasn't like he was only here for a day, or that he had never had a girlfriend before. Some fruit tasted more delicious after a wait. Walking along the lake, Luke soon reached the opposite side. The couple had started a fire on an open area near the lake, so Luke found them quite easily. He went over and greeted them from a distance. Only after they noticed him and the woman covered herself did Luke finally approach them. The man rose and smiled. "It's you. What a coincidence." Luke nodded with a smile and pointed at the other side of the lake. "I have a friend who works at the campsite over there. I was here to check up on her." "Right, I'm Luke." He stretched out one hand. The man did the same. "I'm Steve. That's my girlfriend, Janet." Luke nodded at the blonde with a smile and said, "The kids from this afternoon are from a town down the mountain. They don't seem to have a good reputation. You should be careful." Steve was stumped for a moment, before he nodded. "Thank you for the warning." Looking at his expression, Luke knew that he didn't consider it a big deal. He could only warn them again. They often vandalize things, like the campsite's electric line and fence. You should keep an eye on your car and your personal belongings. If you're in trouble, you can ask Steven, the owner of the campsite over there, for help. Stunned again, Steve then said much more sincerely, "Thank you, Luke." Luke nodded. "I'm going down the mountain. I wish you a pleasant vacation. Goodbye." Steve walked back after Luke left. Janet asked in a low voice, "Why was he here?" Steve smiled but didn't mention what Luke said. "He told us to pay more attention to our safety." "Right, he also told us that the owner of the campsite is called Steven, and if we run into any trouble, we can ask him for help." Janet, however, wasn't as dumb. She thought for a moment, then asked, "Did you notice his holster?" Steve was stunned. "What?" Janet pondered again, then shook her head. "He doesn't look like a bad kid. He has an authoritative air about him, a little like a police officer." Steve was lost for words. "Janet, he doesn't seem older than 20. How can a police officer be so young?" Janet laughed. "What if he just looks younger than he is? Unlike you, look at those wrinkles." Steve hugged her angrily and pressed her down onto the blanket. Then, nothing but the murmurs and chuckles of a couple could be heard by the quiet lake. Luke returned to his campsite and set up a small grill. He casually roasted some meat for himself. Lily came over again and chatted with Luke for quite a while. Luke behaved the way any other person would with someone they had just met. While she wasn't refused outright, she didn't make any progress either. She certainly wasn't as good at talking as a certain detective. In the end, another teacher called for her, and she went back to work, slightly disappointed. Thanks to Lily, the students around them didn't dare approach Luke. However, after wandering around suspiciously for a long time, two girls finally summoned their courage to go over. "Are you a teacher?" Luke couldn't help smiling. "No." The girls looked at each other, and the bolder of the two asked, Were you the one who scared us the other night?" Luke gave them a bright smile and waved his hand at them. "Come here. Let me show you something." The girls weren't scared, as they were on open land next to the lake and surrounded by dozens of people. They leaned in close to Luke, and he took out his badge. "LAPD. I'm now the instructor for your safety training in this camp. Do you have any more questions?" The girls' mouths dropped open as they looked from Luke's badge to his face. A moment later, the two girls finally came back to their senses and bowed to him. Sorry, sir. We still have other things to do." They quickly fled even before they finished speaking. Using his identity to suppress these kids was a great feeling. The two girls were naturally the unlucky students whom he had caught wanting to go for a swim on the first night. They obviously remembered his voice, which was why they had come over to confirm it. As a safety training instructor, Luke had no authority over the students from number 37 middle school except during his lessons and when it was a matter of safety. The safety training was already over, but Luke certainly had to keep an eye out for students trying to sneak out for a midnight swim. It could even be considered one of his main responsibilities in the camp. The girls thus didn't have the courage to pick a fight with him. Of course, Luke was aware that the girls might not necessarily be here to complain. One of their goals was simply to talk to him. As he ate leisurely, he noticed a bunch of girls chattering among themselves, and the two girls whom he had just scared off were questioned by their classmates. He was amused by what he overheard. The other night, the girls had clearly been about to undertake that timeless tradition of middle school camps, the test of courage. The test was quite simple. Whoever could sneak into the lake after hours and swim one round in it would win the challenge. Basically, it was the same principle as elementary school kids making faces at the teacher's back when the latter was writing on the blackboard. But the students only had one shot during camp, since their parents would be contacted if they committed a second violation. The girls were discussing the two players who failed the challenge as well as Luke's identity. Luke didn't keep his identity a secret, but he didn't wear his badge on his chest either, as that would be too eye-catching. It was another quiet, tranquil night. Luke caught quite a few students who were going to try their luck at a midnight swim, but what left him speechless was that a number of girls ran over to the part of the lake that he was at, before heading toward the water. What was even more of a pain was that some of the girls dawdled as they took off their clothes, and hardly moved when they got into the water. Luke realized what the girls were doing, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After two incidents, he simply called for Lily over the walkie-talkie and had her guard this place in exchange for taking her night patrol. Lily was greatly moved. But after Luke left and Lily caught a few groups of girls in a row, she finally realized that something was wrong. What was going on? Also, if Luke really was that considerate, shouldn't he be accompanying her on her patrol? After successfully shifting the responsibility to avoid the awkward situation, Luke leisurely did a few rounds before he returned to his tent, thanked the gloomy-faced Lily, then went to bed. On the third day, there were a few more programs happening in camp. There was a lesson on knowing how to save oneself after falling into water in the wild, which could also be seen as a lesson on improving one's swimming ability. The students were divided into various groups and led into the water like ducklings. The training zone was a shallow area marked by buoys. Luke and a few other male teachers patrolled the shore to make sure that no students drowned or swam out of the designated area. But for a period of time, a few girls almost drowned one after another. Luke had no choice, and could only go into the lake to pull the girls with poor acting skills back to shore. But it was very clear that these girls hadn't swallowed any water at all. Instead, they simply stared with starry eyes at the manly body that was revealed by his wet clothes. Two of them were even reluctant to let go of him when he got them back to shore, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What could he do? In the end, he could only speak to Juliet, then stay far away. If he stayed here any longer, more girls would drown. Luke spent the whole day at the campsite without leaving. When night fell, dark clouds covered the sky. Luke looked at the sky and thought it was odd. Is it going to rain? Lily, who was counting the students, said casually, yes, a storm's coming in from the ocean. That's right, the weather forecast did mention that there might be a thunderstorm. Luke hummed in response, and relaxed slightly. With the thunder and rain, there would be a lot less kids out tonight. After all, few idiots would swim in the middle of a thunderstorm. Lily thought of something and asked, won't it be dangerous in your tent? How about I clean up a room for you? Luke quickly said, thanks, Lily, but that's not necessary. I'll look for a friend later, and ask Juliet for leave tonight. Lily was greatly disappointed. Luke hurriedly slipped away. He really couldn't blame her for trying so hard. Slightly after 7, Luke asked Juliet for leave and left the campsite. In this weather, he would rather stay with Annie at Eden Lake campsite. It was already dark, and the trees swayed in the strong wind. Nevertheless, Luke was in a good mood. He whistled as he climbed the mountain. When he was a few hundred meters away from the campsite, his phone rang. He took out the phone and smiled. It was Eden Lake campsite's number. It had to be Annie. He picked up the phone and said, hello, is that you, Annie? On the other end of the phone, Annie said in a very soft voice, Luke, come and save us. Those kids. They're crazy. They're killing people. Hurry. Ah, they're coming. Do. All Luke heard was the dial tone after that. He frowned and started to run. As he ran, he took out his equipment from his inventory. He put on his skin-tight bulletproof vest, and then a thick waterproof combat uniform. He also put on 2 holsters, and clipped the backup magazines to his uniform. On his way, he looked up at the sky. The storm was going to hit at any minute. Conditions definitely weren't favorable, and his sharp nose would be greatly affected by the storm. It would be a lot harder to look for people later. At that thought, he moved even faster. 10 minutes later, he reached Eden Lake campsite. His heart became heavy when he looked at the dark cabins. There was no light in the cabins at all when it was already dark, which was highly unusual. He quickly approached the cabins, and was hugely relieved to discover that the blood he could smell belonged to a man and a dog instead of Annie. Remembering what Annie said earlier, he could roughly guess what happened. The blood was from the man named Steve. As for the dog blood, it should be from the dog that belonged to the kids from the town down the mountain. Luke didn't enter the cabin. Instead, he quickly tracked Steve's blood into the woods. Janet and Annie's scents were mixed in with the smell of Steve's blood. Annie had called Luke probably because the couple had asked for her help. When he spoke with Annie, Luke had mentioned that he was a police officer and the safety instructor for number 37 middle school's campsite. If she called 911, it would take forever for the police officers to arrive. This wasn't a town, but the woods in a mountain, and the police officers had every reason to be wary of accidents. Luke moved quite fast. He covered several hundred meters quickly and stopped in front of a dilapidated cabin near a pool. He approached the cabin and whispered, Annie, don't make a sound. It's Luke. Annie still let out a small cry of surprise, but forcefully swallowed the sound halfway. Luke then opened the shabby door and walked in. The situation inside was quite grim. Steve's entire body was bleeding as he lay on the floor, fright and desperation in his eyes. When Luke entered the cabin, he trembled for one moment, and was clearly afraid. Janet hurriedly repeated next to his ear, "It's Luke. He's a police officer." With hope in his eyes, Steve looked at the stranger. But he already could no longer speak. His trembling lips were pale, suggesting massive blood loss. Janet and Annie were covered in blood too, but they weren't hurt. The blood was Steve's. Luke hushed them and turned on a small flashlight to examine Steve's wounds. A moment later, he gave the flashlight to Annie to hold. He frowned. "Who did this?" Janet replied, her voice shaking, "It was those kids." Luke asked, "Those 5 boys and 1 girl with a dog from the town down the mountain?" Janet nodded. "Yes, them." Luke had already taken out medical supplies from his backpack. He put on rubber gloves and began to cut the cloth near Steve's wounds. He asked again, "Why did they do this?" Steve was badly wounded, but it wasn't a single, violent stab wound. Hot-headed kids tended to attack too recklessly without considering the consequences. That was why they often got people killed. However, Steve had a dozen wounds all over him, some of which were crooked and overlapped each other. This suggested that he wasn't stabbed, but cut in a slow way. Whoever did it even paused and cut the same area many times. To be blunt, it was more like torturing someone to death instead of pure murder. The wounds were horrifying. Hope flared in Janet's heart when she saw Luke start to treat Steve, and she told him what happened earlier. They stole our car. We searched for it. Steve found where they had planted weed, and tried to take our car back. They let the dog go. Steve stabbed the dog, and they grabbed him. Then, they tied him up and took turns cutting him. Luke simply listened and didn't interrupt her. What Janet said might not necessarily be the truth, or not the whole truth. But he did detect the scent of a minute amount of fresh weed on Steve and Janet. Annie added that Janet came over with a wounded Steve for help, and when she was calling Luke, that was when the kids came after them. At Annie's reminder, Janet discarded the clothes which she had been using to stop Steve's bleeding on another trail. After that, the two of them helped Steve into this old cabin to hide from the kids who were hunting them. From what they said and what he was seeing, Luke had reached a rough conclusion. Steve and Janet might have clashed fiercely with the kids, but that didn't justify the way they had tortured Steve. Normal kids would go to their parents or the police, instead of capturing their enemy and taking turns to cut him with a knife. No normal kid could be so brutal. While Luke was thinking this, his movements sped up. After giving Steve painkillers, he washed out Steve's wounds and wrapped them with bandages. This was a temporary measure to stop Steve's bleeding. The good news was that Steve's main arteries hadn't been nicked, so he might still live if he got to the hospital in time. After Janet told him what happened, Luke asked Annie, "Where's your uncle, Stephen?" It was highly unusual for Stephen to not stop the kids, as the owner of the campsite. Although Stephen was alone, he had an old shotgun in his cabin, which should have been enough to threaten a few kids. Annie shook his head. Those kids seem to have destroyed another line. He left in the afternoon to check it out, but hasn't come back. Luke was rendered speechless. These F*King kids were real troublemakers. Is the pickup at the campsite still there? Do you have the key? Asked Luke. Annie said, "It's there. The key is on the wall next to the living room door." Luke quickly treated Steve's wounds and said, "Hang in there. I'll help you move." Steve could only nod his head to show that he understood. Luke helped him to his feet with his left hand. "Let's go. We'll take the car and send Steve to the hospital." Janet said, "But those kids." Luke drew his Glock out of the holster with his right hand. "If anyone points a knife at me, I would be happy to shoot a few suspects who assault a police officer." Only then did Janet get it. "You." Annie hurriedly explained, "He's a police officer." Luke couldn't be bothered to take out his badge at the moment. If Janet was suspicious of the man who helped save her boyfriend's life, he would simply leave her behind. Janet, however, quickly said, "Thank you, Luke." Luke simply nodded and said to Annie, "I'll keep watch. Don't panic, and just follow me." "Okay." Annie nodded. The four of them left the cabin. There was a burst of thunder in the gloomy sky, and it started to pour. Without any hesitation, Luke simply said, "Let's go." As an expert in jungle combat, Luke chose the easiest route and returned to Steven's log cabins in less than 10 minutes. At that point, all of them were drenched. Luke helped Steve into a chair on the patio and looked for the key to the pickup. A few minutes later, Luke and Annie were in the front seats of the pickup, while Steve lay in the back seat as his girlfriend took care of him. The Ford pickup started up and drove down the mountain. Luke didn't rush. While Steve didn't look good, he wasn't dying. On the other hand, if Luke accidentally drove the car off a cliff, they would be killed. Thanks to elementary driving, it only took Luke 30 minutes in the heavy rain to return to the campsite for number 37 middle school. Luke parked the car outside Juliet's cabin and knocked on the door. Juliet opened the door and was surprised to see Luke fully kitted out. "What's wrong?" Luke said, "A tourist from another campsite is heavily injured and needs urgent medical care." "Where's the nearest hospital?" Juliet said, "I know where the hospital is, I'll take you there." Luke stopped her. "Juliet, you're responsible for the students here. Besides, it's not safe to drive right now. Just tell me where the hospital is. That'll be enough." Juliet meant well, but she might get into an accident if she drove too fast on such a rainy night. Juliet thought he had a point. She wasn't very confident in her driving skills. She hurried to find a map in her room and marked a location on it. "We usually send students and teachers who require first aid to this hospital called Hatchmobies. It takes 30 minutes to get there. Keep the map, I have more copies of it." Luke thanked her and accepted the map. Surveying it and taking a photo with his fake phone, he turned around and said, "Thanks, Juliet. I might not return tonight." Juliet saw him off and shouted, "Be careful. Call me if anything happens." Luke signaled okay with his hand and quickly drove out of the campsite. They arrived safely. There was no problem with Juliet's map and the hospital was easy to spot. 40 minutes later, Steve was rushed into the operating room. Looking at the two wet and shivering women, Luke said to Janet, "Wait for Steve here. I'll take Annie to buy some things, okay?" Janet trembled and nodded, her eyes fixed on the doors of the operating room. Knowing that she was too worried about her boyfriend to go anywhere, Luke left with Annie, who was also shaking. He asked a nurse, and found a 24-hour supermarket. He then told Annie to choose some clothes for herself and Janet. Women were better in that aspect. Luke wasn't an expert, except when it came to determining cup sizes. On the other hand, Luke picked up a few towels, some water, and a big backpack, before he paid for everything. He booked a room at a motel 100 meters from the hospital, and told Annie to take a shower and change her clothes. Luke took off his equipment too. He put away his guns, his holsters and his bulletproof vest. After Annie came out in a big bathrobe, Luke took a quick shower as well. He then smiled at Annie. "Can you keep going? If you can, let's go to the hospital to keep Janet company. She should change out of her clothes at the very least, and it would be inappropriate for me to take her to do that." Annie was amused even though she hadn't recovered from her shock yet. Dream on. She had gotten completely drenched during the storm, and Janet was no exception. She certainly wouldn't let Luke watch her change. Refreshed, Luke and Annie returned to the hospital, and Luke persuaded Janet to find a place to change into dry clothes. After the two girls left, he took out his phone and called the police. Actually, the hospital should have already called the police. Luke was only making another call to make sure. 10 minutes later, a local constable arrived. Luke showed him his badge and told the constable what he knew. While they were talking, Annie and Janet came back. Annie was holding a bunch of transparent plastic bags that contained everything they had been wearing except their underwear. Luke gave the plastic bags to the constable and said, "Here's the evidence." The constable was stunned for a moment, before he smiled wryly. "Well, thank you for your cooperation, Detective Luke." Luke didn't think it was a big deal. "I hope this can reduce your workload a little." The constable naturally agreed. A lot of things were easier with the cooperation of someone in the same field. Another constable showed up, and the two of them questioned Annie and Janet separately. After a while, neither of the constables had good expressions. The older of the constables came over and asked to speak to Luke in private. They talked for a while, and Luke knew that this matter was a little tricky. Those kids were from another town on the other side of the mountain, which wasn't in the constable's jurisdiction. If the constables wanted to arrest the kids, they had two options: climb the mountain right now, or talk to the constable of the other town first before they arrested the kids. Looking at the storm outside the window, Luke didn't think that the constables had the courage to climb the mountain in this weather. As for arresting the kids from another town, that was a completely different matter. Luke had no interest in telling the constables what to do. He made it explicitly clear that he was only a passerby in this case, and that the constables should do as they saw fit. He had never liked to stick his nose into someone else's business, even after becoming a police officer. He had accomplished his objective of saving Annie, Steve and Janet. Given Steve's wounds, if he was determined to sue those kids, there was a high chance he could get them sent to juvie, and bankrupt their parents in damages. This type of case which involved serious bodily harm was something that professional lawyers would be very interested in taking on. Luke would naturally follow up on the case as well. He wouldn't act without reason, but once he confirmed certain things, he didn't mind spending another weekend here. The two constables were relieved. At least they didn't have to risk their lives climbing the mountain at night. The identities of those kids weren't a secret. It would be impossible for them to run. Police matters in the other town were entrusted to LASD. It was better to communicate with LASD first before taking any action. 2 hours later, Steve was wheeled out of the operating room. Luckily, Steve's main arteries weren't severed, and after his wounds were cleaned and stitched up, he was finally out of danger. After escorting Janet and Steve to a ward, Luke put down the backpack which contained various necessities and gave Janet some cash before he left with Annie. It was already midnight when they returned to the motel. After he closed the door, Annie suddenly said, "I want to take another shower." Luke hummed a response, not entirely surprised. Many people would feel uncomfortable after returning from the hospital, and wouldn't get into bed until they got cleaned up. Annie took off her coat and looked at Luke. "You're not going to join me?" Stunned for a moment, Luke then chuckled. "With pleasure." A moment later, the shower turned on. In the middle of the night, Luke fished out his phone from his clothes, and stared blankly at the number on it. He opened the door and left the room, before he pressed a button on his vibrating phone. "Nick?" On the other end of the call, a man said hoarsely, "Lucas Barton just left with a few men. They mentioned your name. You should be careful." Before Luke could say anything, the call was cut off. He frowned. The call was from that big Nick from the county police, and he had said something strange about Lucas Barton. Luke narrowed his eyes. This was LASD's territory. The county police offered policing services in the area which the hospital was in. So, Level 2 Deputy Sheriff Lucas Barton was here for the case on the mountain. However, Big Nick had especially called Luke to let him know, which suggested that Barton wasn't entirely friendly. Contemplating these things, Luke returned to the room. Looking at Annie, who was sound asleep, he thought for a moment, then put her clothes back on her. After the shock and fierce exertion of today, the especially exhausted Annie only mumbled something, and when Luke murmured in response, she let him put the t-shirt and the shorts on her. Luke then put on his own clothes, packed up his stuff, and closed the door of the room before he left. He didn't go by the stairs. Instead, he walked through the hallway and jumped out a window to the ground below. He then drove the pickup out of the garage at the back. Maybe the owner of the motel was too unprofessional, or the thunderstorm was too loud, so he didn't notice anything. Just like that, Luke drove the pickup out and hid among a few cars 100 meters away. An hour later, 2 cars from the county police arrived at the motel. Their lights and sirens weren't on. The 2 police cars came to a quick stop, and 6 officers spoke to the owner of the motel. Taking a room card from him, they quickly and quietly approached Luke's room. Then, the door was opened, and the officers broke in. Luke heard the conversation in the room through his earpiece. "Where is he?" "He's not here. Only the girl is here." "Where did he go?" "Who are you?" "Where is Luke?" "Ah. I don't know." The officers interrogated her, but didn't get any information on Luke. They then asked her about Steve's assault. 20 minutes later, Luke started the car and followed the police cars up the mountain. Annie was fine, the officers were here for Luke, and since he had disappeared, they wouldn't be so rough. But if Luke had been trapped in the room just now, who knew what they would have done? They didn't state their identities at all when they broke in, and only told Annie who they were when they threatened her for information on Luke's whereabouts. The county officers' actions were very clearly against regulations. Coupled with Big Nick's warning call, Luke concluded that Lucas Barton's men were probably here to kill him directly, not to arrest him. Luke then recalled how old Grayson had called him yesterday to let him know that someone had tried to bribe his subordinate to destroy a certain evidence report. But what that person didn't know was that the report was a task assigned by old Grayson himself. The subordinate didn't just refuse the bribe, he also let old Grayson know about it. Clearly, the Ellsworth family had indeed sent someone to Las Vegas. Were rich people nowadays all so short-tempered? Luke sneered. Since it was impossible to bribe him, they had gotten the county police to follow him here and kill him. They were far more vindictive than Luke was. Tailing the police cars, Luke recalled their questions just now. He himself was a professional when it came to interrogating a suspect for information. Something hadn't been right about the county officers' questions. They didn't care about the details of Steve's case, and instead asked and verified where the incident had happened again and again. That was highly unusual. The location in this case wasn't unimportant, but it was just a side detail. This was a random mountain in the wild without any landmarks, it wouldn't be much of a difference if it had happened elsewhere. Why did the county police care about the location so much? The county police entered number 37 middle school's campsite. Not long after that, they rushed out again and headed up the mountain. Luke was even more puzzled. Were these people really after him? It was natural that they would search for Luke at the campsite and they failed to find him at the motel. But why were they going up the mountain again? Did they think that Luke would escape there? How was that possible? Luke wasn't really a fugitive. He was more likely to return to Los Angeles than to climb the mountain on such a stormy night if he didn't want to get himself killed. Frowning and thinking for a moment, Luke slowly followed them. Half an hour later, Luke arrived at Eden Lake campsite. He saw the county police's cars press forward without entering the place. He kept following them. At this point, he was already certain that Lucas Barton's objective might not necessarily be Luke, or they would have at least checked the campsite. After driving another kilometer, he vaguely saw the 2 cars stop in the distance. Thinking for a moment, Luke reversed the car into the trees next to the road and quickly put on his equipment in the car. Tracking the faint and fragmented scents of the officers in the air, he followed them. Their route suggested that they were here with a clear destination in mind. Following the officers on a footpath for about 500 meters, Luke saw a small cabin in the woods. From the officers' movements, Luke knew that these guys had already taken out their guns as they felt their way toward the cabin. This small cabin was obviously the true destination of the county police officers. The officers had split up into 2 groups as they looked through the windows. Luke stopped behind a slope 10 meters behind them and observed the officers as well as the cabin. He had far better sight than a regular person, which allowed him to clearly see what was inside the cabin even though he was far away, and he exclaimed inwardly in surprise. Inside the living room of the cabin, a few kids were interrogating a man. Their expressions were aggressive and they were gesturing wildly. Because of the heavy thunderstorm, however, Luke couldn't clearly hear what they were saying. However, Luke could see that the man was tied to a chair, with several fresh cuts on him. Thanks to his sharp nose, he had already detected that the blood was a mix of two familiar scents. One belonged to Steve, and the other belonged to the dog. The scents were mixed in with that of the kids, which indicated that the kids had brought them here before. Looking at them, Luke confirmed that they were the kids who had almost killed Steve. They had also changed clothes, and weren't wearing the same ones as when Luke had seen them for the first time. Luke was also very familiar with the middle-aged man who had been tied up. During his observation, the county police had started moving. Gesturing at each other, they split into two teams and silently approached the front entrance and a window on the side. Suddenly, Luke frowned. He smelled a weird scent with his sharp nose. It was almost like the stench of rotting bodies. In the storm, however, the smell was fleeting, and seemed to blend in with the rain. Luke glanced around the woods, but didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. The next moment, his eyes twitched as his gaze moved back to the living room. Inside the living room, a tall and large person had appeared at the back door. The kids and the man that had been tied up were too busy arguing to notice that there was an extra person in the house. The county officers attacked at that moment. They broke in and shouted, "Police! Freeze!" Everybody inside instantly turned to look at the officers. The officers also noticed the tall and large figure, and paused for one moment. Then, this figure who had quietly appeared suddenly raised a weapon high and slashed it down. The kids all had their backs to the hallway, while the middle-aged man, who was the only one facing the hallway, had turned his head to the side to look at the officers. They had no idea that someone had appeared behind them. Suddenly, one of the kids lowered his head in surprise. A line of blood had been drawn from his right shoulder to his left rib, and a tremendous amount of blood instantly sprayed out. Everybody around him was stunned. The unexpected rain of blood covered the people nearby. The tall stranger, however, raised his arm again. Turning pale with fright, Lucas Barton shouted, "Open fire! Kill him!" Bang! 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 They fired a storm of bullets, which hit the kids in front of the stranger. Luke was rendered speechless. He had seen a sheriff who was terrible at shooting back in Wolf Kyle. At that time, he thought that nobody could be worse at shooting than that guy. But now, Luke realized that the guy wasn't the only constable who didn't know the first thing about shooting. The 6 officers fired at the same time, and most of the bullets simply missed their target, leaving holes in the furniture and the wall. Some of them did hit the kids, who were still staring blankly. 3 immediately collapsed. 2 of them could still scream while clutching their wounds, but one kid had been instantly killed after being shot in the head. Lucas Barton and his men were certainly talented at shooting. The fierce barrage didn't achieve its purpose at all, and the tall stranger swept his weapon down without hesitation. The middle-aged man in the chair was frightened, but there was nothing he could do except shout, "No dash!" His head was sent flying, and it rolled over the floor like a ball. There was another fountain spray of blood, and the 2 surviving kids screamed in utter fear and ran toward the front door. They had noticed Lucas and his men when they broke through the door. Although they didn't recognize the officers, they were all too familiar with the police uniforms they were wearing. They yelled, "Help! Help!" As the 2 kids ran, the tall stranger strode after them. Lucas Barton and his men reloaded their guns in a fluster. They had all fired together and used up their bullets at around the same time. They couldn't even ensure continuous gunfire. Those officers were third-rate compared with Big Nick and his crew. At that moment, the tall stranger had reached the door. He swung his weapon again. Like a baseball that had been hit, one of the kids who had been crying for help flew out of the open door in a long arc and smashed into a tree 10 meters away. The officers were stupefied at this scene. Many of them even stopped reloading. Suddenly, one of the officers yelled, "I'm done with this. I'm done. That's a monster. A monster. Aw." While shouting, he turned around and fled after throwing away his gun. His escape triggered a chain reaction. Another 3 officers ran after him. Lucas and the last of the officers hesitated for a moment, before they fled as well. They didn't have the courage to face the horrible monster when it was just the 2 of them. A creature who could hit a person a dozen meters away like a baseball was too much for them. The last kid screamed in shock as the county officers ran. Don't run. Help us. We're all kids." There was no response to her cry. The 6 officers simply ran off with their heads down, and didn't even turn to spare her a glance at all. A thought flashed through Lucas Barton's head: you kids. Tying a man to a chair and cutting him all over, can you still be considered kids? If that's the case, you should just die. The last of the kids, who was also the only girl among them, ran in a panic, but barely took a few steps before she tripped in the mud. She struggled to get up. She couldn't help but look back, and her eyes instantly widened. The tall stranger was right behind her, with his weapon raised again. A weapon pierced her chest, pinning her in the mud. Looking at the face of the tall stranger, who had lowered his head, she murmured, Please. Let me go. I'm still a kid." Stab. 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 3 more enormous wounds appeared in the kid's chest. Her eyes widened, and she struggled to exhale one last breath, before she stopped moving. The tall stranger pulled his weapon out of the mud and didn't even give her a second glance before he strode off. A few minutes later, there was the sound of gunfire in the woods, mixed with panicked shouts and the sounds of running, before a blood-curdling scream rang out. 5 people suddenly burst out of the woods in the rain. They were none other than the county officers, Lucas Barton among them. Luke nimbly ran dozens of meters in front of them. He spared the officers a mere glance, before he narrowed his eyes and looked behind them. Clap. Boom. Thunder rumbled, and the woods lit up at a bolt of lightning. Luke curled his lip. The whole thing was getting more and more interesting. Under the lightning, a large man who was 2 meters tall approached the 4 officers in huge strides. He suddenly paused, and turned his head to the side. Surprised, Luke quietly moved from the side up ahead until he was in front of the officers. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that in this situation, he would still be faster than the officers, even if he were running backward. The tall stranger paused for only a moment before he started moving again. That was understandable, since Luke was now moving in the same direction as the officers, and the stranger could only follow. Looking at the 5 officers running in a panic behind him, Luke stayed ahead of them and moved unhurriedly. He wasn't interested in becoming the scapegoat for these officers who meant him harm. The tall person didn't run, but his steps were astonishingly steady and he never fell, so he was about as fast as a regular person jogging. The officers could put on a burst of speed for a short period of time, but they couldn't keep it up for very long. Also, due to the storm and the mud, they fell every now and then, and couldn't maintain their momentum. At that point, the 5 officers were scared witless and panting for breath as they looked back at the dark woods behind them. Suddenly, one of the officers cried out in alarm, He's here. He's right behind us. Swoosh. A dark object flew out of the woods and hit the officer in his chest, sending him flying. Dumb. He was pinned to a tree several meters away by the thing. Eyes wide open, the officer looked at his chest wound, blood bubbling out of his mouth. Help, his head dropped, and he stopped moving. Led by Lucas Barton, the other officers simply looked at the dead man, then ran even faster. As outstanding examples of dirty cops, these officers all understood one thing: in the face of an undefeatable enemy, the best solution was to outrun your comrades. Better they die than you. The tall stranger was still pressing forward. When he passed the body of the officer pinned to the tree, he drew the weapon out of the officer's chest and continued his pursuit. Seeing this, Luke rejoiced that he hadn't joined the battle recklessly. This guy could unexpectedly throw his weapon with such terrifying power and speed. At that moment, Lucas Barton and the rest had finally reached their cars, and they hurriedly fumbled for the keys. Luke was hiding on the other side of the cars. He looked at the dark, wet woods behind the four officers. Clap. Boom. There was another burst of thunder. Lucas Barton finally found his key and pressed it. The car beeped, and the doors unlocked. Thunder rolled again at that moment, and he suddenly sensed something flying away next to him. He turned to the side, only to see that his loyal subordinate next to him had disappeared. He subconsciously looked to the front, only to see his subordinate pinned to the ground by a black weapon in his neck. In the light of a lightning strike, he could see the desperation in his subordinate's eyes. The man was trying to speak, but could only cough out dark red blood. All of Barton's pores contracted. Moving faster, he opened the door and tried to stick the key into the ignition with a trembling hand. But it took him several tries to do something that was usually so easy. Not far away, another of his subordinates got into the other car and started it. Lucas Barton could even hear his joyful cheer. Gritting his teeth, Lucas Barton calmed down and lowered his head to see where the ignition was. Feeling it out with his left hand, he finally stuck the key in with this right hand. Suddenly, there was a cry of fear. Lucas Barton raised his head, only to see the tall stranger punch through the window of the other police car that had just started up. The next moment, the officer was hauled out through the window and flung backward. After a drawn-out scream, Lucas Barton's subordinate smashed heavily into a tree 10 meters away, and no longer made a sound. Looking at his subordinate, who was wrapped around the tree in the shape of a reverse C, Lucas Barton thought he could almost hear bones breaking. "Hurry! Hurry up and start, damn it," he muttered as he turned the key violently and stepped on the clutch and the gas pedal. It felt like it was taking forever for the engine to start up. The car finally started up, and Lucas Barton immediately started to drive off. But the tall stranger suddenly appeared in front of his car and thrust an enormous tree branch at the windshield. Lucas Barton cried out in shock and leaned to the side. Bang! The windshield shattered. Sensing excruciating pain in his right shoulder, he screamed and subconsciously stomped on the gas pedal, propelling the car forward. The tall stranger was hit and fell to the ground. But Lucas Barton failed to escape. He had hit the gas pedal so hard that the car struck a tree next to the road and spun a few times before coming to a stop. The other officer was so frightened that he fled immediately when Lucas Barton was attacked. He completely forgot that he couldn't outrun the tall stranger on foot. He just wanted to get as far away from this place as possible. Luke stared calmly at the tall stranger on the ground. He had no intention of taking action. The tall stranger was still for a moment, but suddenly straightened, and slowly got up. The tall stranger took a few steps and then bent down to draw out the weapon from the officer's neck, before he walked to Lucas Barton's car. He swung the weapon and broke the driver's window to reveal Lucas Barton's face, which was full of fear and desperation. "Go to hell, you monster!" Bang! The tall stranger staggered back and fell down. Lucas Barton seemed stunned for a moment, before he burst out laughing. "Ha! You're dead, you monster! Come again if you think you're good! Ha 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 ha!" He was holding the Remington that had been stored in the police car, and which he had used to shoot the tall stranger. Narrowing his eyes, Luke continued observing the battle in silence. 2 seconds later, the tall stranger on the ground sat up and got to his feet again, putting an end to Lucas Barton's laughter. He cried out, "That's impossible. Why aren't you dead, you monster? Die. Bam. Bam. The shotgun fired twice more, but the tall stranger only staggered a little before he regained his balance. He stretched out his hand. Ah! A moment later, the tall stranger pulled a wretchedly screaming Lucas Barton out of the car with brutal force. He had been unable to move because the tree branch had pierced his right shoulder. He was free now, but at the cost of leaving his right arm behind in the car. Lucas Barton writhed and screamed as he struggled to crawl away from his inevitable doom. The tall stranger silently raised his weapon high. Schwa! Lucas Barton stopped screaming and moving. His body was still in the act of crawling away, but his head had already been sent flying. Thud! Lucas Barton's headless body hit the muddy ground. Crack! Boom! The world was lit up by another lightning bolt. In the dark, wet woods, the tall stranger slowly raised his head and looked at Luke, who was dozens of meters away. Luke smiled and, quickly slipped away. Without hesitation, the tall stranger gave chase. A few minutes later, a scream rang out. Luke stopped and observed the tall stranger, who was striding forward again. Not far away behind the tall stranger was the last fleeing county police officer, it was just that his body had been split into two. Luke took a deep breath and looked at the tall and large stranger who was approaching him at a steady pace. He raised his hand with a smile and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The tall stranger staggered and paused for a moment, before he started moving again with quick steps. Luke sweated. Looks like the rain affects my shooting accuracy. He had been aiming at the tall stranger's eyes, but had hit the guy's cheeks instead. But the guy had been absolutely fine after being hit by a car, and had resumed his killing spree just 2 seconds later, so Luke didn't really expect to kill him in just 2 shots. The tall stranger rushed at Luke and raised his weapon again. Luke curled his lip and pushed hard off of his feet to retreat rapidly while he fired his Glock again. Bang! Bang! There were only 20 meters between them this time, and Luke was able to shoot the guy in his eyes. He could see dark fluid gush out of the tall stranger's eyes, but that only stopped the latter for a brief moment, before he started chasing Luke again. Huh! Luke exclaimed in surprise, and quickly retreated. Bang! 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 Luke aimed at the guy's eyes again. This time, the tall stranger lowered his head and the bullets didn't hit his eyes. His head jolted slightly at the impact of the bullets, but he was already bringing his weapon down. Pushing off of his feet to retreat several meters away, Luke frowned. So sturdy. Bang! 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 4 bullet holes were left in the tall stranger's chest. But they were even less effective, they did nothing more than make his body shudder a little. Luke was lost for words. Don't tell me this damn thing is invulnerable. He had shot the stranger's vital parts 12 times, but the stranger was still as alive as could be. Bang! Bang! Luke fired the last bullet at the tall stranger's groin, and as he expected, it had no effect. The tall stranger sped up and started to run as he swung his weapon at Luke again. Luke suddenly turned as he reloaded his Glock, and he fired like crazy once again. Bang! 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 He used up the magazine, leaving yet another 13 bullet holes in the tall stranger. From the neck to the chest, then the abdomen down to the knee and ankle joints, they were all hit with bullets, but apart from rocking slightly with the impact, the man didn't seem affected at all. Luke sped up to increase the distance between them, before he pulled out a long alloy rod from his inventory. It was one of the things he had used to skewer and roast meat with at the campsite. He had been planning to use the metal for a special gun barrel, but for now, it would serve as a long weapon. Luke suddenly turned around and swung the rod hard to meet the tall stranger's weapon. Clang! After an ear-piercing metallic clash, Luke was flung back several meters through the air. When he landed, he had to step down hard on the ground several times to stop his momentum. What enormous force! He was quite impressed. At 40 strength, he was 16 times stronger than a regular person, and had never met an opponent as strong as he was. No, this guy was slightly stronger. Luke's weapon was longer and heavier than his opponent's, and he should have gotten the upper hand in that clash, but didn't. The tall stranger spun around at the enormous counterforce from the alloy rod, but he was still holding his weapon tightly. When he stopped, he tilted his head in confusion, as if he didn't understand what had just happened. Luke chuckled. "Hey, big guy, shall we go again?" He swung the rod as he spoke. The tall stranger subconsciously raised his weapon. Clang! Bam! There was the shrill sound of another metallic collision, followed by a heavy thud. The tall stranger's right arm dangled at his side. He came out the loser when he warded off a fierce swing from Luke's two-handed grip on the rod with one hand. Not only was his right arm broken, Luke's long rod had also hit his right shoulder. Pulling his rod back, Luke clicked his tongue in amazement. Truly invulnerable. The tall stranger's shoulder had already caved in, which would have been a fatal injury for normal people, but this man was already pulling his legs out of the thick mud. The next moment, the tall stranger lunged forward again, brandishing his weapon once more. Luke ducked down and to the side to avoid the attack. At the same time, he swung the rod at the stranger's ankle. With a crack, the tall stranger's movements suddenly turned awkward. Luke turned around and hit the stranger's other knee, and there was another cracking sound. He then pulled back the rod, and with all his strength, brought it down heavily on the stranger's right wrist. The tall stranger's weapon spun in the air as it was sent flying. The tall stranger still didn't utter a sound. He kept trying to charge at Luke, but because of his injured legs, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Luke shook his head in resignation. "It seems that you aren't a smart one." He then felt around the back of his waist and came up with several rope darts. When the tall stranger stood up again, Luke threw out the rope darts, and the steel ropes wrapped the stranger up firmly from head to toe. Luke then activated a trigger, and the dart heads automatically fell off. He picked up the dart heads, and using his alloy rod, flipped the guy over from where he had fallen on his face. Lightning struck again, lighting up the tall stranger. He was wearing ragged yellow and green overalls, which were mottled and looked old, as if they had been soaking in water all this time. He was wearing a weird hockey mask. There was a red triangular mark on the forehead and the cheeks of the mask, which also had evenly distributed holes for breathing. The mask was tied onto the bald stranger's face with a belt. Luke checked the system. "System, you have defeated Jason Voorhees and have received a list of his abilities. Jason Voorhees's abilities: Ultra Strength, unavailable; Ultra Senses, unavailable; Rapid Regeneration, unavailable; Resurrection, unavailable." Luke was dumbfounded. This was the first time that the abilities weren't available for him to learn in the system. All the abilities of this Jason Voorhees weren't grayed out, which would mean that they were temporarily unavailable, but instead were black, which meant that they were permanently unavailable. Luke was surprised but not especially so at this result. This Jason Voorhees in front of him didn't look like a human being. Without a heartbeat or breath, and smelling like a decaying corpse, the guy was more like a zombie. Who knew if Luke would end up bald and smelly too after learning this guy's abilities? Luke picked up the weapon which Jason had dropped. It was a rusty and broad machete that was more than 60 centimeters long. To Luke's surprise, there wasn't even a dent in this seemingly old machete after so many intense collisions with his alloy rod. He estimated that the machete was 2 times heavier than a regular machete. Throwing the machete away, Luke lifted Jason's weird hockey mask with his alloy rod. He then flung it deep into the woods. Luke lowered his head for a look, and frowned subconsciously. This Jason Voorhees was really creepy looking. His features were distorted and bloated, like that of a pale corpse that had been in water for days. No wonder the guy had the stench of a corpse on him. Thinking for a moment, Luke took a mountain rope out of his inventory. Dragging the guy to his pickup which wasn't far away, he tied the guy to the tow hook at the back of the pickup. Luke got into the car and drove to Eden Lake campsite. In the campsite, he found the landline in Steven's cabin and called Dustin. After a moment, Luke hung up the phone and chuckled at Jason, who was still struggling. Let's see if the FBI's 17th Division will take over. He searched the tool shed, and found steel cables that were as thick as his thumb. Grinning, Luke tied Jason up with the steel cables and took back the alloy wires. Those alloy wires were his special creation. They were expensive and unique, and couldn't be allowed to disperse in the outside world so easily. He also set up a camera in front of the cabin in passing to monitor Jason. When he was done, Luke clapped his hands. "All right, Mr. Jason, you're all wrapped up now." Luke then started moving again. He went round the lake to the other side. Crossing a hill, Luke saw a cabin in the woods. This was the cabin where Lucas Barton and the kids had gathered earlier. It was behind the hills opposite Stevens Hotel and was only accessible by foot. In a straight line, however, it was only 1 kilometer from the hotel. The front door was wide open, and Luke walked into the cabin, which was still in a mess. He didn't approach the bodies, and simply used a flashlight to observe the head that was on the floor. After examining it for a moment, he took out his fake phone and found a picture of a man in a prisoner's uniform. Comparing the man with the head on the ground, Luke sighed. "It really is you." The middle-aged man whom the kids had been interrogating and whom Jason Voorhees had beheaded was in fact Wade Davis, that real estate businessman from Texas. Mark Owen, the Texas Ranger, was killed while escorting Wade Davis, and this businessman had been missing since then. Lucas Barton was the biggest suspect in Mark Owen's murder. As it turned out, Wade Davis had been hiding here. No wonder Lucas Barton came in a hurry after hearing Luke's name, and planned to kill Luke back in the motel. He must have thought that Luke had found a lead on Wade Davis, and fearing that his crime would be exposed, he came to shut Luke up. All of this started with the officer's murder. After confirming Wade Davis's identity, Luke finally solved the puzzle. Suddenly, he heard a feeble voice. "H. Help me." Luke turned his head and noticed one of the kids who had been shot. There was a long and winding trail of blood behind him. He had clearly struggled to crawl to the door, but couldn't move anymore. At that moment, he looked at Luke with a pleading expression. Luke crouched down and took out a syringe to give the boy a shot. It was a painkiller. Luke then asked, "How did you find this place?" The kid was a little dazed, but as the painkiller kicked in, he stammered out his story. It turned out that those kids had been led here by the bloody clothes which Annie had dumped to mislead them. They were familiar with this area and knew that this was the only other place that had people apart from the hotel. They had searched the hotel and discovered that Steve and his girlfriend were gone, and thanks to the bloody clothes, they had come to this cabin. They found Wade Davis, and panic-stricken and aggressive, believed that Wade was hiding Steve and his girlfriend. Not only had Steve discovered the weed which they had secretly planted, they had also hurt him badly. There was no way they could let Steve and Janet go. So, they tied Wade up and interrogated him, doing to him what they did to Steve. After Luke was finished with his questions, the kid asked in a daze, "Can you send me to the hospital now? I feel cold." Luke sighed and shook his head. "There's no point. You won't make it to the hospital." The kid seemed confused. "Huh?" Luke said, "You've lost too much blood, and it will take at least an hour from here to the hospital." Desperation flashed in the kid's eyes. "H, help me. P, please." After a brief silence, Luke asked, "When you tied people up and cut them, they must have begged you too, didn't they?" The kid panicked. "No. It wasn't on purpose. We were just scared." Luke sighed and stood up. "Learn to be a good kid in your next life. At that point, the kid stopped breathing. "So, you really couldn't make it," Luke murmured at the kid's body. Through his questions, Luke had confirmed that these kids had tried to kill Steve to keep his mouth shut. The kids had a small weed patch nearby. That was the reason why they hung out here often. It was just an excuse for them to harvest the weed and sell it. Steve and his girlfriend, on the other hand, had barged into this location when they were looking for their car. In other words, these kids had already become drug dealers. Luke had been merciful enough not to kill them himself. As for the other two kids who had been shot, one of them died on the spot from being shot in the head, and the other one died before Luke came back. So, there were no survivors in this place. After figuring out everything, Luke left the cabin and cleaned up certain spots in the woods, before he returned to Eden Lake campsite. He made hot coffee in the kitchen and went out to the cabin porch to enjoy it, looking at the steel cables that jerked every now and then. The woods were pitch black in the pouring rain, except when they were lit up by lightning. However, Luke's heart was serene. 2 hours later, headlights broke through the darkness as several cars approached the cabin. Luke rose and returned to the cabin. A few guys got out of 4 black SUVs, and one of them knocked on the door. "Detective Luke Coulson." Luke said, "Please come in." "It's open." The man in a black combat uniform stepped into the cabin and observed Luke for a moment, before he flashed his ID. "FBI. We've been informed to take in the target you found." Luke checked the ID carefully, only to discover that the guy wasn't from the FBI's 17th Division, but a sub-bureau called the Joint Advanced Research Unit. He gave the ID back to the guy and said, "Agent Flegg. He's outside. I've tied him up with steel cables." Flegg nodded and said, "Thank you very much for your cooperation." Luke reminded him, "Be careful, ordinary bullets basically don't work on him, and I could only hold him down with steel cables." Flegg smiled confidently. "Rest assured, Detective, we're professionals." Luke smiled as well. "That's great. I thought that the 17th Division would come since they have more experience with this kind of stuff." Flegg was stunned. "The 17th Division?" Luke kept smiling. "Yes. Captain Wales and I have cooperated twice before. He's a nice guy." Flegg's smile vanished. He stared at Luke for a moment, then said, "In that case, things are much easier." He took a document out of his backpack. "Confidentiality agreement. You understand, right?" Luke quickly flipped through the document. It was pretty much the same as the agreement which Luke had signed with S.H.I.E.L.D. before. He signed his name on it and gave the document back. It happened in a cabin behind the hills on the opposite side of the lake. The victims include a few kids who were camping and a few county officers. A fugitive suspected of murdering an officer was killed by that thing as well. I need the information about the death of the fugitive to close my case. Will that be all right? Flegg took back the document and said casually, "We'll take over the investigation. A report will be sent to you in a couple of days." He then remembered that this detective had mentioned the 17th Division as well as Captain Wales. After a pause, Flegg added, "The report will state that the victims were killed by unknown criminals. Do you understand?" Luke nodded his head with a smile. He knew that the description in the report would be the official conclusion. He didn't really care much about that, as long as he could close the case of the officer's murder. More importantly, he planned to spread the word about Wade Davis's death. He wondered how much longer Wolf Ellsworth's company could survive. An hour later, Luke returned in the pickup to the motel near the hospital. When he went upstairs, he smiled at the owner of the motel, who was clearly astonished. The owner of the motel shivered and felt a little scared. After Luke went upstairs, the owner dialed a number after a brief hesitation, but nobody picked up. After a nervous moment of thought, he called 911. "Hello, there's a suspect here." A few minutes later, the owner of the motel put the phone down in a daze, the operator's reply echoing in his head. "The county police never sent any men to your place. Please stop making prank calls. This is a line for emergencies. If you take it up again, we'll record it down and send you an infringement notice. The owner of the inn was lost for words. Recalling the faint smile on Luke's face when the latter went upstairs, the owner felt that he had become involved in something dangerous. Luke returned to his room and knocked on the door. "Annie, it's me." There was the sound of hurried footsteps, and when the door opened, Annie's face was full of panic. "Why are you here? Some officers were looking for you. Hurry up and hide, before they find you." Luke hugged her with a smile and shut the door. "It's fine. I've already taken care of it." Annie was astonished. "Huh?" Sitting on the bed with her, Luke said, "Just pretend that you don't know anything. If anyone asks you, have them talk to me directly. Right, here's my contact. Keep it." He gave her his card. They had only exchanged numbers before. Luke hadn't given her a card which had his title on it. Annie read the card, only to be surprised. "The Major Crimes Division of LAPD. You're a level 2 detective." She had thought that Luke was a rookie officer, or maybe an intern, or he wouldn't have been sent here to be a safety training instructor. Luke stroked her back to calm her down. "There's an inside story to this, it's best if you don't know anything about it. Don't worry. I just pissed off some guys who don't appreciate the rules." He held her in his arms and said, "Sorry. You must have been frightened when I left beforehand." Annie shook her head. She had thought about it. Luke had left quietly, probably because he didn't want to get her involved. After comforting her, Luke called Juliet at the campsite and told her that he was safe. He also informed her that he might not be able to return on time the next day. Lucas Barton and his men had been to the campsite, and had indeed made Juliet uneasy. But Luke was the only one who could say anything now, and the dead officers couldn't cause him trouble any longer. After receiving Luke's call, Juliet was reassured and told him not to worry about the campsite. Then, Luke sent a text message to Elsa and told her the gist of the situation. Certain things had to be kept confidential, but there was no need to hide the deaths of Lucas Barton and Wade Davis. It was better to tell Elsa so that she would be prepared. Elsa soon called him. Luke smiled at Annie apologetically and answered the call in the hallway. He wasn't done until 10 minutes later. After returning to the room, Luke hugged Annie, who was still in a daze. Annie exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "Ah," Luke said, "I think I need another shower." "You jerk." "Ah," stunned for a moment, Annie moaned soon after. The next morning, the sun found its way through the gaps in the curtain to create 2 bright strips of light in the room. Luke woke up early and checked the system notifications. He had been rewarded 20 experience and credit points each for rescuing Steve, Janet and Annie, for a total of 60 points. There were also a bunch of other notifications. Mission: eliminate the adolescent drug dealers. Completed. Total experience, 500. Total credit, 500. Contribution rate, 30%. EXP plus 150. Credit plus 150. Mission: eliminate main members of Lucas Barton's criminal group. Completed. Total experience, 300. Total credit, 300. Contribution rate, 30%. EXP plus 90. Credit plus 90. Mission: crack the Texas Rangers murder case. Completed. Total experience, 100. Total credit, 100. Contribution rate, 50%. EXP plus 50. Credit plus 50. Mission: eliminate Wade Davis. Completed. Total experience, 100. Total credit, 100. Contribution rate, 30%. EXP plus 30. Credit plus 30. Luke scratched his head. He had received the most experience and credit from getting rid of the bad kids. The reward for eliminating the dirty cops and Wade Davis seemed quite small. Daddy's system clearly didn't give rewards based on the law, but according to the impact which the crimes had on other people. That meant that the bad kids had harmed more people, while Lucas Barton and his gang probably had to pretend to be good officers, so had hurt fewer people. By the same logic, Wade Davis yielded little experience and credit probably because he had only killed 2 people, and was only partly to blame for the death of the Texas Ranger. Therefore, Wade Davis, a big businessman, was the least valuable person in the system. But the 3 missions had been easily accomplished in one fell swoop, so the harvest wasn't bad at all. Then there was Jason Voorhees. System: stop Jason Voorhees from killing people. Completed. Total experience, 200. Total credit, 200. Contribution rate, 100%. EXP plus 200. Credit plus 200. Luke sighed. No matter how terrifying a monster Jason was, he wasn't as much of a danger as drug dealers. An average-sized gang of drug dealers could endanger hundreds of people at the very least. Comrade Jason, who silently and diligently reaped heads with his machete, was clearly nothing compared with the drug dealers. All in all, 600 experience and credit points for just a few hours of work wasn't bad. After checking his gains, Luke began to review his actions last night and think about follow-up plans. While he went over the details of his actions last night, Annie's warm and soft body lay in his arms. Finally, Annie moved and woke up in a daze. Looking at the strange room, she finally remembered where she was a moment later. Sensing the strong body that was right behind her, she subconsciously wriggled and took a deep breath. "Don't you need to sleep at all?" Luke chuckled and kissed her cheek. "I'm absolutely fine." Lost for words, Annie then asked, "When are we going to have breakfast?" Luke smiled. "I'm having mine right now. It's delicious." Annie blushed. "You animal." They didn't get up until noon. When they checked out, the owner of the hotel didn't even dare look Luke in the eye. After they checked out, Luke took Annie to the police station in town and found the 2 constables whom he had talked to yesterday. When Luke mentioned Stephen, the owner of Eden Lake campsite, to the constables, Annie finally realized that she had forgotten about her uncle all this time. It wasn't entirely her fault. Stephen wasn't really her blood uncle, and they were only distantly related. She had only worked at the campsite for 2 days, and to her, Stephen was a stranger whom she had just met. Too many things had happened last night for her to have time to worry about Stephen. The 2 constables said that they would send out a search party for Stephen. After asking for Annie's opinion, Luke then drove her up the mountain to fetch her personal belongings, including her cell phone, her ID, her credit card, and so on. After lunch, Luke dropped Annie at a bus stop on Route 405 and waved goodbye to her. After that awful experience with the murderous kids at the campsite, Annie wasn't going to continue working there, she would rather go back to the city. After dropping Annie off, Luke drove Stephen's pickup to the police station in town and asked the constables to return it to Stephen, if Stephen was still alive. But Luke wasn't very hopeful. On his way back to number 37 Middle School's campsite, he remembered the ruthless kids again. Not only did they steal a car, they had also tried to kill the victim to keep his mouth shut. However, they had been misled, and somehow sent themselves to Jason Voorhees's machete. Luke had planned to teach those kids a lesson after finding out the truth, but had been saved the trouble. This was actually an inevitable ending. If they had been less ballsy and ruthless, they wouldn't have been killed off in one night. Returning to number 37 Middle School's campsite, Luke looked at the kids who were horsing around, and suddenly felt that it was quite adorable that they went swimming at night or went naked into the woods. They spent their energy on playing around, at least, which for minors was absolutely a good thing. Luke found Juliet and thanked her for her help the day before. Juliet simply nodded and spoke to him in private. "Luke, you're not in any trouble, are you?" Luke shook his head with a smile. "I reported what happened yesterday to my superior. Everything's fine." Staring at him for a moment, Juliet slowly nodded. That's great. If you're in any trouble, just let me know if I can be of any help, alright? Luke thanked her with a smile and resumed his role as safety instructor. Juliet was relieved when she saw how Luke was behaving. She had a good impression of Luke. Luke was one of the best she had seen in terms of looks, manners and professionalism. Like she said, if she could help, she wouldn't mind testifying on his behalf so that he wasn't caught up in something troublesome. After Juliet left, Luke called Selena while he was patrolling the campsite and told her what happened last night. Apart from the confidential matter related to Jason Voorhees, he told her about everything else in detail, like the deaths of Wade Davis and Lucas Barton. After hearing that, Selena asked, "Should I start making preparations now so that you can deal with that playboy after you come back?" Luke coughed and said, "Don't. We're law-abiding detectives. Focus on the real estate company and search for any weaknesses and negative press on it. You can ask Elizabeth to help you, she's your student too." Selena rolled her eyes. Got it. She had thought in the beginning that this guy was interested in Elizabeth, but she now realized that he was completely just using Elizabeth as free labor. But Selena liked it this way, since she could give a lot of the work to Elizabeth. Thinking about Elizabeth's possible gains later, Selena didn't feel guilty about it at all. "Can't get enough of the middle school girls yet?" Selena asked casually. Luke chuckled. "It'll be over in a couple of days. You should always finish what you started." He had sent too many naked students back to their dorms in the last 2 nights, it was too much fun. When he was free, he had Sonia look up Jason Voorhees in the police database. He was quite curious about this weirdo. This was Sonia's area of expertise. Less than half a day later, she sent a bunch of files to Luke. Luke was even more astonished after going through the information. The name Jason Voorhees wasn't in the electronic database. But as a professional, Sonia had found old paper documents in the archive room. Most of the documents had been sealed for years, and the police department didn't have the manpower and energy to turn them into electronic records. Based on what Sonia found, the Eden Lake campsite that Stephen ran was originally known as Camp Crystal Lake. It wasn't strange for Crystal State Park to have a crystal lake. That worn signboard which Luke had seen at the very beginning, Camp Crys*****, was thus its original name, except that the latter half of the name had been cut off. It had also been a camp for students years ago, but was abandoned after an accident, until Annie's uncle took over and renamed and promoted it as Eden Lake Campsite. Number 37 Middle School's campsite was the new camp that was established after the accident back then. The new site was closer to the road and easier to reach, so Crystal Lake had remained abandoned. Sonia had found a few old newspaper clippings which mentioned Jason Voorhees' name. Allegedly, this 11-year-old child drowned in an accident while playing with his classmates. However, his mother insisted that Jason had been pushed into the water by his classmates, and started to wantonly slaughter the teachers in the camp back then. In the end, this crazy mother was shot dead. The case happened decades ago, and it was hard to find any information on it. These newspaper clippings were the only proof that such a horrible incident had once taken place. Whether because of superstition or other reasons, the campsite was relocated. Reading the files, Luke scratched his chin and mumbled, "So, Mr. Jason is just a child." Was this a case of a bad boy getting belated revenge on other bad boys? Luke was amused and stopped looking into it. It had only been out of personal interest that he had looked into it. Mr. Jason had probably been sent to a lab by now, and would no longer emerge to sort out bad kids. 2 days later, Luke noticed a group of people on the open ground in front of the camp entrance, including the 2 constables whom he had spoken with before. He thought for a moment before he went over to greet the constables. "Are they from the town on the other side of the mountain? Looking for their kids?" Luke asked one of the constables in a low voice, and the latter nodded with a bitter smile. Luke said sympathetically, "Then you're going to be busy. I wish you luck." Flegg and his agents had cleaned up everything and removed all the bodies. including those of the kids. These parents wouldn't find anything. The constable couldn't say anything in response. While vile kids didn't have to mean that they had vile parents, this bunch really didn't look decent. These parents were rude and vulgar, and preferred to talk with their fists than with words. When Luke spoke to the constable, two men glared at him. "Who are you? Are you a reporter?" Luke smiled and fished out his badge. "I'm responsible for security in this camp. Shall I kick you out to the road?" The two men fell silent. They were standing at the camp entrance, which was under Luke's jurisdiction. The constable secretly gave Luke a thumbs up, before he went over to sort out the next course of action. Otherwise, if they went up the mountain and some of the parents went missing, search parties would have to be sent out. The constables hadn't sent anyone to look for the kids because the FBI had already issued a notice. Now that the 6 kids were confirmed dead, the constables certainly wouldn't waste their time, but the parents were unwilling to let it go. Looking at the quarreling group of people, Luke shook his head. If they were really that worried about their kids, why didn't they do anything earlier? The fact that they went up the mountain to plant weed and kill people wasn't something that could be explained away with 1 or 2 days of negligence. Luke detected a familiar scent on this group with his sharp nose. Weed. And after it was processed, too. The thick scent confirmed that these people hadn't just come into contact with the weed in passing. Narrowing his eyes, Luke remembered that the kid he had questioned had said in the end, "It's our job." At that time, he thought that the kid was talking about how the brats had divided up the work, but it now looked like that wasn't necessarily the case. Sneering, Luke returned to the campsite with no intention of watching this shitty performance any longer. Looking for their kids? More likely they were looking for the weed farm. After Luke went back, a few black SUVs appeared in the distance. A few minutes later, the SUVs stopped at the camp entrance, and Big Nick got out. Looking at the middle school students, he cursed in a low voice, but still obediently stubbed out his cigarette before he walked into the camp. A moment later, Big Nick felt slightly amused when he looked at Luke, who was enjoying tea and basking in the sun by the lake. He had called Luke in the middle of the night partly to get back at Lucas Barton, who had planned to frame him for the officer's murder, and partly to return the favor when Luke had helped him catch the bank robbers. Big Nick wasn't exactly a clean officer, but he paid attention to detail, and didn't feel comfortable owing Luke a favor. The main thing was that Luke felt too clean, he felt like a completely different type of police officer. Even if they weren't enemies, Big Nick subconsciously didn't want to owe Luke anything. In the end, the FBI sent out a notice later that night. 6 officers, including Lucas Barton, had been killed by unknown criminals. Wade Davis was dead, and so were 6 kids that had been out camping. And Luke was absolutely fine. Big Nick wasn't some good person. He had threatened the owner of the motel before he came here. The owner confessed everything without hesitation. He no longer wanted to have anything to do with the conflict between the county police and the young man. He just wanted to run his motel in peace. After hearing the motel owner out, Big Nick was silent for a long time, before he resumed his journey. Lucas Barton had fallen just like that, and since he was dead, there was no chance of him making a comeback. Furthermore, it was actually the FBI that had closed the case and cleaned up the mess. This changed Big Nick's opinion of Luke, and was what prompted him to meet Luke again. They might not become bosom buddies, but Big Nick didn't want to become enemies with Luke either. It was a good thing that the call he made last night hadn't been in vain. Putting down his teacup, Luke looked at Big Nick and rose. "Let's go. There are too many students here." They walked along the lake and talked for several minutes. Nick was here to meet Luke and ask him about Lucas Barton. Naturally, Luke said that he didn't know the details, but Big Nick got it from Luke's expression. Even if it was by sheer luck that Luke was able to kill off Lucas Barton and his party, Nick still didn't want to piss him off. After they were done speaking, Luke walked Big Nick to the camp entrance. Big Nick hesitated for a moment, before he suddenly said, if you ever run into trouble in Los Angeles County, you can look me up. This was a clear olive branch. To Nick's surprise, Luke nodded with a smile. Great. As it happens, there's something I hope you can do for me. Not far from where they were standing at the entrance, the parents had finally decided to get going again after a heated argument. Luke said something, and both he and Big Nick watched the parents drive off. 2 minutes later, Big Nick waved goodbye and jogged back to his car. He was already issuing an order as soon as he opened the car door. Let's go. We've got things to do. Follow those cars. As he spoke, he looked at Luke, who was still patrolling the campsite, and cursed in a low voice. *T. I was wrong. That guy's a smiling tiger. His subordinate couldn't help but ask, what about Lucas Barton and his crew? Various emotions crossed Big Nick's face. Just believe whatever the FBI says, unless you want to avenge them. His subordinate cackled and didn't say anything else. Big Nick was obviously implying that it was best not to piss off this young man, or the next deaths the FBI announced might be their own. According to the notice that the county police received, there were 14 victims in this case, including 6 county officers, but there was no media coverage on it, and even the county police higher-ups hadn't said anything. Big Nick and his crew had been sent here because they were used to cleaning up messes, but their backer had explicitly told them not to look into the case too carefully. Why aren't you driving yet? Don't you want to get back to your girl tonight? Nick spat out the car window and lit a cigarette as he cursed his subordinate. His subordinate started up the car and said, "Boss, aren't we just here to pretend?" Big Nick casually slapped the back of his head. "Just drive." Then, he said in a low voice, "Someone told me that those guys have been secretly planting weed on the mountain for a long time and selling it." His subordinate was blank for a moment, before he perked up. "Are we going to clean them up?" Nick grunted in agreement, but then said, "Don't ruin all the weed. We need to keep some as evidence. I promised my source that I would put those guys in prison for several years." His subordinate chuckled. "Then we won't touch the weed that's still in the ground. As for the rest." Nick thought for a moment, then nodded. "We can do whatever we want with the rest. Also, that bunch must have a big stash of dirty cash after illegally selling weed for so long. That's the key." His subordinate's eyes glowed. The guy picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Hey, we've got business. Boss says to hurry up, or you won't have money for big asses tonight." The other members of the crew immediately jeered. "You have a big ass, let me play with it. You faggot. Aren't you the one who likes to be played?" Big Nick laughed and looked at the campsite for the last time, before he left with the other SUVs. After seeing them off, everything was peaceful once more. 2 days later, Big Nick called Luke. He sounded slightly embarrassed over the phone. "Luke, there's something I need to tell you." Luke asked, "What is it?" After a brief silence, Nick said in a low voice, "There was a small accident last night when we arrested that bunch of drug dealers." He fell silent again. Luke asked, "So?" Nick coughed and said, 6 male suspects were at the scene. 3 of them were killed and the other 3 were heavily wounded. However, another 6 female suspects in the case were detained in their homes. Luke was stunned for a moment, but then said, "Congratulations. Were any of you hurt?" Nick said, "No." Luke said, "That's great." He hung up soon after, not knowing what to say. Big Nick and his crew were really impatient. It had only been 2 days, and he had already cleaned up the parents of the weed-planting kids. Also, these county officers were as blunt and crude as ever, they simply took down the men in the gang and then looted their wealth. Naturally, Nick was a little embarrassed to make this call. He had promised to put the guys in prison, but wound up sending them to the morgue. That hadn't been the deal. As for Luke, he was quite pleased. It wasn't as if he could tell Nick, "It's best if you get rid of all of them." However, it had been enough to imply to Nick that those people had money and drugs. In a good mood, Luke escorted the kids and teachers onto the school bus, and then followed behind them in his car all the way back to Los Angeles. At the school entrance, Juliet hugged him and said, "You're a good kid. You can come find me if you ever need help." Luke thanked her with a smile before he drove off. He could roughly guess why Juliet acted this way with him. He had learned from the others that Juliet had a little brother who had only been in his first year of university when he went missing last year while camping in the mountains, and had never been found. Luke didn't look like her brother, but they were somewhat similar in terms of temperament and figure, which was why Juliet had a good impression of him. Done with his mission, Luke went directly to the police department. Walking over to his desk, he saw Selena, whose head was buried in files. Smiling, Luke put down the box he was carrying next to her and opened it. His movements were light and nimble, and Selena didn't notice him at all. In the next moment, however, her nose twitched, and she turned her head to look at the open box. "Oh, am I dreaming? Did God answer my prayers?" But realization promptly struck her, and she turned her head to see Luke smiling at her. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. So, it wasn't God. Luke raised an eyebrow. No. Selena's will to live was strong. "You're an angel, you knew that I was hungry." Luke showed her the other boxes he had and said, "I bought them on the way back. Do you want to distribute them?" Selena promptly got up and took the paper boxes from him. "Luke has donuts, who wants them?" Everybody in the office flocked toward them. But nobody shoved each other for the donuts, since they knew that Luke and Selena always had enough for everyone. In the end, only 2.5 out of 4 boxes of donuts were shared out. There were only a dozen people at the office at the moment. 2 officers with sweet tooths took 2 donuts each, otherwise they wouldn't have needed to open a third box. After greeting everybody with a smile, Luke signaled to Selena, and they went to Elsa's office with the last 1.5 boxes of donuts. "There's been nothing recently?" he asked Selena. Selena replied with a deeply bitter expression, "Of course it's nothing for you. I've been going through case files in the office every day, and haven't stepped foot outside at all." Luke smiled. "I'm back, so you're free." Selena nodded. It was much better to investigate cases with Luke than sitting in the office. They always brought snacks with them when they headed out in the morning, and when the weather was good, they could have afternoon tea and enjoy the sunshine for an hour or 2. In any case, they were the most efficient team in the Major Crimes Division, so nobody had any complaints about them enjoying a slice of opera cake and green tea or a cappuccino under the sun. As long as they could crack cases effectively, it was all good. Luke and Selena entered Elsa's office, and Selena put the 1.5 boxes of donuts on her table. Elsa had a conflicted expression on her face. "I've been trying to lose weight." Luke chuckled. "This entire box is blueberry cheese donuts, and is especially for you." Elsa looked at the other box. "What about this one?" Luke replied casually, "They're regular donuts, and there are 4 left. You can take them to Dustin if you want." After a brief silence, Elsa quickly put the blueberry cheese donuts in her drawer and said, "Thanks for pushing back my weight loss program." "Now, what's up?" Luke said, "I'm here for cases. I can't work on any of the cases you gave me now." Elsa was lost for words. She hadn't expected the Ellsworth family to be involved in both the case of the girl in pajamas and the death of the Texas Ranger. Additionally, Palmer had asked for a favor, and had taken over the donut store case and the case of the fuel truck robbery, so Luke couldn't continue investigating those. However, the last thing that the Major Crimes Division lacked was cases, and each one was more urgent than the next. Elsa pulled a stack of case files over so that they were in front of her. "Do you want to take it easy or work hard?" Luke replied offhandedly, "Anything is fine, as long as the case has leads." With a knowing expression, Elsa straightaway picked out some case files from the bottom and threw them to Luke. "I already put these ones aside for you." Luke said, thanks for your trust, boss. A moment later, they both left, and Elsa sighed with relief. When Luke had gone out to play for a week, she had put together quite a number of tricky cases that were suitable for him. He was trustworthy. Relaxed, she opened the paper box. Smelling the sweet donuts, she took a bite out of one of them, and sighed contentedly. Blueberry cheese, I haven't had one of these in a long time. Looking at the half-full box of regular donuts, and then at the special blueberry cheese donut in her hand, Elsa hesitated for a moment, then said, Dustin isn't a fan of donuts, anyway. I'll just give him the half-full box. As for the blueberry cheese donuts, she decided to keep them for herself. After sitting down at his desk, Luke gave the case files to Selina to screen as usual. Elizabeth had returned too. She waved at Luke, indicating that she had something to tell him, and Luke nodded for her to come over. She then told him that Samantha had returned to Arizona with Ashley and Mike. Chris had gone back with his aunt as well. Jenny and Bobby had been negotiating with Chris about the mine on Luke's behalf, and he hadn't talked to them yet. He simply asked, Is everything fine on your mother's end? Elizabeth hesitated for a moment before she nodded. We did everything like you said, except. Luke nodded. Then that's fine. Focus on work and don't worry about what's happening at home. It's never bad to have more money, right? Elizabeth nodded with a wry smile. Having money was better than struggling for years to pay off her college loan. She then said in a low voice, The Ellsworths have been on the news a lot in the last 2 days. It would be good to pay them more attention. Luke nodded. All right, got it. There were a lot of things that Elizabeth wanted to say, but she felt that it wasn't proper to voice them out. In the end, she simply said thanks once more and returned to work. Luke turned around and looked at Selina. Have you picked a case? Selina didn't lift her head as she continued skimming the files. Pretty much. The weather has been nice recently. If you want to check out bikinis, there's a case of a female body on the beach. There's nothing special about the other cases. Luke grew interested. What kind of body? Selina said, The kind you're imagining. You want to check it out? Luke rose and said, Let's go. You can enjoy the sun. The phone on the desk suddenly rang. Luke picked up the phone. Hello. All right, at once. He put down the phone and shrugged at Selina. Dustin asked us to go to his office. Selina said, Hopefully it won't delay our investigation. Luke said, You're more interested in catching some rays, aren't you? But the sun's about to set, and you won't be able to get any sun now anyway. Selina said, We can look for the best spot first, so that we won't have to waste time later. Luke couldn't say anything, and just gave her a thumbs up. They soon returned from Dustin's office with a promotion document each. Luke smiled. All right, if we hurry up, we can finish the paperwork and change our IDs and badges today. Selina sighed. Fine. I can skip out on sunbathing for a promotion and a pay rise. They then went off to finish the paperwork. Luke didn't really care about credit, but he had cracked a lot of cases, including some especially tricky ones, and had also helped obtain huge donations for Westside. So, his promotion was inevitable. Now, he and Selina were both level 3 detectives. Also, both of them had enrolled as part-time students at a LA community college recommended by Jenny. This was a legitimate community college that had been approved by the Ministry of Education. It was similar to other colleges, except that the exams weren't as difficult, and the content that would be assessed would be specified beforehand. Luke had signed both of them up after doing the background research, so that they could graduate in 2 years. A 2-year diploma from a community college certainly couldn't compare with a 4-year university certificate. After they graduated, however, they could go on to apply for further study. Also, their diploma would be recognized by LAPD. The crime rate in Los Angeles was rising steadily, but recruitment continued to decline every year, as fewer young people wanted to become police officers. As one of the top 3 crime cities in America, Los Angeles was certainly worthy of its notoriety, so it was risky to be a police officer here. Many university graduates didn't want to do such a strenuous and dangerous job. So, LAPD and LASD could only lower their requirements. For example, the minimum age requirement had changed from 21 to 19, and the police now accepted 2-year diplomas from community colleges. Luke estimated that the age requirement might be reduced to 17.5 in a couple of years, as police school training took around half a year, so new officers would be 18 after they finished the training, and could start work right away. Luke and Selena's annual salaries had also been raised to the level of seasoned officers, which was close to $90,000 before tax. This time, Dustin had given Luke and Selena the treatment they deserved for their track record in one go. From his performance in the last few months, Luke's promotion was justified, and nobody dared complain. This wasn't based on his achievements in Houston or Shackleford, and wasn't about the classified cases. He had been promoted based on the work that everybody had seen him do. Luke was happy to accept it. After becoming a level 3 detective, there were few detectives in the major crimes division who had a higher level than he did. Now, he was also a seasoned detective. There was no need for a big celebration. A lot of people in the major crimes division didn't get promoted to level 2 detectives until they were almost 30. Luke and Selena didn't want to draw their envy. Back at home, Luke made dinner for Selena to celebrate the promotion, and left the house at 10. Selena snorted. "Going to see your secretary Jenny again?" Luke smiled. "Of course. Don't forget about Chris's mine." Selena couldn't say anything. The gold mine was definitely important. Luke picked Jenny up from her villa. Even though Jenny didn't mind, Luke hardly visited her villa and never stayed over. They always spent the night at a hotel. Jenny had asked him why before, and Luke gave a very realistic answer: to avoid putting her in danger. After all, meeting at a hotel and staying the night at her place were relationships at 2 different levels. As Luke worked more and more cases, he would encounter more and more dangerous people. When he went to meet Jenny, he always disguised himself and made sure that nobody was following him. Besides, on the nights he met Jenny, he often went out to earn experience and credit points. If he were at Jenny's place, he would have to sneak past the security guards. It was far less convenient than the hotels he picked. In their hotel room, they snuggled in front of the window as Jenny told Luke what she had accomplished. Chris McCormick, the son of the mine owner in Boom Town in Arizona, had struck a deal with Jenny. Luke was going to set up a new company with Chris to run the gold mine. Boom Town's gold mine would be up and running again with Luke's capital investment, and he would get 25% of the shares. Samantha, Elizabeth's mother, invested some of her money too, and had a 5% share. The rest of the shares belonged to Chris. That was the basic situation. Jenny had negotiated the details. She was better at contracts than Chris was, and wouldn't cut a losing deal. Chris also didn't really hesitate to make the deal. The mines he currently had were already dry. He hadn't shut them down yet only because they were his father's lifelong work. He didn't have the money to get them running again. Even if there really were new mother lodes, he could only helplessly watch the mines go bankrupt if no investments came in. Now that Luke had expressed interest and was willing to take the risk, it was impossible for Chris to say no. Where did Samantha get her money? It was a low-interest loan from Luke's company. Luke didn't really care how Elizabeth persuaded her mother to accept the loan, but from this moment on, Samantha would be a supervisor of the new company. Luke also thought of a new job for Bobby Max, his PR manager. Since there was no progress with Google, he would send Bobby to this town in Arizona to dig the gold mine, or rather, to supervise the digging of the gold mine. The new mother lode was located in the spider's nest where Luke had saved Gladys. Thanks to his assortment of abilities, Luke had been able to identify the gold ore. When he discovered the peculiarity of the ore that had been in one corner of the spider's nest, he brought a small piece back for testing in the lab. Based on the ore he brought out, there was roughly 15 grams of gold in every ton. This was absolutely high-grade ore. Of course, it was also possible that Luke's sample just happened to have a higher percentage, and the overall amount wasn't that high. But considering the history of that gold mine, 7 grams of gold in every ton of ore was still impressive. Moreover, there was also silver and bronze in addition to the gold, which could also be mined and sold. Luke's investment in the gold mine was only a passing interest, and he didn't plan to devote his time to it. He was neither attracted to nor talented at business. Naturally, he wouldn't spend time on this aspect. It was good enough if he could earn some money from the gold mine. After discussing the gold mine with Jenny, the two of them finally got down to official business, and unexpectedly discovered that there were even more questions and knowledge that they needed to work on. The next morning, Luke pulled Secretary Jenny into another round before he left the hotel, brimming with satisfaction. On the way home, he tossed Jenny and the gold mine to the back of his mind as he mulled over another matter. Something was seriously wrong with Wolf Ellsworth. After Jenny fell asleep last night, Luke slipped out of the hotel and found a gang that he had been investigating for a while. After making some inquiries with a higher-up of this gang, he learned some interesting intelligence. Wolf Ellsworth had a secret hobby, and often looked for female college students through those gangsters. Most of the small fry in the gang weren't clear on the details, and only 2 leaders who dealt with this matter were aware of Wolf's identity. Also, some of these students went missing soon after. Furthermore, Wolf had always been close to his nephew Dylan, and was a regular customer of Prime Exotic, his nephew's luxury car club. After Luke picked up Selena, they went to the police department. Sonia came over the moment she saw them. Looking at her face, Luke asked, "What happened?" Sonia said, "Scorsese found something. Come and take a look." Naturally, Luke didn't refuse. The 3 of them went to Sonia's desk, and she took out a photo from a folder. Scorsese found something on the soles of the feet of that girl in pajamas. It's not anything like tar or mud, but the leaves of a unique plant. Luke nodded. Sonia said, "This is an expensive ornamental plant. It's called." She browsed through the case file and read, "It's called Red Dawn Maple, and when I was looking up information on Wolf, I happened to catch this." She opened an image on her computer. This is one of Wolf Ellsworth's mansions. He often throws parties here. Look here. Luke narrowed his eyes and watched as Sonia clicked and zoomed in on one part of the image. On either side of the steps outside the mansion were 2 beautiful crimson plants that were between 1.5 and 2 meters tall. "Is this Red Dawn Maple?" Luke asked. Sonia nodded. "It's a maple from Japan. It's a unique and valuable species, and is very rare here. Also, this mansion is only a couple of kilometers from Dylan Ellsworth's villa." Luke pondered for a moment and asked, "So, the girl in pajamas wasn't far from Wolf Ellsworth's mansion when she got hit?" "The scene of the accident is even closer to the mansion, it's only several hundred meters away." Sonia looked around and said in a low voice, "Also, Scorsese searched unsolved cases in the archive from the last 2 years, and found the same maple leaves on another 3 victims. One of the victims was found at the construction site for Wolf's new company." Luke raised an eyebrow. "Is he that stupid?" Sonia said, "Maybe he himself doesn't remember where he tossed the body. After all, not even driving your car away after hitting and killing someone isn't smart either, is it?" Luke nodded with a smile. "True, they have money, after all." Thinking for a moment, he said, "Don't continue investigating this case, understand?" Sonia hesitated and asked, "You?" Luke shrugged. "Other people might be interested in Wolf Ellsworth's hobby, but not us." Sonia stared at him and nodded silently. Luke took the files to Elsa. A moment later, Elsa went to Dustin with the same files. Luke returned to his desk and gave Sonia an okay gesture. Sonia nodded and continued with her work. She didn't really want the credit. If she provoked the Ellsworth family, it wouldn't be pretty for her. By doing this, Luke had completely pulled her free of this case, and she didn't need to worry about the Ellsworth family taking revenge. Also, Sonia had inexplicably helped to intercept stolen goods worth tens of millions of dollars previously, and Dustin had specifically said that she had a hand in it. How could Sonia be unsatisfied? The police department had smoothly pocketed a huge amount of the unclaimed cash, that was definitely more important than cracking a few murder cases. No wonder Elizabeth likes to work with Luke. Sonia mumbled to herself. Selina asked in a low voice, "Are you really not going to do anything?" Luke said, "What are you thinking? We've got too many cases to work on. Let's go. We'll inspect your sunbathing spot today." Selina nodded, and they left for the forensics department. Scorsese, a black guy with an afro, was already at work. He asked, "Have you seen the report on the girl in pajamas?" Luke nodded. "Yes, it's already been handed over to Dustin. Just keep it to yourself and don't mention it to anyone." Scorsese nodded. "Then why are you here?" Luke said, "For the body on the beach. It was sent over the day before yesterday. We're here for the preliminary findings." Scorsese gave an "oh" before he walked over to pull open the door of a cold chamber. The cold chamber was essentially an ice coffin. The tray was pulled out to reveal a female body. Scorsese recited, "Wendy Bagger, female, 34 years of age, unemployed. We've already contacted her husband, Winston Bagger. He never filed a missing report for his wife." Selina was curious. He didn't know that his wife was missing for 2 days. "Wait, how do you know that, Scorsese? You're a doctor, not a detective, right?" Scorsese shrugged. "Sonia bought the husband here yesterday to verify the woman's identity, and I was here. My memory's pretty good, you know." Luke chuckled. "That's great. We don't need to talk to Sonia, then, she seems pretty busy." Scorsese was lost for words. "Actually, I'm very busy too. You have more than 30 detectives in the Major Crimes Division, but I only have 3 forensic doctors on shift here." Luke raised his hand to stop him. "Stop. Take your complaints to the big shots in their personal offices. No matter what you say to me, it's not like I can give you a single cent." Speechless for a moment, Scorsese shook his head helplessly. "Fine, let's focus on this Mrs. Wendy Bagger. Actually, we found one of her legs first." He then lifted the sheet that covered the body. Luke and Selina looked at the body, only to frown simultaneously. Scorsese said, "The good news is that her leg was cut off after she died. 2 guys were fishing at night when something got stuck in their boat propeller. They reached out, and hit the jackpot." He pointed at Wendy's left leg. Luke asked, "What's the cause of death?" "Severe trauma to her forehead, which probably knocked her out instantly. She then died from an intracranial hemorrhage." Scorsese pointed at the head of the body. "Also, she had intercourse before her death, and her right arm was dislocated." "So?" Selina asked, "Someone might have knocked her out and raped her before throwing her into the ocean." Scorsese shrugged. "You're the professionals. Don't ask me." Luke asked, "Here's a professional question for you, was there any semen left in her? What are the results of the DNA test?" Scorsese said, "There was, but it's not in our DNA database. Sonia helped us obtain a DNA sample from Wendy's husband, and I'm afraid that it's not a match." Luke remarked, "What a sad story." Scorsese said, "What's even sadder is that the content of this lady's stomach suggests that she died 3 hours after dinner, and the food was pretty good. Do you want to take a look?" Luke and Selina both shook their heads. "You can just tell us." The food in a dead victim's stomach wouldn't be fresh, it was essentially vomit that hadn't been discharged, and looked and smelled horrible. Scorsese said, "Basically, it was lobster, fresh sea urchins, some cheese, and roasted clams. So, she might have had dinner with a man who wasn't her husband at a seafood restaurant, before she was dumped in the ocean? Asked Luke. Scorsese shrugged. It's your job to find out. Do you have any more questions? After a brief silence, Luke suddenly asked, Sonia has a boyfriend, doesn't she? Scorsese subconsciously shook his head. No way, she doesn't have a boyfriend. Greatly enlightened, Luke patted his shoulder. Okay, thank you for your answer. Scorsese was lost for words. Holding back her laughter, Selina left with Luke. Only after they were some distance away from the morgue did Selina laugh out loud. Luke glanced at her. For the record, he confessed himself, it's not like I was prying into Sonia's privacy. Selina nodded with a smile. No wonder the reports which Sonia wants always come out faster. Ha ha ha. Luke said, that's down to her personal charm, it's not like she demands them. It's got nothing to do with us. At most, we can ask Sonia to help us if we need a report urgently. Selina nodded decisively. The forensics department was actually even busier than the major crimes division because they had less manpower. There was a severe shortage of skilled forensic scientists like Scorsese in Los Angeles. Naturally, Luke and Selina had to make full use of the lethal weapon that was Sonia. However, comparing Sonia's athletic body with Scorsese's small physique from spending all his time in the lab, they both shook their heads, these two getting together would be a feat. After gossiping about their colleagues, they drove to the beach where the female body was found. The place was slightly northwest of Santa Monica Beach, and had fewer tourists. The year was only 2004. Even Malibu Beach, where Tony would establish his mansion, was still a desolate landscape. There was hardly anybody around. They walked to a small bay. Looking at the eye-catching yellow cordon in one corner, Luke asked, what do you think about sunbathing in this place? The place had quite a nice view of the blue sky and blue ocean, although the beach here was mostly pebbles and stones. Selina looked around and nodded. Not bad. Fewer people, less trouble. We can set up deck chairs where the stones are more level. Luke chuckled. Then let's go and investigate. Of course, they had to handle business first. They were here in order to figure out how the female body had ended up in this particular stretch of ocean. They would be able to determine through a field investigation whether Wendy's body had drifted here on the water current, or if it had simply been dumped here. The direction of the follow-up investigation would depend on whether the body had been dumped on the beach before it was swallowed by the tide, or had been dumped directly into the ocean from a boat. Luke and Selina went over to the yellow cordon, which was where the body had been retrieved. Taking out the file photo of the crime scene, Luke looked at the ocean and said, the water current comes from there. He pointed in one direction. They walked several hundred meters along the beach and climbed a slope, only to be rendered speechless by what they saw. Hundreds of meters away on the other side of the slope was a row of villas along the shoreline. Selina checked the map and said, it's a villa district. Dozens of families live here. Luke covered his forehead. Does this mean that we have to investigate them one by one? Looking at the map, Selina suddenly said, why don't we have lunch at a seafood restaurant first? Luke was confused. Huh. It was just after 10 in the morning, and was a little early for lunch. Selina zoomed in on the map on the tablet and showed it to Luke. See this? Luke looked at the map, and saw several restaurants along the beach back in the direction which they had come. Luke raised an eyebrow. Are you sure that they specialize in seafood? Selina said, maybe they have big lobsters. Luke smiled. Let's go. If they do, we know what we're having for lunch. They drove back a kilometer, and then slowed down to check the restaurants next to the road. They soon picked Greer out of a few fairly high-end restaurants. Selina asked with a smile, what do you think? Luke nodded. This is it. A signboard outside Greer specifically said, today's special, Boston lobster. But actually, these were Maine lobsters and not Boston lobsters. Boston lobsters are best steamed or cooked with cheese, said Luke. Selina immediately started drooling. Ah, don't talk about that yet, we're here on a case. Luke didn't torture the glutton any longer. They went in and found a waitress. After showing her their badges, they gave her a photo of the victim and asked, "Have you seen this lady before?" The waitress looked at the photo and smiled. "Of course, Ms. Wendy comes here every week or two." Luke asked, "Alone?" The waitress hesitated for a moment, but she still replied, "No, she comes with Mr. Swick. He's a decent gentleman." Luke and Selina looked at each other and asked, "They come together every time?" The waitress said, "More or less, but Mr. Swick sometimes comes alone." Luke thought for a moment and asked, "Do you remember if they had dinner here the day before yesterday?" The waitress nodded. "Yes. They were at my table." Luke asked, "Was there anything unusual about them? For example, did they fight?" The waitress shook her head. "No, they've always had a close relationship, from what I can see." Luke hummed a response and asked, "Did they leave together after dinner?" The waitress shook her head. "No, Ms. Wendy left on our boat, but Mr. Swick drove his car. However, Ms. Wendy never returned our boat after she left." Luke and Selina looked at each other. "What boat?" The waitress pointed at a small pier by the sea. "We provide our customers boats for them to go out and have fun on the ocean for a bit." Luke and Selina looked at the boats, and saw that they were white with green edges. Each boat could only accommodate 2 to 3 people. Luke thought for a moment, then asked again, "What do you know about Mr. Swick?" A moment later, Luke acquired the address of this Mr. Swick. He smiled at the waitress and said, "Please reserve a table for us. We'll have lunch here later, and we'd like you to be our server." The waitress smiled brilliantly. She knew she would be getting a hefty tip later. The man who had been meeting Wendy for meals was called Phyllis Swick. He lived precisely in the villa district that Luke and Selina had just seen. Luke looked at Selina and asked, "Thought of anything?" In the passenger seat, Selina drew a few lines on the tablet. "Is it like this?" On the map on the tablet, the restaurant was connected to Swick's house, and Wendy's name was written on a simple drawing of a boat on the ocean, with a question mark behind it. Luke looked at the map and nodded. "That's pretty much it. Now we have to find out where Wendy died." An hour later, they walked out of the villa district. After a brief silence, Selina asked, "Do you think he was telling the truth?" Luke said, "I don't know, but we've seen a lot of criminals who are good actors. Just because he was grieving like that doesn't mean that he's innocent." Selina clicked her tongue. "My intuition tells me that he didn't kill Wendy." Luke didn't argue with her. After all, it was just her intuition, not a foregone conclusion. Phyllis Swick was reasonably handsome and quite a good talker. Indeed, it was easy for him to win a lady's favor. But Wendy's husband was a little pitiful. From the conversation just now, this Mr. Swick told them that he and Wendy were a couple and estranged from their spouses. They were going to divorce their spouses so that they could be together. He had indeed been with Wendy that night. Wendy had sailed the boat to his place, and then left the same way after their tryst. Selina found that odd. "Why didn't you drive back together?" Swick said miserably, "She didn't want anyone to see her coming to my house. She sailed the boat to my place every time. She wasn't divorced yet, you know." Luke and Selina looked at each other. Recalling that Wendy's husband didn't make a police report until his wife had been missing for 3 days, they knew that this couple didn't have the best relationship. Luke said, "Let's go and see if we can find the boat. That might be the first crime scene." Instead of driving the car, they simply searched the shoreline on foot. 40 minutes later, Luke and Selina stood on shore as they looked at the boat that was hidden in a thick growth of weeds. "Okay, at least there's something we can investigate." It was a white boat with green edges. There was also dry blood on one edge of the boat. It was the smell of blood that had led Luke to the boat. The wind here was pretty strong, but the boat was giving off the scent incessantly like a signal, and Luke had been able to detect it from 50 meters away. It was Wendy's scent. Selena took out her phone and called the forensics department. Luke stepped forward but didn't board the boat. He only checked the surroundings. There's no obvious blood on the boat, but look here. He jerked his jaw in one direction. Selena looked at the hull of the boat, only to see a huge dent on one side. Something crashed hard into the boat? Selena asked. Luke nodded. There's no blood or traces of a struggle on the boat. Let's just wait, it'll be a miracle if the forensic staff can get here within an hour. Selena looked at the sky, and then at her watch. Oh, no. Our seafood lunch. Luke remembered that too. He said helplessly, we can only cancel our reservation now. Selena nodded and called the restaurant. Luke ran all the way back to Swick's villa and drove the car to the boat. After driving the car over, Luke said with a smile, though there's no seafood lunch, we can still get some sunbathing in. Also, do you want this? As he spoke, he took out a Dr. Pepper from the fridge in the car and tossed it to Selena. Selena caught it and had a mouthful before burping in satisfaction. Darling, you're really smart. Luke chuckled and didn't say anything. Together, they took out foldable chairs, a beach umbrella and towels from the trunk of the car, and set them up on a flat area nearby. Selena changed into a bikini in the car and came running back with a food box. She lay down and sighed comfortably. It's nice to relax for a moment when we're busy. Luke opened the food box and took out a piece of spiced beef. Kill two birds with one stone, there's nothing else to do while we wait, anyway. Since they were the ones who found the boat, they couldn't just walk away before the forensic scientists took over. If it was in the city, they could find a place to rest before the forensic scientists arrived. In this desolate area, they had to find their own way to kill time. Fortunately, Luke and Selena were always prepared when they went out. There was always food and water in their car. While it would be too much to call this a country outing, it still made the long wait less boring. Eyes closed, Selena listened to her learning materials via her earphones while she enjoyed the sun. Luke had put together a lot of professional knowledge for her in various areas, from fighting to wilderness survival. With nothing else to do now, she listened to some of it. This method was a lot more comfortable than reading. Luke didn't like sunbathing that much. He simply had tea and read his files after applying sunblock on Selena's back. The files he was reading were a little more shady, and basically contained relevant intelligence on the underground forces in Los Angeles. He had been exercising restraint in the frequency of his cleanup operations, and did a purge only every 5 to 7 days or so in order to prevent his diligence from affecting his state of mind. Even then, Luke had cleaned up almost 10 gang nests in over a month. For the gangsters of Los Angeles, this was a trivial number, but these mid-level gangs which Luke wiped out commanded hundreds of lackeys. After he got rid of these mid-level leaders, the hundreds of bottom-level lackeys lost their bosses. With their bosses gone, these lackeys had other plans. Some wanted to become the boss, some planned to join other forces, and some tried to fish in muddy waters for themselves. Thus, the gangs of Los Angeles had been in turmoil recently. Luke was contemplating getting rid of the bottom-level hoodlums who were especially active. These guys were even more unbridled than their dead bosses, they hadn't been beaten down by cruel reality yet, and thought that they could make waves as big shots themselves. Luke wondered if killing more of these enthusiastic fellows would make the rest come back down to earth. When the brainless guys were all dead, the smart ones would naturally step in. He didn't think he was creating more crime in Los Angeles with this, it was organized crime that was more dangerous. A lot of gang cases had to do with large-scale, ongoing operations such as human trafficking or drug smuggling. A small hoodlum could at most only mug someone on the street, they weren't nearly as dangerous as organized gangs. While Luke was thinking this, he put a red V next to certain names in his notebook. If everything went smoothly, the ticks would become red X's soon. Suddenly, there was the sound of an engine in the distance. Luke turned to see a shabby pickup drive past them to an even more remote location. He was lost for words. Was there someone else like them, on an outing in the wild? After a while, the guys from the forensics department finally arrived. Looking at Selena, who continued sunbathing after she waved at them, the two forensic scientists couldn't be any more envious. Wow, you're so smart to actually prepare all this in advance. The forensic guys weren't prudish enough to tell them what to do while on the clock. Their work was usually very dry and dull as they faced cadavers and blood every day, and only an idiot would mouth off at a gorgeous girl. Luke chuckled and pointed at the boat. If you want to relax a bit after you're done with work, I can lend you 2 yoga mats and sunblock. Of course, you have to prepare your own clothes and towels. The two forensic scientists were white guys who weren't more than 30 years old and had lively natures. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. You think we have time to catch some rays? We've got tons of analyses and reports to do. Luke shrugged. I can't help with that. I'm not your supervisor, I can't give you leave. After bantering for a moment, they began to do their job. There wasn't much that the forensic scientists needed to do. Apart from the dent in the boat and the dry blood. There wasn't much else on the boat that was suspicious. When the guys from the forensics division were done and about to leave, the shabby pickup which had driven by earlier returned. Luke glanced casually at the pickup and saw that it was towing a boat. He was stunned for a moment. The white boat with green edges was the same as the one they were investigating, and it had the name of the restaurant, Greer, on it. Observing the boat from a distance, Luke noticed that something seemed to be missing from the bow. He couldn't help but look at the side of the boat not far away, which had a huge dent in it. The sunbathing spot which Luke had chosen was blocked by bushes, and was difficult to see from a distance. As for the boat that the forensic scientists were working on, it was in a small bay that was much lower than the surrounding terrain. Thus, the shabby pickup didn't notice them at all when it passed by both times. Narrowing his eyes, Luke suddenly said, "Selena, time to get to work." Saying that, he hopped off the rocks next to the slope and dashed to the front of the pickup. Taking out his badge, he shouted, "LAPD, stop your car." There was a slight pause, as if the pickup was going to slow down, but a moment later, the engine revved, and it sped up. Luke's nose twitched, and he frowned. He then took out the Glock from his holster. Bang! Bang! The 2 shots hit the front left wheel of the pickup, and it swerved off the road. The pickup crashed into a tree with a bam, and came to a stop. On the other side, Selena had put on her clothes, and was running over. Instead of approaching the car, Luke simply raised his gun and shouted, "Open the door slowly and get out of the car." A black man in the pickup looked at him in panic but didn't do anything. After Selena came over and pointed her gun at the black guy from the other side of the car, Luke finally dragged him out of the car and handcuffed him. The 2 forensic scientists saw what was happening and shouted, "What's going on?" Luke waved his hand at them and then pointed at the boat behind the pickup. "See the bow of the boat? You may want to examine it." The 2 forensic scientists came over and took a look. This boat. Did it hit the first boat? One of them sniffed the air. The smell. Is there a body on the boat? They looked at each other, and one of them climbed onto the back of the pickup to look at the boat, only to see something wrapped in canvas. He easily untied the rope, which had only been carelessly wrapped twice around the object. As soon as he lifted the canvas, he instantly put on his mask and shouted, "I found a naked body. It's a white female, around 30 years of age. The body is already decomposing." He shook his head helplessly. "Looks like we'll be working overtime." Luke consoled them. "If you don't work overtime today, you'll have to work overtime tomorrow. If you think of it that way, do you feel better?" The forensic scientist rolled his eyes. "Thanks, how considerate of you." Luke and Selena then interrogated the black man. The guy was panic-stricken and reluctant to talk. After asking a few questions, Luke gave Selina a meaningful look, and she called Elsa. Instead of wasting time here, they may as well hand this guy over to Elsa. Given her capability, she should be able to make him talk. Would he ask for a lawyer? That was impossible. The guy was clearly very poor. If he demanded a lawyer, he would only get a public attorney, and would almost certainly spend the rest of his life in prison. Most of the time, public attorneys who worked on cases like these weren't much, and wouldn't try their best to help the defendant. They couldn't earn anything from a case like this, and would only want to close it as soon as possible. It didn't matter to them how much time their client would spend in jail. At that moment, Luke was glad that he was prepared, and they could have lunch on the spot. However, he and Selina moved some distance away, since the pickup really stank. Handcuffing the murder suspect and stashing him in the back seat of their car, they returned to the flat area to officially have lunch. Cheesecake with spiced beef was a rare combination, but Luke could live with it, and Selina was satisfied too. Though spiced beef was different from steak, a glutton would never pass up delicious food. Half an hour later, Elizabeth and Billy arrived and learned the case details from Luke and Selina. They took a look at the nude body on the boat, before driving the suspect back to the police department. Even if there wasn't any other evidence, they could arrest him solely for illegally hiding and transporting a body, and would have plenty of time to make him talk. After enjoying a leisurely lunch, Luke and Selina looked for the spot where the boat had been picked up. With his sharp nose, Luke soon found the location. It was a simple pier. Walking around the pier for a while, Luke called the forensic scientists and said, "Congratulations, I found the crime scene where our victim was murdered." "Hey! Can you be less efficient? Damn it! We've got a lot of things to do here," one of the forensic scientists complained. While speaking over the phone, Luke continued examining the scene. "The body isn't going anywhere, but if there's a storm, it might destroy the scene." The forensic scientists gave a helpless sound of agreement and said that they would send someone over. After Luke hung up, Selina said, "Looks like it was pretty bad for her." Not far away from the pier was a small shack. Luke didn't need to go in to know that it was where the suspect lived. There were a pair of shoes and the remains of a jacket on the way from the pier to the shack. Near the shack was more torn clothing, including underwear. Without doubt, that naked woman had been captured and raped by that man, and finally died here. So, it wasn't hard to understand the suspect's attitude. He killed the woman, and had been caught transporting the body. It was useless for him to say anything to defend himself. He may as well keep mum and try his luck. There were a number of cases where criminals had successfully gotten off scot-free by not saying a word. A forensic scientist arrived. Looking at the scope of investigation which Luke pointed out, he couldn't help but shout, "Wow! I really need to thank him. He's really an energetic son of AB*TCH. Luke patted his shoulder and said, "If you're upset, gather more evidence, and make him pay for his excessive energy when the time comes." The forensic scientists were busy for more than 2 hours, and by the time they were done canvassing the scene, it was already past 4. Sitting in the chairs which they had brought over with them to the new scene, Luke and Selina watched the forensic scientists pack up their equipment. The body on the boat had already been taken away, and the 2 forensic scientists only needed to take the samples back with them as they knocked off work for the day. Luke's phone rang again. Seeing that it was Elsa's number, he picked up and asked, "Boss, what's up?" Elsa said, "You're near Phyllis Swick seaside villa, right?" Luke hummed a response and said, "It's about a kilometer away." Elsa said, "I just received a call from Winston Bagger. He shot Phyllis Swick in his villa. Since you're there, go over and take a look." "Right, are the guys from the forensics department still there?" "Take them with you." Luke looked at the 2 forensic scientists, who had just closed the trunk of their SUV with relieved expressions, and said, "Yes, they're still here. We're on our way." Hanging up, he walked over to the 2 forensic scientists and gave them a brilliant smile. "I'm sorry, fellas, but there's a new crime scene we need to check out right now. The two forensic scientists shouted, WTH. Luke and Selina were more relaxed now. They returned to Swick's villa, which they had visited in the afternoon, and handcuffed Winston Bagger. The patrol officers then arrived to take him to the police department. Winston Bagger was Wendy Bagger's husband. He was thin and plain-looking with a quiet and soft demeanor. His expression was both sorrowful and blank. Although he had just shot a guy with a revolver, Luke and Selina weren't harsh on him. After all, this Winston was Wendy's legitimate husband, and Mr. Swick, the victim, was the man who wanted his wife. Not long after the interrogation, it was all over. The breakdown of his marriage made Winston lose all hope. He shot Swick because he thought that Swick killed Wendy. Luke and Selina didn't know what Winston was thinking. Who knew if Winston had killed Phyllis Swick over Wendy's death or her cheating? Whatever it was, the case was closed without a hitch. The judge might reduce Mr. Winston's sentence seeing how he had been cuckolded, but that had nothing to do with Luke and Selina. Elsa walked out of the observation room. Seeing Winston in custody, she asked Luke, exactly who killed his wife, Wendy. Luke shook his head. We'll have to wait for the forensics department. Maybe they'll surprise us. Elsa just chuckled and left. There was no telling how long it would take the forensics department to come up with results. Selina's phone rang. She picked it up and spoke for a bit, before she hung up. She then said, "All right, the forensics department found a driver's license that wasn't completely destroyed. They restored it and were able to identify the nude body." Walking back to his desk, Luke asked, "Who is it?" Selina also walked back to his desk and opened a file on his computer. "She's this guy's wife." Luke looked at the photo, lost for words. Huh. Phyllis Swick's ID photo was clear for all to see on the computer screen. Checking the information on Swick's wife, he sighed. Okay. This lady even switched back to her maiden name. It seems that she doesn't have a good relationship with her husband either. She was Bella Brownie, 33 years old, and 5 feet and 8 inches tall, with long brown hair. The body on the boat had the same face as the person in the photo, the big difference being that the face in the photo hadn't been punched. Luke grabbed his coat and said, "Let's go. I'll buy you dinner." Selina asked, "What are we eating?" "The seafood that you wanted," replied Luke with a smile. At that point, night had fallen, and it just so happened to be time for dinner. They reached the restaurant, and Selina laughed and kissed Luke on the cheek. "The lunch has turned into dinner." "Not bad." Luke said with a smile, "It's easy to reserve a table through a friend." "Hi, Nina." He waved. A familiar waitress soon came over and directed them to a table. "What would you like to eat?" Luke put the menu in Selina's hands and said, "The lobsters are at the back of today's specials." Then, he said with a smile, "Let her have a look first, and let's talk business for a bit. Have you seen this woman?" He showed her Bella Brownie's photo. Nina, the waitress, was the one who had given them information that morning. After they cancelled lunch, Luke took the opportunity to make a booking for dinner. Toward someone like Luke who kept his word, Nina was honest with him as well. She looked at the photo and said, "I have. I once saw her arguing with Mr. Swick in the parking lot. It felt like she was going to kill him." Luke and Selina shared a look, and Luke asked again, "Is she a regular customer here as well?" Nina shook her head. "No, I hardly see her. I wouldn't have remembered her if it hadn't been for that fight with Mr. Swick." Luke said, "This Miss Bella never returned your restaurant's boat after she sailed it away 2 days ago. Did you not know?" Nina said, "It happens all the time. For unfamiliar customers, we just keep the deposit." Luke asked, "Do you have a list of customer deposits?" Nina said, "It's with the manager. Do you need me to call him over?" Luke said, "Thank you, Nina." He found Bella Brownie's name on the list. After asking about when she left on the boat, Luke and Selena relaxed and enjoyed a delicious dinner. When the bill was settled, Nina received an unexpected tip of $100. Tips were generally no more than 20% of the total bill. The extra was naturally a fee for the intelligence Nina had provided. She smiled and walked Luke and Selena to the door. In the car, Luke said, "So, there's nothing mysterious about this case now." Selena nodded lazily. Swick was rich. He caught his wife Bella cheating on him. They were in the process of getting a divorce, and she wasn't going to get anything. If Wendy wasn't around, she might still have had a chance of getting Swick back, or rather, getting some of his money. So, she stalked Wendy, and hit Wendy's boat when she saw the opportunity, Luke continued. But we don't know if she was the one who killed Wendy. After all, Bella doesn't look like she could dislocate someone's elbow. Selena, however, looked uninterested. If she did it, then what's the point of this case? Luke fell silent. Of the two couples in this case, Swick was dead, while his wife died 2 days earlier. Bella might have killed Wendy, and Winston Barger was going to spend a long time in prison for shooting Swick. In this marriage game that had no winners, all four of them had suffered a complete loss and had no chance of turning things around. Luke offhandedly had Sonia help them check with Dr. Scorsese, and they very quickly obtained the report for Bella's body. There were no surprises at all. Bella had been strangled to death, and there were traces of the suspect inside her. After being locked up for 2 days, the suspect gave up and confessed. It happened a few nights ago. He heard engine noises and then a collision. He got up to check, and saw that 2 boats had collided in the distance. After a while, the person on one of the boats pushed another person, who was lying down, into the ocean. Then, the boat, whose bow had broken, sailed to the simple pier, and Bella had gotten off, cursing. She had been wearing scanty clothing, and it was night on the shoreline with nobody around, so the suspect had committed the crime. Of course, he might also have been motivated by the jewelry and watch that she was wearing. By the time the guy roused from his madness, he found that he had already strangled Bella to stop her from screaming. The guy was stupid, and simply wrapped Bella up in canvas, threw her into the boat, and hid the boat in the bushes near the pier. After a couple of days, however, he realized that this wouldn't do, as the smell could be detected from far away. Thus, he looked for a car, and planned to drop the boat and the body somewhere far away. It never occurred to him that he could destroy the boat and the body. He was dumb, but the reality was that there were plenty of criminals who were even dumber than he was. Besides, those with brains wouldn't kill someone for so little money. The jewelry Bella had been wearing could only sell for several $1,000s. The suspect hadn't even spent it yet, except for buying the pickup. Nobody was really surprised at this outcome. Too many of the guys the police brought in had done stupid things on the spur of the moment, and this suspect was just one of them. After Bella's case was closed, this guy was handed over to the district attorney. In his confession, the suspect mentioned that Bella had been yelling things like, "Go to hell, B*TCH, and, "You'll never steal my husband from me." Coupled with the report from the forensics department, Luke and Selena could more or less determine the cause of Wendy's death. The wound on Wendy's head was caused when she hit the edge of the boat, as suggested by the green paint around her wound, and it had been fatal. There was an explanation for her dislocated right arm as well. After the boat was brought back and examined, the forensic scientists discovered that her boat was out of gas. Luke could picture it easily. After Wendy's boat ran out of gas, she tried to pull the starter rope to reactivate the engine. It was at that moment that Bella, bent on revenge, crashed into her boat. The violent collision caused Wendy to lose her balance while she was pulling the rope. She dislocated her right arm, and her forehead hit the edge of Bella's boat. From that moment on, Wendy never regained consciousness. There was no water in her lungs because she was already dead when she hit the water. After finding Wendy unconscious or dead after the collision, Bella simply dumped her in the ocean and sailed her boat back. But just as she was feeling pleased with herself, that black hobo noticed her, and robbed and raped her before strangling her to death. It was quite the ironic ending for Bella. This case was no longer important, since everybody involved was already dead. Luke handed the case over to Elizabeth, then started to look at the other cases. As he did so, he never stopped collecting and sorting out information. He had more and more intelligence on Wolf Ellsworth, but he wasn't in a hurry to deal with the guy anymore. The Ellsworth family didn't just rely on Henry Ellsworth as the face and backbone of the family. There were other members of the family who were in oil, finance, electronics and other industries. Henry had gone missing along with his plane, which seriously affected the family's influence in Los Angeles, but the family's foundation wasn't shaken. The family was both as wealthy and powerful as ever. It was no wonder Dustin and Elsa had stopped Luke from working on the Ellsworth family's cases. They really were trying to protect him. However, not doing anything for now didn't mean not doing anything forever. Luke was slowly gaining an understanding of how the family worked, and when the timing was right, he didn't mind giving them a push. The Ellsworth family definitely had enemies. Powerful ones. But these enemies were just ordinary professional rivals, not life-and-death foes. At worst, they would only try to undermine each other for a government seat in Los Angeles. Not meddling was the right thing to do. Whether a minor detective lived or died meant nothing to such gigantic families. It was a shame that Mr. Smith had already retired. Given how he did things, he might have been able to kill off all the important people of the Ellsworth family. Luke could only sigh and instantly abandon that meaningless fantasy. Mr. Smith was already a father, and was playing house with a hot woman and a dog. That was pretty much the best sort of family a guy could ask for. Luke couldn't count on him all the time. That night, Luke burned the midnight oil as always after Selena trained and went to bed. At midnight, he packed up his tools and left the house. A few blocks away, he drove out a relatively new black Ford to his destination. Wolf Ellsworth had been quite active recently. Word had spread of the death of Wade Davis, the real estate magnate from Texas, and his company was about to go bankrupt. However, Wolf lived as carefree as ever, as if he hadn't sent anyone to kill a police officer or intercept a prisoner at all. He was hosting a party at his seaside mansion, the one which had the two rare Japanese red maples at the entrance. Luke wanted to take a look at what Wolf was up to. 1 kilometer away from the villa, Luke got out, but instead of pressing forward, he took out a piece of equipment from the trunk, a drone. Of course, it wasn't one of those fancy military products, but it was cheap, convenient and practical. Letting the drone go, Luke returned to his car, and accessed the feed from the drone via a wireless connection on his laptop. Looking at the extremely clear vision of the mansion in night vision mode, he chuckled. For purely investigative purposes, he didn't have to risk going in himself now, this gadget could take care of it. The drone took photos around the mansion from a distance without approaching it. Luke was amused by the images transmitted by the drone. He muttered, "A nude party. Oh, wait, not entirely nude." The men in the villa wore regular clothes, but the women were mostly only in their underwear. Both men and women wore masks that covered their faces, as if it were a masquerade. It certainly didn't look like a legit party. After getting the drone to cruise around the villa, Luke lay down leisurely and watched the feed on his laptop. There were a lot of security guards in and outside the villa. Both the security guards and the other men here were clearly used to the half-naked women among them. This definitely wasn't the first time this sort of party was being held. Suddenly, Luke stared blankly as he straightened from his lazy recline to swiftly operate his laptop. The drone, which was hundreds of meters in the air, turned to one side, where a shadow was moving toward the villa. That shadow wasn't a car, but a person. Luke could even infer from her posture that it was a woman. She wasn't just a woman, but an unbelievably fast one. In just half a minute, she had sprinted hundreds of meters from the seaside to break into the villa. An alarm suddenly rang out in the villa, and the security guards took out their guns. The searchlights on the top of the villa were turned on as they swung in the direction of the intruder. Luke secretly chuckled. This villa wasn't so simple after all. While the villa was in chaos, the drone pushed forward and readjusted its focus for a clearer picture, and Luke kept watching. The woman who broke into the villa was well prepared. Not only did she have long and short guns, she even threw out several grenades. Several sections of the villa exploded and were set ablaze. Luke was astonished, as what the lady threw out weren't ordinary grenades, but special incendiary bombs. The moment she threw them out, she had picked up a rifle. Luke was dazed to see the gun. 416 Hong Kong dollars. What a rich woman. The gun had only been released not long ago, and it was very expensive. Also, after a quick glance, he knew that the gun had been significantly modified. She was a professional. Only a professional would modify such a valuable new weapon. The following battle confirmed Luke's speculation. In her hood and black combat uniform, the woman was like the god of death as she easily killed a couple of bodyguards around her with the 416 Hong Kong dollars. She then rushed deeper into the villa. Narrowing his eyes, Luke tapped the car door lightly as he stared at the screen. This woman's actions were a little odd. If she was an assassin, she could have snuck in, and with her abilities, that would be a piece of cake for her. If she had other plans, she should have asked more people to come with her. But now that she was attacking the villa on her own, she couldn't suppress the enemies inside at all. Suddenly, there was a series of explosions. The drone captured the part of the villa that had blown up. A moment later, a team ran out of a side door in a flurry. Luke made a soft sound of surprise when he saw a very familiar person, Wolf Ellsworth. He was fleeing under the protection of several security guards. A few seconds later, that fierce woman arrived. Her 416 Hong Kong dollars was already gone, replaced with 2 Uzis. She fired a barrage at the team from behind, and 3 security guards in the rear screamed and collapsed. Wolf and the other security guards, like horses that had just been whipped, ran even faster. Luke, however, frowned. After a gunshot, the woman in black jerked and staggered as she ran, nearly falling over. But she reacted very quickly, and dropped to roll over to a wall. Tossing the empty Uzi aside, she took out 2 pistols and fired like crazy behind her. The next moment, the wall that had been sheltering her suddenly collapsed, as a sturdy figure broke through it and sent her flying 10 meters away before she hit the ground and rolled several times. Luke raised an eyebrow. The man had broken through the thick wall with his own body. That wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. But of course, this woman wasn't ordinary either. She was clearly heavily wounded. She struggled to her feet and quickly reloaded her guns, before she shot at the man that was running at her. The man raised a special bulletproof shield, and the bullets clinked off it. He sped up and charged at the woman behind his shield. The woman struggled to her feet and spread her arms open, before she abruptly brought her right arm up to fire a bullet in a curve. Bang! Luke was stunned. Why did this motion seem so familiar? In just a moment, he remembered why. Rebecca. That woman was Rebecca from the fraternity. She was the super shooter who almost blew up Luke's head on the roof of William Johnson's apartment building. On the lawn outside the villa, that robust man who was charging forward behind the shield screamed after Rebecca fired the shot. Blood spurted out of his head, and he lost control of his body as he crashed and rolled over the ground before falling still. It was curve shooting. There was no mistake, the woman was Rebecca. Luke saw Rebecca struggle to get up and continue chasing Wolf Ellsworth. She was still determined to go after Wolf despite her severe injuries. What grudge was there between them? On the other side, Wolf Ellsworth was escorted to a Lincoln car by his security guards. The car set off and drove in Luke's direction. From the lawn, Rebecca saw the Lincoln speed off. She was infuriated, and gritted her teeth to continue the pursuit. That inhumanly strong man had broken her left arm and several ribs. Wolf had had a life-saving trump card after all, however, she had just shot the super bodyguard in the head with physical outburst and curve shooting. She didn't think that Wolf had any more cards up his sleeve. Yet, Wolf had escaped. Rebecca was unwilling to give up. Using the last bit of physical outburst, Rebecca took a shortcut over a hill toward the road that Wolf would have to take. Running hard for hundreds of meters, she felt dizzy. Physical outburst had a time limit. If she used it for too long, her body would collapse. She knew that her body had reached its limit. She would die if she kept running. But Wolf was still alive. How could she die before he did? Rebecca was utterly frustrated. If this operation failed, it would be very difficult to try and kill Wolf again. The Ellsworth family had countless ways to hide and protect him. Right at that moment, she saw a speeding black Ford. Rebecca instantly exulted. There was hope. She could hijack this car and chase Wolf. She was about to raise her gun and stop the vehicle, when she found that her body, like a rusty machine, couldn't move at all. What were the chances? She was desperate. Suddenly, the black Ford slowed down and stopped in front of her, and the passenger door opened. "Beautiful lady, do you need a ride?" Alarmed, Rebecca tried to lift her gun. "Who are you?" What made her wary was that it didn't sound like a human voice. More precisely, it sounded like a recording. Like an NBC male news anchor. A man who would like Wolf Ellsworth to disappear. The standard NBC broadcast voice came out of the car again. After a brief silence, Rebecca gritted her teeth and took the passenger seat, but kept her gun on the driver. This person was definitely much weirder than the voice. He was wearing gray clothes, and his head was hidden by a hood. He was also wearing gloves. Even more excessively, he was wearing a huge pair of yellow sunglasses under the hood. Not an inch of his skin was exposed. "Are you ready? I've prepared a little surprise for you, beautiful lady." Rebecca confirmed that the person wasn't speaking, but that the words were being recited by a device in his hand. But she was in awful condition at the moment, thanks to her heavy injuries and consecutive use of physical outburst. She could barely hold her gun. Her head was in a muddle, and she could no longer judge whether it was a good idea to take this weird car or not. Were hate and her injuries affecting her judgment? The idea flashed in her head, but she discarded it just as quickly. If this failed, it would be very hard to find another chance to kill Wolf Ellsworth. Rebecca was willing to take a risk for this last opportunity. In the silence, the Ford started up smoothly and drove several hundred meters before coming to an abrupt stop. Rebecca, who was feeling a little muddle-headed, jerked awake. "Why did you stop?" "Because your target is right there." It was still the broadcast voice, and the driver gestured at the windshield. Rebecca raised her head, only to see that the Lincoln which Wolf was in had flipped over, and its doors were wide open. But that wasn't important. The important thing was that the security guards were all unconscious outside the car, and Wolf Ellsworth was looking at her in fright. Or rather, he was looking at the black Ford that she was in. Rebecca did her best to pull herself together, before she struggled to open the door and walk over to Wolf. What do you want?" Wolf still tried to put up a front. Taking a deep breath, Rebecca looked at the playboy, whose hands and feet were shackled. "Do you remember William Johnson?" Wolf shook his head quickly. "No, I don't know him." "There's no need to deny it. I know that you know him. The company called 3M is actually 3W, or Wade Wolf William, which refers to the names of the three partners. Am I right? As your partner, William did many dirty jobs for you, like kidnapping female college students for your entertainment," Rebecca sneered and said. Of course, Wolf wouldn't admit it. He continued shaking his head. "No, it has to be a misunderstanding." Rebecca, however, ignored him and simply went on. "Do you remember Alicia Sanchez? She was a USC sophomore. After she refused your money, you had William drug her and send her to you, but William's men killed her when she resisted. She died all because of you, you filthy pig. Looking at the gun that was slowly being raised, Wolf shouted, "No, I didn't. You have the wrong guy." Bang! A bullet hole appeared in the center of Wolf's forehead, and he dropped with his eyes wide open. "Alicia, you can rest in peace now," Rebecca mumbled. The determination that had kept her going ever since she found out that her sister had been murdered disappeared with that shot. Instantly, her body lost all strength, and her vision went dark as she passed out. Lost for words, Luke climbed out of the car and looked at the sky. Did he have to clean up someone else's mess again? 10 minutes later, he drove the car away, leaving nothing but an empty Lincoln behind. As he drove, Luke wondered if it was too much of a coincidence for Wolf to go missing right after his brother, Counselor Henry, disappeared in a plane crash. He looked at the woman in the passenger seat and shook her head. She couldn't be handed over to anyone. She was the one who had killed Wolf. Like Mr. Smith, she was a remarkable fighter and the best scapegoat. Also, even if she was caught, there was no way she would say that someone else killed Wolf. Wolf was her sworn enemy who had killed her sister, after all. On the other hand, Rebecca had spared Selena and Donald in the apartment building last time, and didn't blow up their heads. She had even gotten shot by Luke during her escape. Luke didn't feel guilty about that, but he also didn't have any reason to kill her. The system notifications had already appeared earlier. System, Wolf, a primary member of Bubble Gum Gang, has been killed. Total experience, 1000. Total credit, 1000. Contribution rate, 50%. EXP plus 500. Credit plus 500. You have received Rebecca's appreciation. You may now learn all her abilities. In the list of Rebecca's abilities which Luke had acquired earlier, physical outburst and curve shooting were no longer unavailable. Luke was slightly amused. The Ellsworth family really was his lucky star. Because of Henry, Mr. Smith showed up, which allowed Luke to acquire his elementary penetration. Wolf, on the other hand, attracted Rebecca, and Luke was able to learn physical outburst and curve shooting. Furthermore, both Mr. Smith and Rebecca could take the blame for him. If the Ellsworth family wanted to retaliate, they would go after these two ruthless killers. There was basically no risk to Luke at all. Thus, the conclusion was, one should always do good. And never leave a name behind. The next morning, Selena was woken up by the aroma of food. Seeing that Luke was unhurriedly making pan-fried pork dumplings, she cheered and asked, "Why are you in the mood for this today?" Selena knew that Luke was usually lazy when it came to cooking. He would never make pan-fried pork dumplings, which took a lot of time, unless he was in a good mood. Sweets like cake, on the other hand, were easy and convenient to bake in bulk, and were usually his first choice. Luke smiled. "Sometimes, you're just happy for no reason." Selena didn't bother with it, and quickly washed her face and brushed her teeth. As they were having hot soybean milk and pan-fried pork dumplings, in an apartment somewhere downtown, Rebecca slowly opened her eyes. She was a little dazed when she saw an unfamiliar ceiling, before she recalled what happened last night before she passed out. She lifted the blanket and took a look at herself. She was only in her underwear, but she wasn't entirely naked. Most of her body was covered in bandages. Her broken bones had also been properly set. The bullet wound on her back had been cleaned and treated in standard battlefield first aid style. It was simple but practical. Except for the pain of her injuries, she didn't sense anything else unusual. Certain things that she had expected might happen didn't seem to have happened at all. Enduring the pain, she slowly sat up. The noise outside the window suggested that she was still in the city. She grabbed the pistols on the nightstand and examined them, confirming that they were her special weapons. Even the clips were next to them. She sighed in relief. Then, enduring the pain, she put on a tank top, a holster, and a long-sleeved shirt. These had all been prepared for her next to the bed. After everything was done, Rebecca got up and opened the window a little for a peek. It was a regular street below with some foot traffic, nothing seemed out of place at all. Frowning, Rebecca observed the scene for a few more minutes before she dropped the curtain, suspicion on her face. What's the meaning of this? She didn't understand what that mysterious person from last night wanted. He brought her to what appeared to be a safe house and treated her wounds, but left without leaving a note. Did he really just want to see her kill Wolf Ellsworth? Frowning as she returned to the bed, she saw a bag of food and drinks from the convenience store next to it, as well as letters from a magazine cover which were arranged to form the word, bye. Was he truly gone? Rebecca fell into deep suspicion. But the tough woman soon cleaned up everything, left the apartment, and disappeared into the crowd. Luke, on the other hand, took Selina to work with a relaxed air. Selina was already immune. She had confirmed that Luke was in a better mood than usual. Did he sneak out to see Miss Jenny again last night? Of course, Luke had a good reason to be happy. He only needed 20 mental strength to learn Rebecca's abilities now. Once he met the requirement, Bobby's mental communication would be available to him as well. Maybe after he played a few more games of poker with the guy. His experience in the system had reached 25,568 points. If he had guessed right, he would be level 12 when his experience reached 30,000 points, and he would get 5 stat points. Getting 4,000 plus experience points was a piece of cake for someone who had been earning more than 2,000 experience points weekly. Luke beamed as he made his plans. When he sat down, Sonia glanced at him inquiringly. Luke nodded with a smile, and she immediately walked over. Next to his desk, she asked in a low voice, "Did you hear the big news last night?" Both Luke and Selina shook their heads. Sonia said in an even lower voice, "There was an intense fight at one of Wolf Ellsworth's mansions in the suburbs last night, with gunshots and explosions. 30 security guards were killed. Wolf Ellsworth is missing." She observed Luke's expression as she spoke. Luke seemed surprised. "Kidnapped?" After a brief silence, Sonia said, "No one knows, but the Ellsworth family has promised $1 million to anyone who can give them Wolf Ellsworth's whereabouts, or 100,000 to anyone who has a lead." Luke clicked his tongue. "What a shame we won't be able to earn that money. The boss doesn't want us to touch their cases." Seeing his expression, Sonia was no longer suspicious. "It's good that you know. I'm going back to work." Luke and Selina were only in the office for a short while, before they drove out to work on cases. On the road, Luke's phone rang. He picked up the call via his Bluetooth. "Shira, what can I do for you?" He looked for a spot to slowly pull over. "What? A performance? Are you kidding?" asked Luke in surprise. A moment later, he replied hesitantly, "Let me think about it. I'll give you an answer by noon." "Bye." Selina looked at him. "The singer?" Luke nodded. "Yes, her." "What is it?" Selina asked. Luke put his phone away and said, "She asked me to work as a temporary bodyguard tomorrow." Selina said, "Seriously? Doesn't she have her own bodyguards? Why does she want you?" Luke said, "Because the place she's going to doesn't allow bodyguards entry, and she can only bring 2 people with her. One of them will be her stylist, and as for the other, she hopes I can accompany her as a staff member." Selina frowned. "Where is she going? She can't take bodyguards with her." Luke shrugged. "She didn't mention. She only asked me to call her once I decided." Selina asked, "Don't you have work?" Luke said, "It's a private job. We'll board a helicopter at 5:30, and return to Los Angeles at midnight." Selina was lost for words. "Then it's up to you." This was a private job. If Luke wanted to get closer to Shira, he could do her this favor, but it wasn't a big deal if he didn't. Also, the trip would only take 6 hours, which didn't affect Luke's regular schedule. Thinking for a moment, Luke called back to say that he would do it. He was a little curious about how a singer usually prepared for a performance. No matter how staid a person was, they would still feel curiosity, and Luke was no exception. More importantly, the performance venue was a place of interest to Luke, so he would be killing two birds with one stone. Shira was very happy and said that she would send a car to pick him up in the afternoon tomorrow. At 4 in the afternoon the next day, Luke went home early with Selena and made dinner for her. Promising that he would record some of the performance for her, Luke got in Shira's car. The car was driven to a military airport, and Luke wasn't allowed to enter until he showed them the temporary ID card which Shira had given to him last night. Even so, everything in Luke's backpack was poured out and scrutinized before he was allowed to pass. Not just that, the car couldn't drive in either. Luke shrugged and could only jog to the airfield on his own. With his keen sight, he could already see the two women among the men on the airfield. One of them was Shira, and the other was Mona Molis, her assistant. Of course, Assistant Mona also had to be the stylist, makeup artist and PA all at once for the time being. She would have to take on multiple roles for this special performance. It was the same for Luke. As a staff member, he was responsible for moving 4 huge boxes. Thankfully, the boxes had wheels and he didn't need to carry them. Apart from that, he was also responsible for security and communication. He couldn't make the two women run up and down, so he was the one who went to the helicopter to ask the soldier there, "When are we leaving?" The soldier replied indifferently, "We're waiting for someone to arrive." After half an hour, another group of people drove into the airfield and boarded the helicopter as soon as they got out. This was a tandem rotor helicopter, and 30 people got on with a bunch of equipment. Most of them were men. A dozen of them were dressed like members of a band, and the rest were dressed like waiters. There was one young woman in the team. She was wearing a sexy black halter top and tight pants. Luke estimated that the blonde with short hair might not be 20 yet, and she was even hotter than Shira. Shira was surprised. Who was this woman? She looked like a big star, but Shira didn't know her at all. After the strangers all got on board, the soldiers finally nodded at Luke, hinting that they could go. Luke smiled and called for Shira and Mona to get aboard. He arranged for them to sit at the rear end of the helicopter, away from the 30 strangers. Then, he greeted a man who looked like a band member with a smile. "Hey, buddy, are you going to perform too? Your equipment looks really interesting." The man was stumped for a moment. "Do you recognize it?" Luke quickly shook his head. "No, I'm new in this business, but it looks very cool." The man chuckled. "I'm sure it does." He then turned away, unwilling to talk to Luke any longer. Luke scratched his head in embarrassment, like a simple young fellow who had just been rebuffed. The other men noticed but didn't really care. They simply chuckled with mocking smirks. Luke turned around. Seeing the confusion in Shira's eyes, he hastily apologized. "Sorry, I'm not familiar with this job yet." Though puzzled, Shira replied casually, "It's fine. Just pay a little more attention." She wasn't a fool. From her recollection, this wasn't Luke's character. But since Luke didn't explain, she wouldn't insist on an answer. She never questioned Luke's professionalism. Elsa had mentioned before that Luke was a good fighter and was gutsy. After their previous encounters, Shira also had full confidence in him. She had only hired Luke because Uncle Brian was already on a trip in Istanbul with his daughter and wouldn't be back for days. When Shira told him about this security mission, Brian had simply reminded her, "Go find that boy named Luke. He's quite capable." She hadn't thought of Luke sooner because he was officially a detective, and it might be difficult for him to accept a private job. This time, she was giving him $10,000 for this job. It was extremely expensive for a 6-hour security service. But Shira wanted a bodyguard who was capable and trustworthy, so she didn't mind shelling out this amount. She sensed that something wasn't right, but she was smart enough not to say anything. There were times when curiosity killed the cat. She wasn't an idiot. She had encountered a lot of unusual things in 10 years of show business. So, there was no way she would ask these people why their instruments didn't match her performance. A band and singer should communicate well before a performance, otherwise something was very likely to go wrong. Shira was an A-list singer in America, and this band should have greeted her at the very least. From that point of view, they were very unprofessional. Shira kept silent, and told Mona in passing that she was slightly dizzy and not to let her be disturbed while she got some rest. Mona, who had been very unhappy about the band's attitude, was discouraged from arguing with them, in case it disturbed Shira's rest. So, she could only keep her mouth shut and prepare for the upcoming performance. Thankfully, the uncomfortable flight didn't take very long, and the helicopter landed just half an hour later. When the doors opened, Luke quickly helped the two ladies off first. He then pushed out the 4 boxes, and cleared the way for the strangers on board. The strangers got off in single file. A man patted Luke's shoulder as he passed by and said, "You're a hard-working boy. Do your best, after today, you'll definitely be promoted." He then laughed and waved as he walked away. With a bashful smile, Luke continued pushing the 4 boxes dutifully. The man just now was wearing a leather jacket that had a heavy metal vibe. With his spiky hair and headband, and his big glasses, he looked like a rock singer in every way. But a rock singer who didn't know Shira? Was that possible? As one of the most famous divas in the country, Shira might not be known by every citizen, but even those in the music circle who didn't like her style would have heard of her. This wasn't about personal preference, but was a matter of reputation in the circle. Luke gave 2 of the lighter boxes to Mona, and then pushed the other 2 boxes as they went forward. The scene was pretty lively. There were Marines everywhere in front of them, from top to bottom and left to right. Dropping their tools or crouching along the handrails, some cheered and some whistled, and some were yelling a name. Luke could easily tell that the name they were shouting the loudest wasn't Shira, but Jordan Tyler. Who was that? Seeing that the Marines were all focused on the short-haired blonde, that was undoubtedly her name. Almost her entire back was exposed, it was elegantly curved, highlighting the gentle beauty of a woman. Her tight pants were black at first sight, but when Luke observed them more carefully from the back, he realized that they were slightly transparent, and he could faintly see a deep-colored thong. The Jordan whom Luke knew the most was the basketball player. As for women with that name, he only remembered the one from Germany, who had a remarkable bosom. However, Selena had ruthlessly pointed out before that this Jordan had clearly gotten a boob job. As far as Luke's keen sight could tell, however, this Jordan Tyler's D-cups were pretty authentic, so she wasn't that Jordan. Even though this hot Miss Tyler had taken the lead, a lot of Marines were still staring at Shira and Mona. They were dressed more conservatively, but the Marines had been thirsty for too long. No wonder Shira had wanted to bring a capable bodyguard along, it was probably to guard against these Marines. Luke calculated that there were hundreds of soldiers on this boat. If something did happen, he would have no choice except to jump into the ocean with Shira. At the very least, he could swim back to shore with her, and he would definitely be faster than these soldiers. But looking at the black spot in the distance that was the shoreline on the horizon, he knew it was at least 10 kilometers away. He sighed helplessly. It wouldn't be easy earning his $10,000. Shira's team, as well as the hot girl Tyler, were led to a cabin by a commander named Clyer. The 4 of them were escorted to a spacious cabin, which Commander Clyer told them that they could use to get ready. But this was a battleship, and they wouldn't be taken to the stage until just before their performance. If they wandered around without instruction or a guide, they would be arrested. Stunned, all 4 of them watched the cabin door close. Luke pricked his ears, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Mona was dumbfounded for a long while, before she exclaimed, "They're treating us this way." Luke kept silent. He simply gave Shira, who was looking at him, a meaningful look, before he sat on the small table near the door and closed his eyes. Shira raised her hand. "Mona, this is the Montana battleship, not a stadium like we're used to. They're not fans either, but soldiers. Mona immediately shut up. Shira was nice to her and paid her well, but she also demanded a high standard of work. Stupid people couldn't work for Shira for long. After putting a stop to Mona's complaints, Shira looked at Luke in concern, only to see that the young man seemed to be resting. However, his left finger tapping his thigh suggested that he wasn't asleep. Luke was recalling the information he had read before. The Montana was an old-class American battleship that was still in active service. It was the last and only Montana-class battleship. The Montana was unbelievably lucky. Its sister battleships of the same class were dismantled when they were still in the shipyard, and the public had never seen them. The Montana was the only one that was successfully launched, but the war was over before it took a single bullet. It had inherited many advantages of the Iowa, the last generation battleship. It was slower, but it was bigger, had better armor, and had fiercer firepower. In the decades after the war, the other battleships were soon retired, but this last battleship was brought back after retirement and came back into service after modifications in 1987. It was also the only super battleship that was still in service in the whole world. But this year, it was finally going to be retired. The Montana would soon arrive at the Navy port near Los Angeles, and retire on Long Beach. Adams, the current captain of the battleship, would retire along with this last battleship after his 52nd birthday. Why was Shira here to celebrate Captain Adams's birthday? First of all, she had been invited by a certain big shot in the military to whom she owed a favor, and Captain Adams was that big shot's good friend. Secondly, this was the Montana, the last battleship in the world. It had witnessed the last World War. The document of surrender, which brought peace back to the world, was signed on this battleship. Nobody had sung on the Montana since the 1960s. Shira's performance could absolutely be called the last performance. Anyone else who performed on the Montana later would only be performing in a museum and not a real battleship. It was also the reason why Luke had accepted the job. This was the only opportunity to visit the Montana while it was still in active service. Giant battleships and cannons were the ultimate dream of men. Since the Montana was about to be retired, the atmosphere on the battleship was a little lazy. Those who were going to retire were looking forward to it, and arrangements had been made for those who would continue to serve. Since the Montana was about to be retired, few people would focus on this last battleship, except for those who might be planning something. Luke fell into deep contemplation. Tyler, the hot girl, had already rushed into the bathroom to vomit. She had been dizzy both on the helicopter and on the ship. After vomiting, she felt a little more clear-headed. Looking at Shira, she finally exclaimed, You're Shira. The singer? Shira smiled politely and said, Yes, and you are. Jordan Tyler. I was the cover girl for the September issue of Sports Illustrated, the hot young woman said embarrassedly. Shira was stumped, but there weren't many changes in her expression. Oh, I don't really read that magazine. May I ask why you're here? Tyler got even more embarrassed, and looked away. I'm here to play the birthday present. Shira thought for a moment, then instantly understood what she meant. Traditionally, a hot girl would hide in some gift box or cake and jump out at the right moment, giving the birthday boy a big surprise. It wasn't unusual, but it was certainly quite rare on a battleship. You're going to play the birthday present for Captain Adams? Shira's expression was a little strange. Tyler was at a loss. Yes. It's for a captain. Actually, she didn't even know what a captain really did, and she had only heard someone mention it earlier. Shira sighed. Do you know that Captain Adams is turning 52? Not to mention that he's a rigid, old-school soldier. Tyler was still confused. Huh? She wasn't following Shira at all. Shira looked at her and nodded helplessly. I can see you're really unwell. You should get some more rest. Saying that, she went to sit down not far away from Luke. Her meaning was very clear. As an old-school soldier, Captain Adams would never permit something like a hot girl as a birthday present on his battleship. Coupled with the unusual things that she had seen earlier, Shira felt that something was wrong. However, the cover girl was clearly unaware of the situation, so it was useless to bring it up with her. The room briefly fell silent. A moment later, Mona asked in a low voice, "Shira, do you want to put on your makeup?" Shira looked at Luke. Luke opened his eyes. "Sure, but if you have flat shoes, you better put those on first. Sneakers would be even better." Both Shira and Mona were wearing high heels that were at least 8 centimeters tall. Mona was stumped. "But we didn't bring any flat shoes." Luke frowned. "Put on anything that's easy to move around in, leave it if you don't have any." Shira stopped Mona, who was going to ask more questions, and simply told her to get started with the makeup. Mona hadn't brought any extra shoes since Shira would only be singing 3 songs tonight. While Shira was getting ready, Tyler also started to move. She slipped into the bathroom with her bag, and walked out hesitantly several minutes later. Luke didn't really pay attention to her, until Shira asked in surprise, "You're going to wear that?" He turned around, only to see that Tyler was wearing a high-cut bodysuit. And her halter top had been replaced with a highly unconventional admiral's jacket. All in all, Luke didn't think he had seen an admiral wear something like that. However one looked at it, it was certainly a unique outfit. Tyler blushed when the other 3 looked at her. When Luke looked at her in astonishment in particular, Tyler suddenly found her clothes a little humiliating. After a brief silence, Luke suddenly said, "You're very pretty like this, don't be embarrassed." He then smiled and looked away. Tyler was only doing her job. Tyler looked at Luke's gentle smile and felt a lot better. It had to be said that Tyler's signature smile was very reassuring. A moment later, just as Mona was about to get Shira to change into her performance outfit, Luke stopped her. "No need, just wear what you have on now." Mona was stunned. "But they're just regular clothes." Luke said, "Didn't Shira mention that Captain Adams is an old-school soldier? So, there's no need to be too fancy, something simple would be more to his taste." Shira immediately agreed with him. "Then I'll just wear this." She was wearing a thin, dusty blue long-sleeved blouse and long pants. She wasn't attending some soiree, so this was good enough. At that moment, Luke said to Mona with a smile, "Mona, are you done?" Mona was stumped for a moment, before she nodded hesitantly. "If she doesn't need to change her clothes and her shoes, I think I'm done here." Luke said, "Okay, can you give me and Shira some privacy? I would like to talk to her about something." Mona discreetly retreated to a corner away from them. Even Tyler, upon hearing Luke's request, joined Mona of her own accord. Luke smiled at her again in gratitude. Tyler suddenly felt like her seasickness had gotten worse. Shira leaned in close at Luke's signal, and he whispered something to her. Shira let out a low cry at first, before promptly covering her mouth. After she calmed down, Luke continued, "Don't be too scared. Try to stay calm. There's a good chance that we can escape." Shira was still a little anxious. "What are we going to do?" Luke said, "If it was just you, I'm confident I can keep you safe. However," he pointed behind him, "since those 2 are here, we don't have as many options." Shira frowned. "Then what are we going to do?" Luke said, "You talk to Mona later, and I'll take care of the September girl. Hopefully, she'll be as calm as you." Looking at his face, Shira suddenly relaxed. "Hey, don't tell me you're planning to go on a date with that September girl after this?" Luke shrugged. "Of course, I look forward to that outcome." Shira couldn't help but smile. "Then I hope that everything goes well for you." She understood what Luke meant. If Luke could go on a date with the September girl after this, then all 4 of them would be fine, which would be the best thing. Luke and Shira then got up and went to talk with their respective targets. Luke smiled at the girl, who was sitting on the bed. "May I sit down?" Dazed for a moment, Tyler nodded quickly. Yes, of course. This was a military ship, and the bed Tyler was sitting on was unbelievably small. When Luke sat next to her, they were naturally very close. Tyler was slightly nervous, but Luke had started talking. He had barely said a few words, when the young girl's expression changed and she was about to cry out in fright. Luke, who had been prepared for this reaction, covered her mouth and said, "Don't scream, and don't run wild. That's the most important thing for you to survive." Tyler stared at him for a good number of seconds, before she finally nodded. On the other side, Shira gave Luke the okay. Luke didn't really care about Mona and Tyler. Shira was the one he had to protect here. If these two cried and shouted like that brainless girl Brenda back in Wolf Kyle, he wouldn't hesitate to abandon them. Luke wouldn't risk his own life to save someone. Ultimately, Mona and Tyler's fates would depend on how they acted. Now that the situation was clear, Tyler couldn't wear her bodysuit anymore. Luke pushed her back into the bathroom to put on her regular clothes. Then, all three women took off their high heels, ready to escape on bare feet. They also left all their personal belongings in the cabin. Glancing at the three women, Luke whispered, "Stay as quiet as possible once we're out, so we don't draw their attention. So, remember to bite down hard on what's in your mouths." The three women could only nod. It was hard for them to talk with knotted towels in their mouths. Unless they deliberately spat the towels out, they wouldn't be able to yell or cry out. Of course, this was Luke's idea. It was a natural reaction for people without training, whether man or woman, to cry out when they ran into a mishap. Luke wasn't about to risk their safety on the women's ability to control themselves. It was better to use some equipment to ensure their safety. Seeing their nods, Luke also nodded with a smile, then turned and smoothly opened the door. Actually, after Vice Captain Clyer closed the door earlier, Luke had heard him say, "Lock the door and don't let anyone out." His voice had been very low, but Luke had only been 2 meters away from him. After the door was shut, Luke had clearly heard the sound of it being locked. Ordinary people might not be able to hear it, but it was crystal clear to Luke. Recalling the looks which Vice Captain Clyer and the others shared while taking the 4 of them to the cabin, Luke understood everything. It couldn't be a coincidence that the group from the helicopter all reeked of gun oil and gunpowder, no matter how many showers they took. The only explanation was that the men from the helicopter were plotting something, and Commander Clyer was their accomplice. They were going to use this birthday celebration to carry it out. Luke unlocked the door by disassembling the lock, and he put the parts away in his inventory. Something like that wasn't too hard for his current level. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out into a pretty big hall, but nobody was around. The items for the birthday celebrations were strewn everywhere. Tyler looked at a big round box on a trolley. She was supposed to hide in this big box, but it wasn't even set up yet. According to the celebration schedule, she should already be hiding inside, ready to be delivered to the captain. Bang! Bang! The 3 women were startled by the sound of gunshots. With the towels in their mouths, however, the sounds they made were smothered. Luke wasn't surprised. Actually, he had already sensed a number of gunshots on the deck and elsewhere. A gunfight on a Navy battleship basically meant that internal security had been severely compromised. Without looking back, he simply waved his left hand to signal for the women to follow him. The cabin they had been in was just for storage and didn't have a pneumatic door, so it didn't affect Luke's sharp nose. During the long wait in the cabin, Luke had already done reconnaissance with sharp nose. After they left, he led the 3 women right at a swift but unhurried pace. After multiple turns through the narrow corridors, all 3 women lost their sense of direction. Shira secretly wondered why Luke was so familiar with this place. Had he been here before? Of course not. The Montana was an official battleship on active duty, and it had undergone a great deal of modern modifications which had significantly changed its layout. A regular person wouldn't know the ship's layout at all. Completely relying on his sharp nose, Luke walked all the way to the galley. Gunshots rang out from time to time on the deck and other places. The galley, on the other hand, had an especially distinctive smell and was quiet. More importantly, someone was there. Before stepping into the galley, Luke gestured at the women to hide in one corner. Sneaking silently into the galley, his hands skimmed unhurriedly over the various items inside. He paused over 2 kitchen knives, but didn't pick them up. Instead, what he grabbed was 2 frying pans nearby. Weighing them in his hands with a pleased expression, he looked at the 3 people who weren't far away. 2 men in black combat uniforms were forcing a young soldier to kneel. They shouted, "On your knees! On your knees! Where is he? Where's the cook?" Frightened, the young soldier pointed at a nearby door. "He's in there. In there. You can go to hell now." Clang! Clang! 2 low but crisp thuds rang out, and Luke clicked his tongue in amazement. From how they sound, you can tell that they're great pans. He then crouched down and hit the 2 guys on the floor with the frying pans again. Clang! Clang! Not far away, the young man, whose back was to the interrogators, trembled. He had thought he was already done for, but still harbored a sliver of hope. Suddenly, the yelling behind him stopped, and he heard someone say something. But he didn't dare turn around. He was still on his knees, his hands over his head. "Okay, I've knocked them out. You can stand up now." He heard the most pleasant voice. Dazed, the young soldier hesitated for a moment, before he turned around and saw a man even younger than him, who smiled. "Are you familiar with this ship?" The soldier shook his head blankly. "Not really. I only came on board at Hawaii." Luke said, "Then, how about the cook?" He looked at the door on the side. The young soldier hesitated and said, "But Commander Clyer said that we can't let Laybecker out." Luke smiled even wider when he heard Clyer's name. "That's Clyer's order." "How wonderful." He then unlocked the door and opened it. "Chef Laybecker. I'm looking for directions." The young soldier hesitated, but didn't stop him. He wasn't an idiot. Luke had just saved his life, and something was clearly wrong with Commander Clyer. But there was no response from inside. Luke said helplessly, "All right, Chef Laybecker. I'm not with those criminals. I'm Miss Shira's assistant. You must know Shira the diva, right? So, can you come down from the shelf with the frozen pork? You're wasting both yours and my time." After a brief silence, someone suddenly lunged out. At the same time, Luke raised his frying pans and blocked the 2 objects that had been thrown at him. They were 2 frozen German sausages. Luke flipped the pans to catch these 2 lethal weapons before they fell to the floor. Luke said helplessly, "Chef Laybecker, please look down and ask this soldier what's going on first before you attack allies, okay?" Those German sausages were frozen solid. Getting hit in the head with them was no different than being smashed with a stick. Opposite Luke, a man who was half a foot taller than him craned his neck from behind a counter and asked, "Who are you?" Luke looked at the cook, who had grabbed a kitchen knife soundlessly, and hastily replied, "An innocent worker, trying to escape from here." "Also, Shira, you can come here now." There was rustling at the door, and Shira and the other 2 women cautiously came over. Laybecker and the young soldier were both stunned and exclaimed in unison, "What the hell?" This was the Montana, a battleship that was in active service. Why did 3 women suddenly appear on board? Shira and Tyler were beautiful and sexy, and even the assistant Mona was above average. They were also barefooted at the moment. They didn't look like criminals at all, though the towels they were biting on looked weird. Luke shrugged and said, "Let's introduce ourselves. Shira, a famous singer. Tyler, a famous model. Mona, a famous makeup artist. I'm Luke, a staff member responsible for moving luggage." Shira and Tyler were invited to perform for Captain Adams's birthday celebration, but we were locked in a room. When we heard gunshots, we managed to break the door open and escape. Everybody was lost for words. You're the only one here who isn't famous. But in any case, Chef Lebecker and Nash, the young soldier, weren't suspicious of Luke anymore after seeing the three women. They had never seen any sort of genius bring three women with him to raid a battleship. Of course, they had never seen a youngster bring three women with him to escape a battleship either. Lebecker nodded silently. Luke put down the frying pans, which still had the German sausages in them. He smelled the soup nearby and said, "Chef Lebecker, you're really good. That soup smells great." The expressions of Lebecker and the young soldier turned strange. After a brief silence, Lebecker said, "Thanks for the compliment, but Clyer spat in the soup, so." Everybody. Disgusted by Clyer, Luke quit it with the small talk, and gave Chef Lebecker a basic rundown of the situation. It didn't take much for the both of them to realize that the other wasn't simple. Luke had a gentle appearance, but he had very efficiently knocked out the criminals with his frying pans. When Lebecker took off his white cook jacket, all the three women sighed inwardly at his lean, straight physique and well-proportioned muscles. As Luke and Lebecker stripped the unconscious criminals of their equipment and put them on, they looked at each with tacit understanding from the way they searched for guns and put on the equipment. Both of them knew that the other was a professional. They were done in less than 5 minutes. A walkie-talkie on one of the criminals crackled. "Cass, Zach, have you finished off the cook? We're short of hands on deck. Come up here when you're done." Luke and Lebecker looked at each other again. "What's your plan?" asked Lebecker as he shot a meaningful look at the three women. Luke asked, "Is there a safe place for them to hide?" After running into Lebecker, this less-than-proper cook, Luke felt that he no longer needed to escape with the three women. If all the criminals were killed, they would naturally be safe. Lebecker said, "I'm going to look for the captain, they'll need him if they want to control this battleship, so I won't be going with you. Private Nash, take them to the cargo hold. It's bigger and has more clutter, they can hide there." He quickly told Nash where the cargo hold was, before he nodded at Luke and left. Watching Lebecker leave, Luke chuckled inwardly. Once again, he had a shield. It was nice of the two unconscious robbers to give up their equipment and firearms as well as their boots. Shira got one pair of boots, and her assistant Mona got the other. Looking at Tyler, who was at a loss, Luke could only smile at her. "I'm sorry, but can you use towels for now?" Tyler nodded dumbly, and Luke wrapped her feet in 2 big kitchen towels. On the side, Nash couldn't stop staring. That was such a slick move. He had to try it out himself. Nash swiftly guided them down one level to the cargo hold. Luke told Nash to watch over the three ladies well and to not let anything happen to them. He then whispered something to Shira, before slipping out on his own. Putting on his close-fitting, alloy bulletproof vest in a secluded corner, Luke set out once more. He took a winding route before stealthily approaching one point of entry to the deck, which was guarded by an armed criminal. Luke raised a small mirror and quickly checked both sides. Confirming that there were no other criminals around, he took out a rope dart. With a flick of his wrist, the rope dart flew out and wrapped itself around the criminal's neck. Luke pulled hard, and the criminal was dragged to the entry before he realized what was going on. With his free hand, Luke grabbed the criminal's arm that was holding the gun and twisted. The criminal tried to scream, but couldn't make a sound with the rope around his neck, and he was dragged into a cabin. A moment later, Luke walked out in the criminal's black combat uniform. Mimicking the criminal's posture, he took a few steps and looked around. Then, going over to the left, Luke looked over the side of the boat, and saw something dark moored on the ocean behind the ship. Luke narrowed his eyes. Was that a submarine? These criminals had indeed come prepared. The 30 guys on the helicopter had just been the vanguard. At that moment, the deck was a boiling mess of voices and sparks. He swiftly counted the active criminals. What he could see was already more than 50 people. The number wasn't important. Luke had never been afraid of these sorts of unorganized criminals. The important thing was that they were busy dismantling missiles on the deck after seizing the Montana. Luke quickly recalled the weapons that the Montana was equipped with. For this old battleship that had been modified, apart from 12 formidable 406mm main cannons, it had been installed with quite a few advanced missiles. However, the only weapons that could have attracted the criminals' attention were the Tomahawks. There were rumors that some of the Tomahawk missiles on the Montana might be nuclear warheads. Thinking that, Luke knew that he didn't have much time. The American government would go nuts if they learned that these criminals were trying to acquire nuclear weapons. By then, certain special troops would probably be deployed to deal with the situation. SHIELD was unlikely to be deployed, since this was a military matter. However, Luke knew that the military had a lot of secret troops, like the one led by the famous General Ross and the one commanded by Colonel Stryker. Thinking quickly, he slipped back into the ship. There were several critical locations on a battleship, and the Combat Intelligence Center was definitely the most important one. After modern modifications were made to the Montana, control over most of its defensive and offensive weapons were focused in the CIC. The dozens of missiles on the battleship, in particular, were the most dangerous weapons of all, and were launched from the CIC as well. Luke didn't know the way to the CIC, but he knew that the place where most of the criminals would be gathered was most likely to be it. Activating Sharp Nose, he slipped off in one direction. Suddenly, the stern of the battleship exploded as raging flames shot into the sky, illuminating the entire battleship for a moment. Luke clicked his tongue and wondered if it was caused by a certain cook who seemed determined to blow up the whole ship. Deeply worried about some cook's destructive ability, Luke sped up. He was the best at fishing in troubled waters. Go to the deck, the deck. The guys on the front deck. Two criminals suddenly rushed out of a corridor in front of Luke, and one of them was shouting into his walkie-talkie. Both of them were surprised to see Luke. Why are you down here? Something happened on the deck. Luke's clothes were similar to theirs, and he had deliberately lowered his head when he sensed them earlier. Since the corridor was rather dim, the two criminals couldn't see him clearly. Making his voice husky, Luke said fuzzily, "That cook's good. He's killed so many of us." The two criminals kept moving, and one of them said, "We're going up to look for him. Why did you come back?" Wait. These two were still professionals, and sensed danger when Luke didn't stop getting closer as he spoke. They subconsciously raised their guns. Regretfully, they were too slow. Luke suddenly put on a burst of speed and reached out to grip their necks. With two snaps, the two of them instantly turned stiff. Storing the two bodies in his inventory, Luke pressed on. It really was Lebecker doing something big as he messed around with the criminals at the aft of the ship. Luke had to be quicker if he wanted more credit points. Thinking this, Luke hurried toward the CIC. He detected 9 people with his sharp nose. Without a doubt, all of them were criminals. He could hear them shouting at each other with his acute hearing. "We need more manpower to dismantle the missiles on the deck. Don't all of you wait on the submarine, come up and help. Lebecker is on the deck. He's already killed a number of our men. That guy's a SWCC, Special Warfare Combatant Craft Crewman, Elite. Don't underestimate him. Hurry up. We have half an hour at most before the military notices us. We have to speed up. 2. You have to dismantle at least 2. Salim already paid us in advance. Clyer told us to fill the ship hold where we locked up the Marines with water, and force Lebecker to save them. We don't have time for him." Luke stood calmly outside the door as he locked onto everybody's positions in the CIC with Sharp Nose. At the same time, he pulled up his hood to cover his face and put on a bulletproof helmet. Taking a deep breath, Luke pushed hard off of his feet and dashed into the CIC as a dark shadow. He raised the 2 MP5s that he had just acquired and shot to his left and right at the same time. Pooh! 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 Consecutive gunshots burst out on the bridge, and blood sprayed. The MP5 in Luke's right hand suddenly paused, and he abruptly flipped it back around as he bent down to hide under a control panel at the same time. Bam! 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 Clang! Clang! Luke was shot at the instant he started his attack, which disrupted his momentum. The bullet struck the metal board behind him with sharp ringing sounds. Experts! Luke grew excited, and didn't stop firing. Pooh! 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 He stuck the 2 MP5s out slightly without needing to crane his neck for a look, and fired in the direction where he remembered 2 armed criminals were. The 2 criminals screamed and fell. They were hit, but hadn't been killed instantly. Bam! 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 The criminals immediately went on the counterattack. The bullets hit the control panel which Luke was hiding under. Luke calmly turned around and leaned back a little to check his surroundings. He saw half a boot outside the control panel. The MP5 in his left hand moved slightly. Pooh! Pooh! The criminal who had been crouched on the other side of the panel screamed and clutched his blown foot as he subconsciously exposed his head. Pooh! Pooh! The man's scream came to an abrupt stop, and he fell to the floor as blood spurted out of his head. "You son of a b*tch, get out here if you have the balls," one of the criminals suddenly roared as he fired his pistols at Luke's cover wildly. "You think I'm an idiot? Why would I go out?" Luke mocked him inwardly as he stretched out the MP5 in his right hand. Pooh! Pooh! The gunfire stopped, and the brainless fool was no longer bellowing. There was a brief silence in the CIC. Rolling his eyes, Luke abruptly tossed the 2 MP5s some distance away, and they hit the floor with a light sound. Luke then silently picked up the last MP5 he had. When he was switching guns, someone leapt like a leopard onto the control panel above Luke and pointed his gun at Luke's hiding place. Luke's expression changed the moment the person moved, and he turned and rolled to the other side of the control panel as he fired the MP5. Pooh! 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 Ah! The man grunted in pain and hit the floor hard. Luke didn't even spare him a glance, and simply threw himself out from the control panel. Pooh! 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 2 criminals who were trapped in a corner fell with 2 holes in each of their heads. Luke finally stood up and swiftly did one sweep of the CIC. Pooh! 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 Shooting the head of every criminal who was still breathing, Luke finally checked the system notifications. System, you have defeated Johnny Mullah and received a list of his abilities. Johnny Mullah's abilities: Basic Firearms, Basic Combat. Quick Reflex, Prerequisite, 20 Strength, 20 Dexterity and 1000 credit points. Temporarily unavailable. Luke walked over to the man who had lunged at him, but he didn't smell any blood. This Johnny Mullah was wearing a bulletproof vest. He was only unconscious for the moment after Luke shot him. Rolling his eyes, Luke grabbed a frying pan from his inventory and hit the back of this lucky dog's head hard. System, you have killed Johnny Mullah. You may now learn all his abilities. Luke chuckled and immediately learned Quick Reflex. Almost instantly, he felt that there was something more to his reactions, which were extraordinary to begin with. It was hard to describe the feeling. It was different from when his dexterity improved. This quick reflex allowed his body to move more quickly and skillfully. There was the faint sense of better coordination between his immense strength and swift reactions now. Sensing the effects of the ability he had just acquired, Luke looked at Johnny Mullah's body on the ground. This guy had extraordinary reflexes and marksmanship. When Luke broke in earlier, the guy had reacted almost instantly and taken out his gun to disrupt Luke's barrage. But this Johnny Mullah was too inexperienced. Luke had lured him out with nothing more than 2 empty MP5s. Johnny Mullah thought that he would succeed with his surprise attack, but was greeted by the end of Luke's third MP5. If Johnny Mullah had been more cautious, it would have been much more difficult for Luke to kill him. Pondering for a moment, Luke stored the unlucky bastard whose head he had smashed with the frying pan into his inventory. This guy's body could still be of use. Thinking that, he walked over to the control panel. Looking at the feed of the hold which was filling up with water, as well as the countless buttons on the CIC, Luke sighed helplessly. He didn't know how to operate a battleship. What if he pressed a random button and made the Marines drown faster? Or what if the battleship sank to the bottom of the ocean? He didn't plan to find out how many credit points he would lose for making such a mistake. Taking note of the hold's location from the screen, he quickly got up and left the CIC. What he lacked in knowledge, he had to make up with hard labor now. Sighing, Luke collected all the criminals' weapons and ammo, and set up a small device in the CIC, before he headed in the direction of the sealed hold. When he reached the hold at the prow of the ship and saw that the door had been welded shut, he felt like beating someone up. These damn criminals really knew how to make life difficult. Thankfully, the tool which the criminals had welded the door shut with was on the side. Luke activated the tool, and it spurted bluish-white flames which quickly started to melt the sides of the door. But after only half the welding points were melted, the bluish-white flames quickly diminished and vanished. Luke was lost for words. No wonder the tool had been abandoned. It didn't have much juice left. He dropped the tool and observed the door. Although it hadn't accomplished the task, half the welding points had been melted, and the door wasn't sealed as tightly as before. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the edge of the door with both hands and slowly pulled it outward. Creak. With a drawn-out and unpleasant sound of screeching metal, the remaining welding points were forcefully torn apart. When the weight in his hands lightened, Luke knew that all the welding points had been broken. Instead of going in, he turned around and promptly fled. His life would never be peaceful again if they knew he was the one who saved them. Mission: Rescue the Imprisoned Marines, completed. Total experience, 4,200. Total credit, 4,200. Contribution rate, 100%. EXP plus 4,200. Credit plus 4,200. At least 200 Marines must have been locked inside the hold. Luke had to thank the professional criminals who had rounded all of them up in the same place. For this amount of experience and credit points, this private job had been worth it. Luke dropped most of the guns and ammo he had taken off the criminals at the door to the hold. He only kept the 3 MP5s that he had used earlier. It was now time for him to take care of the remaining criminals. Laybecker was certainly one tough cook. On Luke's way to rescue the Marines, he had heard the vague sound of gunfire on the deck. Clearly, the man was still fighting the criminals. Luke snuck off to the CIC again. This was the control center for the entire battleship. If the criminals lost control of this place, they basically wouldn't be able to make use of the weapons on board. Without these weapons, they wouldn't be able to withstand attacks from the military at all. 2 SEAL teams would be enough to teach them a lesson. It had been some time since he eliminated the criminals in the CIC, the rest of them must have already sensed something wrong. As he expected, when he arrived at the corridor outside the CIC, he noticed 2 armed criminals hiding cautiously in one corner, as if on guard against any ambushes. Luke took out his fake phone and checked the surveillance feed of the CIC via his device. Apart from the 2 guards outside the door, there were only 4 people inside. Also, seeing how flustered they were and hearing them bellow into their walkie-talkies from time to time, they probably didn't know how to operate the battleship as well. It seemed that Laybecker had killed a lot of criminals too. The criminals were short of manpower when they had to deal with 2 hidden enemies and dismantle the missiles at the same time. Luke put his fake phone back and breathed softly as he muttered, time to test the new ability. He pushed off and lunged out from around the corner like a shadow. The two criminals at one end of the corridor were shocked and raised their guns, but then paused. The moment they raised their guns, the shadow suddenly changed course and zigzagged toward them quickly and erratically. The two criminals subconsciously tried to aim at the shadow before pulling the trigger. Actually, if they were worse shooters and simply pulled the trigger and fired randomly, they might have stopped Luke for a while. But only for a while. Luke reached them in less than 2 seconds, and was disinclined to play around. Pooh! 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 Firing the two MP5s at the same time, he blew up the heads of the two panicked criminals. Crouching on the floor, Luke let the two MP5s dangle from his shoulder on their slings. He then grabbed the bodies of the criminals and charged into the CIC. Exerting his strength, he threw the two bodies at another two criminals who looked at the intruder in astonishment that he picked up the MP5s again. Pooh! 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 The last two criminals who hadn't been hit dropped in front of the control panel from shots to the back of their heads. Pooh! 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 The two criminals who had been hit with the bodies were shot and killed too. Luke sighed. There was no expert like Johnny Mullah in the CIC this time. These guys were complete rookies. Even put together, they weren't as difficult to deal with as Johnny Mullah. Luke had killed another 6 criminals. The rest of the criminals would probably be anxious when they lost contact with the CIC again. Thinking this, Luke left the CIC and ran to the deck. When he reached a certain exit, 2 criminals yelled and charged in. Each of them were grabbed by the neck, and their heads were smashed together. Bam! They collapsed instantly. Luke leapt nimbly over the guardrail and jumped down. 2 criminals that happened to run by below him didn't react when Luke dropped onto their necks and broke them. Luke grabbed the AKs they were holding as well as 2 clips. He couldn't be any more pleased. He was most familiar with these old buddies. Holding an AK in each hand, he raised them and aimed above him. Bam! 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 2 criminals who were on patrol immediately fell. One of them fell over the guardrail, and the other dropped on the deck. The criminals around them yelled in alarm. Luke, however, dragged out Johnny Mullah's body from his inventory unhurriedly. He wrapped Johnny Mullah's hands around the 2 MP5s that had killed a whole bunch of criminals, and slung them over the man's body. As for the MP5 which he had shot Johnny Mullah with, Luke put it in the hands of the criminal whose AK he had taken. After that was done, Luke even had the time to position Johnny Mullah's body before he finally nodded in satisfaction. If it was old Grayson who examined the crime scene, he would still notice that something was amiss. But Johnny Mullah's body was just a cover, it was fine as long as it wasn't too big a point of suspicion. Chuckling inwardly, Luke raised the AK from the shadows and aimed upward. The next moment, 2 criminals appeared where their companions had just been killed. Bam! 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 Luke fired the AK in his left hand, and the 2 criminals collapsed. He then pulled the trigger of the AK in his right hand at that moment. Bam! 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 Another 2 criminals who had just rushed out from around a corner were shot in the head and went rolling over the deck. After the successful hits, Luke retreated into the shadows and snuck over to the side of the boat. 3 criminals came running down a corridor, shouting. When they ran past a shadow, a gun fired at an angle from the side. Bam! 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 The bullets hit them dead in the head one by one. Luke straightened and jumped down from a gun turret like a cat, putting away the grappling hook that had been holding him up. Bang! 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 Luke abruptly leapt back into the corridor behind the turret. Interesting. Another expert. Luke rubbed his chest near his heart, which hurt quite a bit after being hit by a bullet. So far, Johnny Mullah, the guy in the CIC, had been the only criminal capable of fighting Luke. But now another person had appeared who had locked onto Luke and even successfully shot him. Luke, however, was as relaxed as ever. He had elementary self-healing and a double-layered bulletproof vest. So, let's go. Mutual harm. After the idea flashed through his head, he slipped soundlessly into the corridor behind the turret and quickly circled round. The hostile expert couldn't see him, but Luke could lock onto the guy with sharp nose. Both of them had the same idea, and circled round to approach the enemy's location. In the end, when the expert was approaching Luke's earlier position, Luke had moved round to the expert's own initial position. Bang! 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 Ah! The expert cried out and then retreated behind the turret like what Luke had done earlier. The only difference was that Luke's chest was protected by a double-layered bulletproof vest, whereas this expert's left arm wasn't protected at all. But this expert reacted almost the moment he was shot. He leapt for cover, making it impossible for Luke to shoot him a few more times. Smiling, Luke flung out his grappling hook and climbed up. Bracing his feet on the side of the battleship's island, Luke quickly climbed to the top of the island. He craned his neck slightly and saw a person hiding in the shadows behind the turret. Staying out of the expert's shooting range, Luke climbed over the guardrail and soundlessly descended from the other side of the island. A moment later, he touched down on one side of the turret. The wounded expert was hiding in the shadows at the front of the turret. They stood silently in the dark, separated by a corner. With a clatter, an MP5 was thrown out. Luke raised an eyebrow and thought for a moment. He threw out his AK right next to the MP5 and drew out the M1911 he had never used. After 3 seconds, he moved to the side and raised his M1911. The person stepped out almost at the same time from around the corner and raised his gun in a similar pose. Pa! Pa! There was less than 5 meters between them. Face to face, they fired their guns and twisted to crouch down at the same time, dodging that first bullet. They were already aiming at each other once again. Pa! Pa! Firing at the same time, it was as if their minds were connected, as they pushed off the deck simultaneously to change position. The second shot also missed the target. Curling his lip, Luke abruptly pushed hard off of his right foot and lunged forward. Pa! This expert shot again, but Luke rolled and the bullet brushed past him. Cursing inwardly, the man bent down and lunged forward as well. Pa! Luke's shot flew under the expert's armpit and hit the deck. The guy was only 1 meter away, and was aiming his gun. Pleased, Luke flipped at an unconventional angle and kicked the man's arm that was holding the gun. The man could only pull back his arm before he pulled the trigger. Pa! His shot completely missed the target, since he hadn't expected Luke to use such an unusual kick to neutralize his strength. Luke fired again when he was still upside down. Pa! The expert curled up into a ball as the bullet blazed a trail past his head. Pa! As the expert rolled over the deck, he still took another shot at Luke. Luke slapped the deck with his left hand and pushed back to avoid the shot. As he landed at an angle, he fired back. Pa! Bracing his foot against the turret, the expert abruptly unfolded from his curl and avoided Luke's bullet at the same time, then lunged at Luke again. Was this close-range combat? Luke was puzzled, but he wasn't afraid. But this expert shifted his gun, aimed, and fired at Luke again. Exclaiming inwardly, Luke twisted valiantly out of the gun's range. Pa! He fired back at the enemy in passing, but the guy grabbed his wrist and shifted the gun's aim slightly, and successfully evaded the shot. Rather than feel alarmed, Luke was delighted, and swiftly pushed aside the guy's right hand with his left hand. Pa! The bullet brushed past his head. Luke laughed, and relying on brute force, fired the gun in his right hand once again. Pa! The man abruptly pushed him away and used the momentum to back up 2 steps and evade the shot. Standing 2 meters away, the expert asked solemnly, "Your gun is the regular model and only has 7 bullets, right?" Luke only chuckled vaguely in reply. "Who are you? Who taught you those combat skills earlier?" The expert finally asked the question that confused him most. Luke chuckled again. "There are 10 bullets in my gun. I can shoot you twice in the limbs, and leave the last 2 for your head and your D***ck. How would you like that?" the expert threatened. Luke nodded. "Fine, come on, then." The expert was stunned, then saw Luke lunge at him. But different from their previous tussle, Luke was now much faster. Luke hadn't been trying his best earlier, he had just wanted to see what the expert was capable of. Now that he had seen all of the guy's trump cards, there was no need to waste time anymore. The expert was about to pull the trigger, but Luke had already come close and grabbed his ankle with his left hand. The next moment, the expert spun in the air, before he was smashed onto the deck face down in a perfect curve. System, you have defeated Shok Mullah and received a list of his abilities. Shok Mullah's abilities: Basic Firearms, Basic Combat. Quick Reflex, Prerequisites, 20 Strength, 20 Dexterity, and 1000 credit points. Close Range Gunfighting, Prerequisites, 20 Strength, 20 Dexterity, 20 Mental Strength. Luke was delighted to see the notification. Pulling over Shok, who had passed out on the deck, Luke twisted his neck. System, you have killed Shok Mullah. You may now learn all his abilities. Close-range gunfighting had to be the special skill Shok Mullah used during their head-on clash. It seemed to be a combination of shooting and combat. In a range of a few meters, bullets were faster than most people's reactions. If he hadn't run into Luke, this Shok Mullah would have been invincible on this battleship. Even Lebecker, the guy who was more than just a cook, might have been killed if Mullah caught him unawares. But Luke had a double-layered bulletproof vest, a bulletproof helmet, and elementary self-healing as his trump cards. Shok had been asking to be killed when he sought to clash with Luke head-on. After storing Shok Mullah's body in his inventory, Luke walked to one side of the ship and dropped the rest of the bodies that were in his inventory into the ocean. It wasn't a bad choice to let Johnny Mullah take the blame and have Shok Mullah go missing. After taking care of Shok Mullah, he slipped over to the other side of the ship to check the submarine. The criminals were shouting and running to the submarine in a panic. It seemed that they were going to run. The criminals who were dismantling missiles on the deck were leaving and going down to the submarine as well. Luke thought for a moment, but didn't do anything. He had earned a lot of experience and credit points for saving the Marines. He had also eliminated more than 30 criminals. At the same time, Chef Lebecker had killed plenty of criminals too. Those guys had every reason to run off now that half of them were wasted. Now that the game was almost over, there was no need for Luke to take action anymore, in case he attracted unnecessary attention. Yells and gunshots were already ringing out below the deck. Clearly, the Marines that Luke had just set free were going on the counterattack. There were more than 200 Marines, and they far outnumbered the remaining criminals. Suddenly, Luke heard something in the distance in the sky. He wondered if it was one of the quiet helicopters that the military special troops were equipped with. Luke hurried up and ran. When he passed the galley, he heard 2 people talking inside. "You look familiar. I think I know you." It was Lebecker's voice. "That's right. It's been a while, Lebecker," someone else replied. Lebecker said, "You're right, it's been a really long time, William." He changed the topic. "Do you really think you can change things if you kill innocent people, William? How did you become this? I can't stand those B*****stards anymore. After using us, they threw us away like toilet paper waste," the man called William replied coldly. Lebecker said, "But doing this is meaningless, isn't it? We're like puppets who work for those ungrateful B*****stards. You and I, there's nothing we can do about it." He sounded helpless. No, no. We're different. You're devoted to this country, but I'm not. William's tone was full of ridicule. Laybecker, you're going to retire soon. Why can't you just stay quiet as a cook? Laybecker said, I don't work for those B***stards anymore, but I won't hurt innocent people either. William said, then you may as well go to hell. Luke had reached the galley entry by then. He craned his neck and saw that Laybecker and William, who had been the rock singer, were each holding a knife. But William was holding a military knife while Laybecker was holding a kitchen knife. They advanced bit by bit as the knives in their hands never stopped moving or quickly changing directions to deceive their enemy with fake moves. Clang! Clang! The knives clashed twice quickly, and the two of them swapped positions. Come on, Laybecker! William yelled. Laybecker was silent as he pressed forward once more. Clang! 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 The sound of blades clashing repeatedly rang out. The knives clashed at a range of 20 centimeters, any ordinary person who saw it would be completely dazzled. Experts. These two were adept with blades. If a regular person went up against them, their wrists and throat would be slit within 2 seconds of battle. Luke wasn't anxious. If Laybecker couldn't win, Luke could always shoot the enemy from the dark. That wasn't anything unusual for him. At that moment, William flipped his knife to block Laybecker's kitchen knife, before he thrust forward. Laybecker stepped back and deflected the military knife, before he slashed in return. William backed off and raised his left hand to protect the path from his chest to his neck. Chilla. Part of the cuff of his leather jacket was cut by the kitchen knife. William stepped back again and regained his balance. Protecting himself with the military knife, he said, Laybecker, your skills are rusty. Laybecker didn't say anything, but his lip curled in a sneer. He slowly took half a step forward, twirling his knife to distract William. The next moment, he sped up and took another half-step forward as his and William's knives collided repeatedly. Like a game of hide-and-seek, they waved their hands in distracting circles. Their knives, on the other hand, were like the fangs of a viper, and collided again and again. Luke observed them with great interest. He didn't know that so many tricks could be played with knives. He decided to replace the kitchen knife at home with Laybecker's model when he went back. The two guys engaged in a fierce battle didn't notice the onlooker at all. A battle of blades was the most dangerous kind of bare weapon battle. In a fight between professionals, a slight mistake meant certain death. As their knives clashed, their free hands continued to make small movements, both to distract the enemy and in search of an opportunity. If they were able to grab the enemy's wrist with their free left hand, they would have the upper hand in the fight. William was clearly afraid of this possibility. He was only around 1.85 meters tall, and wasn't as muscular as Laybecker. Once his wrist was trapped, he might lose in a battle of strength. As old acquaintances, they knew each other very well. William knew that Laybecker was good at knives, and extremely strong in a physical tussle. If Laybecker grabbed his wrist, his hand would probably be immediately broken. Both of them were fast and nimble, but the soles of their feet barely left the ground and they took small steps. Conversely, their upper torsos and arms moved wildly to the sound of non-stop metallic ringing. Ruthlessness flashed in Laybecker's eyes. The next moment, he suddenly pressed forward, putting both him and William in a precarious position. In that moment, neither of them needed to completely straighten their arm in order to stab the other person. William's knife swung out without hesitation. Laybecker abruptly backed off, and there was a long cut on his chest. Blood instantly started to stain the cut fabric around the wound red. Luke frowned. No way. Laybecker was clearly slightly more skilled, and his arms were longer. How could he lose? Luke's gun was already raised. After that successful strike, William pressed forward almost instinctively to take another stab. Laybecker, however, seemed to have foreseen this attack. After avoiding most of the damage from William's first attack, he stepped to the side the moment William thrust forward. Stretching out his left hand, he pressed down on William's right wrist and pushed it out, while he slashed at William's neck with the kitchen knife in his right hand. Shocked, William subconsciously raised his left hand to block, only to cry out when it was cut. It wasn't from joy, his eyes bulged with fright. William instantly knew that he was in a losing position. In any sort of fight, this could be extremely dangerous. He had been lured into Leibecker's trap at the price of Leibecker deliberately getting himself hurt. At that moment, Leibecker was blocking William's right hand with his left hand. William had instinctively pulled his left hand back after he was cut, and he couldn't defend himself. He didn't have any hands free for defense, and he also couldn't pull back to readjust his stance. And while Leibecker's attack looked vicious, it actually wasn't that powerful. The kitchen knife brushed past William's wrist and didn't stop, as Leibecker deftly flipped it and it brushed over William's arm like a poisonous fang. When the blade and William's arm were at a right angle, Leibecker thrust down ruthlessly. Pooh! With a dull noise, a handle was left sticking out of William's skull. William's eyes bulged and rolled up, and he promptly dropped. Wiping at the blood on his chest, Leibecker muttered, "See? You told me to go for it, so I did." This had happened in a flash, taking no more than 2 seconds, and William had already turned into a Teletubby with the knife sticking out of his head. Knife combat was really too dangerous. Mouth agape with speechlessness, Luke lowered his gun and left with dull steps. He muttered, "Humph. What a poser. You could have just stabbed him without saying anything." That being said, Luke couldn't help but rub his scalp, which felt a little cold. Very quickly, he returned to the cargo hold. He grabbed the hand which Private Nash had just lifted up to stop him from pulling the trigger, and said, "It's me." Only then did the utterly nervous Nash relax. "How's it going up there?" Adjusting his mood, Luke said with pleasant surprise, "I went up to the deck just now. It looks like the criminals are running, and I heard someone say that the SEALs are coming." Nash was hugely relieved. "Really? Then we're saved." Luke said, "Yes. The SEALs are probably the best special forces in this country." Nash nodded quickly. "Yes, they're very good." Luke said, "Then I'll let the women know the good news. You keep watch. Right, don't be so quick to shoot, in case it's the SEALs." Nash nodded in embarrassment. He would have shot Luke if the latter hadn't reacted fast enough. Excited and hopeful, the young Nash kept an eye on the door of the cargo hold. Smiling, Luke returned to the corner where the 3 women were hiding. All of them were delighted to see him back. He repeated what he had said to Nash, and the 3 women were happy as well. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Luke was stunned. What was going on? Why did it sound like a cannon? But why would the battleship open fire? Luke went to ask Private Nash, who confirmed his suspicion. The noise just now was indeed the battleship firing a cannon. However, Nash said that it was the secondary cannon, and since the Montana was retiring, there was nothing but a flare in it. A flare. Luke thought for a moment and came up with a possibility. Bang! There was another loud sound, and the battleship shuddered along with it. It was much louder than the first shot, almost as if the main cannon had been fired. Was it firing at an aircraft? Unlikely. The main cannon was very powerful, but not designed to fire at aircraft. They were usually used to attack army formations on land, or maybe, other ships. Luke suddenly thought of the submarine, and a certain cook who was more than a cook. Was Leibecker crazy enough to bombard the submarine with the battleship's main cannon? If he succeeded, it would be the last sea vessel that the Montana would sink. A moment later, the battleship shook again, and there was a huge explosion. Luke felt that he had guessed right. He could vaguely hear a lot of people cheering, even from the cargo hold. He said to Nash, "Shall we go take a look? The SEALs should be here now." Nash grew nervous. He gripped his gun tightly, but still said, "Oh, okay." Luke said to the three women, "Just stay here and don't make a sound. We'll see what's going on. I think help is here." The three women could only nod. A moment later, Nash was overjoyed to see the Marines cheering and hugging on the deck, and he yelled, "We won! We won!" Luke smiled as well. He could finally stop pretending to be a good little boy. He patted Nash's shoulder and said, "Private Nash, I need you to come with me and pick up the three beautiful ladies. It wouldn't be gentlemanly to keep them worrying." Nash nodded quickly. "Not a problem at all. Let's go." Saying this, the guy bounced off like a little kid. Luke simply followed him with a smile. This Nash seemed to be in his 20s and couldn't be much older than Luke himself. But if Luke hadn't come to his rescue when he was held at gunpoint, he might have been killed. Now, everything was over. For a young man, a narrow escape would certainly feel amazing. They took the three ladies to the cabin they had been in before so that they could put on their own shoes, before they all returned to the deck. The Marines who were cheering and celebrating were all stunned to see them. Seriously? The two girls who had been here to perform were fine. Luke stayed some distance away from the three women as he surveyed the surroundings. He had tossed all the guns and things that he had grabbed earlier into the ocean, and put his own gear back into his inventory. He had changed back into his sportswear, and looked completely innocuous. Two fully equipped Special Force soldiers soon came over and looked at them with strange expressions. "Who are you? Why are you here?" They didn't raise their guns. After all, Luke and the three women were clearly unarmed, and the women were even wearing high heels. This wasn't the movies. Practically no woman would be able to run or kill anyone in high heels. Looking at their attire, Luke knew that they were probably SEALs. He quickly stepped forward and introduced everyone. At the same time, he also called for Nash, who was hugging the Marines not far away. "Private Nash can vouch for us. The cook on this ship, one Lebecker, can vouch for us too." When they heard Lebecker's name, the two soldiers looked at each other. One of them walked off and spoke into his walkie-talkie, while the other questioned Nash on the side. A moment later, the first soldier returned and whispered something to the second soldier. The soldier nodded and said, "Okay, we've confirmed your identities. However, this is a battleship. You can stay in the cabin that you were in earlier until we've handled matters here." Luke raised his hand like an elementary school student. "Officers, that's fine with me, but look at these three. These poor women have suffered enough of a shock today. If it's possible, can you send them back to land first?" The SEALs were of a mind to refuse at first, but when they saw the three women next to Luke, that "no" got stuck in their throats. The assistant Mona was reasonably beautiful, but Shira and Tyler were almost dazzling to the eye. They couldn't help but swallow down their "no." "Okay, wait a bit, I'll help you ask." Luke said gratefully, "Thank you very much, sir." He then turned around and winked at the women. As the most experienced one, Shira reacted the quickest and bowed. "Thank you for your help." Mona did the same without any hesitation. Tyler was a little slow, but when Shira nudged her, she understood somewhat and also thanked them. The two SEAL soldiers were a little dazed at the sweet thanks they received from the women. Shira's figure was top class. When she bowed, she was both graceful and casual. Tyler's was even more unbelievable, and her magnificent breasts in her tight halter top were A+. Both soldiers subconsciously nodded, and when they came back to themselves, they smiled awkwardly and went to the side to contact their superiors. At that moment, a group of people walked by, and Luke hurriedly called out when his sharp eyes spotted someone. "Chef! Chef! Chef Lebecker!" A tall and strong man stopped and looked at him in surprise. "Huh? You're still here?" Luke said innocently, "Yes. We're on the ocean, we can't go anywhere." Staring at him for a moment, Lebecker suddenly smiled. "Thank you. I'll put in a word for you. Luke was stumped, but nodded and said, "Thank you very much." He then looked at the person next to Laybecker and nodded at him. Agent Flegg, what a coincidence. The guy next to Laybecker was none other than Agent Flegg from the FBI, whom Luke had met not long ago. Flegg nodded, an indescribable look on his face. Truly, a coincidence. Laybecker glanced between the two of them and asked, "Do you know each other?" Luke smiled. "We met not long ago." Flegg only nodded, and didn't say anything. Laybecker narrowed his eyes, the same vague smile on his face. Pondering a moment, he said something to a seal nearby, then turned to Luke. "Okay, they'll send you back to land by helicopter in half an hour at most." Luke chuckled and took out his card. "Thank you. If you ever visit Los Angeles, you can look me up."